Chapter 53, Part 4 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François GUIZOT, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 53, Louis XV, France in the Colonies, 1745 to 1763, Part 4. On the 5th of September, 1755, 418 heads of families were summoned to meet in the church of Grandpré. The same order had been given throughout all the towns of Acadia. The anxious farmers had all obeyed. Colonel Winslow, commanding the Massachusetts militia, repaired thither with great array. "It is a painful duty which brings me here," he said. "I have orders to inform you that your lands, your houses, and your crops are confiscated to the profit of the crown. You can carry off your money and your linen on your deportation from the province." The order was accompanied by no explanation, nor did it admit of any. All the heads of families were at once surrounded by the soldiers. By tens, and under safe escort, they were permitted to visit once more the fields which they had cultivated, the houses in which they had seen their children grow up. On the 10th they embarked, passing, on their way to the ships, between two rows of women and children in tears. The young people had shown a disposition to resist, demanding leave to depart with their families. The soldiers crossed their bayonets. The vessels set sail for the English colonies, dispersing over the coast the poor creatures they had torn away from all that was theirs. Many perished of want while seeking from town to town their families, removed after them from Acadia. The charity of the American colonists relieved their first wants. Some French Protestants, who had settled in Philadelphia after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, welcomed them as brothers, notwithstanding the difference of their creed, for they knew all the heart-rending evils of exile. Much emotion was excited in France by the woes of the Acadians. In spite of the declaration of war, Louis XV made a request to the English cabinet for permission to send vessels along the coasts of America, to pick up those unfortunates. "Our Navigation Act is against it," replied Mr. Grenville. "France cannot send ships amongst our colonies." A few Acadians, nevertheless, reached France. They settled in the outskirts of Bordeaux, where their descendants still form the population of two prosperous communes. Others founded in Louisiana settlements which bore the name of Acadia. The crime was consummated. The religious, pacific, inoffensive population, which but lately occupied the neutral land, had completely disappeared. The greedy colonists, who envied them their farms and pasturage, had taken possession of the spoil. Acadia was forever in the power of the Anglo-Saxon race, which was at the same moment invading the valley of the Ohio. General Braddock had mustered his troops at Will's Creek, in the neighborhood of the Alleghany Mountains. He meditated surprising Fort Duquesne, erected but a short time previously by the French on the banks of the Ohio. The little army was advancing slowly across the mountains and the forests. Braddock divided it into two corps, and placing himself with Colonel Washington, who was at that time serving on his staff at the head of 1,200 men, he pushed forward rapidly. "Never," said Washington afterwards, "did I see a finer sight than the departure of the English troops on the 9th of July, 1755. All the men were in full uniform, marching in slow time and in perfect order. The sun was reflected from their glittering arms, the river rolled its waves along on their right, and on their left the vast forest threw over them its mighty shadows. Officers and soldiers were equally joyous and confident of success." Twice the attacking column had crossed the Monongahela by fording. It was leaving the plain which extended to some distance from Fort Duquesne to enter the wood path, when the advance guard was all at once brought up by a tremendous discharge of artillery. A second discharge came almost immediately from the right. The English could not see their enemy. They were confused, and fell back upon General Braddock and the main body of the detachment who were coming up to their aid. The disorder soon became extreme. The regular troops, unaccustomed to this kind of warfare, refused to rally, in spite of the efforts of their general, who would have had them manoeuvre as in the plains of Flanders. The Virginia militia alone, recurring to habits of forest warfare, had dispersed, but without flying. hiding themselves behind the trees and replying to the French or Indian sharpshooters. Before long General Braddock received a mortal wound; his staff had fallen almost to a man. Colonel Washington alone, reserved by God for another destiny, still sought to rally his men. "I have been protected by the almighty intervention of Providence beyond every human probability," he wrote to his brother after the action. "I received 4 balls in my clothes, and I had 2 horses killed under me; nevertheless I came out of it safe and sound, whilst death was sweeping down my comrades around me." The small English corps was destroyed; the fugitives communicated their terror to the detachment of Colonel Dunbar, who was coming to join them. All the troops disbanded, spiking the guns and burning the munitions and baggage. In their panic the soldiers asked no question save whether the enemy were pursuing them. "We have been beaten, shamefully beaten," wrote Washington, "by a handful of French whose only idea was to hamper our march. A few moments before the action, we thought our forces almost a match for all those of Canada, and yet against every probability we have been completely defeated and have lost everything." The small French corps, which sallied from Fort Duquesne under the orders of M. de Beaujeu, numbered only 200 Canadians and 600 Indians. It was not until 3 years later, in 1758, that Fort Duquesne, laid in ruins by the defenders themselves, at last fell into the hands of the English, who gave to it, in honor of the great English minister, the name of Pittsburg, which is borne to this day by a flourishing town. The courage of the Canadians and the able use they had the wits to make of their savage allies still balanced the fortunes of the war; but the continuance of hostilities betrayed more and more every day the inferiority of the forces and the insufficiency of the resources of the colony. "The colonists employed in the army, of which they form the greater part, no longer till the lands they had formerly cleared, far from clearing new ones," wrote the superintendent of Canada. "The levies about to be made will still further dispeople the country. What will become of the colony? There will be a deficiency of everything, especially of corn. Up to the present the intention had been not to raise the levies until the work of spring was over. That indulgence can no longer be accorded, since the war will go on during the winter, and the armies must be mustered as early as the month of April. Besides, the Canadians are decreasing fast; a great number have died of fatigue and disease. There is no relying," added the superintendent, "on the savages save so long as we have the superiority, and so long as all their wants are supplied." The government determined to send reinforcements to Canada under the orders of the Marquis of Montcalm. The new general had had 35 years' service, though he was not yet 50. He had distinguished himself in Germany and in Italy. He was brave, amiable, clever, by turns indolent and bold, skilful in dealing with the Indians, whom he inspired with feelings of great admiration, jealous of the Canadians, their officers and their governor, M. de Vaudreuil, convinced beforehand of the uselessness of all efforts and of the inevitable result of the struggle he maintained with indomitable courage. More intelligent than his predecessor, General Dieskau, who, like Braddock, had fallen through the error of conducting the war in the European fashion, he nevertheless had great difficulty in wrenching himself from the military traditions of his whole life. An expedition in 1756 against Fort Oswego, on the right bank of Lake Ontario, was completely successful. General Webb had no time to relieve the garrison, which capitulated. Bands of Canadians and Indians laid waste Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. Montcalm wrote to the minister of war, Rouille, "It is the first time that with 3,000 men and less artillery a siege has been maintained against 1,800, who could be readily relieved by 2,000, and who could oppose our landing, having the naval superiority on Lake Ontario. The success has been beyond all expectation. The conduct I adopted on this occasion and the arrangements I ordered are so contrary to the regular rules, that the boldness displayed in this enterprise must look like rashness in Europe. Therefore I do beseech you, Monseigneur, as the only favor I ask, to assure his Majesty that, If ever he should be pleased, as I hope, to employ me in his own armies, I will behave differently." The same success everywhere attended the arms of the Marquis of Montcalm. In 1757 he made himself master of Fort William Henry, which commanded the Lake of Saint Sacrement. In 1758 he repulsed with less than 4,000 men the attack of General Abercrombie, at the head of 16,000 men, on Carillon, and forced the latter to relinquish the shores of Lake Champlain. This was cutting the enemy off once more from the road to Montreal; but Louisbourg, protected in 1757 by the fleet of Admiral Dubois de la Motte, and now abandoned to its own resources, in vain supported an unequal siege. The fortifications were in ruins, the garrison was insufficient, notwithstanding its courage and the heroism of the governor, M. de Drucourt. Seconded by his wife, who flitted about the ramparts, cheering and tending the wounded, he energetically opposed the landing of the English, and maintained himself for 2 months in an almost open place. When he was at last obliged to surrender, on the 26th of July, Louisbourg was nothing but a heap of ruins. All the inhabitants of the islands of St. John and Cape Breton were transported by the victors to France. Canada had by this time cost France dear, and she silently left it to its miserable fate. In vain did the governor, the general, the commissariat demand incessantly re enforcements, money, provisions. No help came from France. "We keep on fighting, nevertheless," wrote Montcalm to the minister of war, "and we will bury ourselves, if necessary, under the ruins of the colony." Famine, the natural result of neglecting the land, went on increasing. The Canadians, hunters and soldiers as they were, had only cleared and cultivated their fields in the strict ratio of their daily wants. There was a lack of hands; every man was under arms; destitution prevailed everywhere; the inhabitants of Quebec were reduced to siege rations. The troops complained and threatened to mutiny. The enemy had renewed their efforts. In the campaign of 1758 the journals of the Anglo American colonies put their land forces at 60,000 men. "England has at the present moment more troops in motion on this continent than Canada contains inhabitants, including old men, women, and children," said a letter to Paris from M. Doré, war minister. Mr. Pitt, afterwards Lord Chatham, who had lately come to the head of the English government, resolved to strike the last blow at the French power in America. 3 armies simultaneously invaded Canada. On the 25th of June, 1759, a considerable fleet brought under the walls of Quebec General Wolfe, a young and hopeful officer who had attracted notice at the siege of Louisbourg. "If General Montcalm succeeds again this year in frustrating our hopes," said Wolfe, "he may be considered an able man. Either the colony has resources that nobody knows of, or our generals are worse than usual." Quebec was not fortified; the loss of it involved that of all Canada. It was determined to protect the place by an outlying camp. Appeal was made to the Indian tribes, lately zealous in the service of France, but now detached from it by ill fortune and diminution of the advantages offered them, and already for the most part won over by the English. The Canadian colonists, exhausted by war and famine, rose in mass to defend their capital. The different encampments which surrounded Quebec contained about 13,000 soldiers. "So strong a force had not been reckoned upon," says an eye witness, "because nobody had expected to have so large a number of Canadians. But there prevailed so much emulation among this people that there were seen coming into the camp old men of 80 and children of from 12 to 13, who would not hear of profiting by the exemption accorded to their age." The poor cultivators turned soldiers brought to the camp their slender resources. The enemy was already devastating the surrounding country. "It will take them half a century to repair the damage," wrote an American officer in his journal of the expedition on the St. Lawrence. The bombardment of Quebec was commencing at the same moment. For more than a month the town had stood the enemy's fire. All the buildings were reduced to ruins, and the French had not yet budged from their camp of Ange Gardien. On the 31st of July, General Wolfe, with 3,000 men, came and attacked them in front by the river St. Lawrence, and in flank by the river Montmorency. He was repulsed by the firm bravery of the Canadians, whose French impetuosity seemed to have become modified by contact with the rough climates of the north. Immovable in their trenches, they waited until the enemy was within range, and when at length they fired, the skill of the practised hunters made fearful havoc in the English ranks. Everywhere repulsed, General Wolfe in despair was obliged to retreat. He all but died of vexation, overwhelmed with the weight of his responsibility. "I have only a choice of difficulties left," he wrote to the English cabinet. Aid and encouragement did not fail him. The forts of Carillon on Lake Champlain and of Niagara on Lake Ontario were both in the hands of the English. A portion of the Canadians had left the camp to try and gather in the meagre crops which had been cultivated by the women and children. In the night between the 12th and 13th of September, General Wolfe made a sudden dash upon the banks of the St. Lawrence. He landed at the creek of Foulon. The officers had replied in French to the qui vive, or who goes there, of the sentinels, who had supposed that what they saw passing was the long expected convoy of provisions. At daybreak the English army was ranged in order of battle on the Plains of Abraham. By evening the French were routed, the Marquis of Montcalm was dying, and Quebec was lost. General Wolfe had not been granted time to enjoy his victory. Mortally wounded in a bayonet charge which he himself headed, he had been carried to the rear. The surgeons who attended to him kept watching the battle from a distance. "They fly!" exclaimed one of them. "Who?" asked the general, raising himself painfully. "The French," was the answer. "Then I am content to die," he murmured, and expired. Montcalm had fought like a soldier in spite of his wounds. When he fell, he still gave orders about the measures to be taken and the attempts to be made. "All is not lost," he kept repeating. He was buried in a hole pierced by a cannon ball in the middle of the church of the Ursulines, and there he still rests. In 1827, when all bad feeling had subsided, Lord Dalhousie, the then English governor of Canada, ordered the erection at Quebec of an obelisk in marble bearing the names and busts of Wolfe and Montcalm, with this inscription: Mortem virtus communum, famam historia, monumentum posteritas dedit, or Valor, History, and Posterity assigned fellowship in death, fame, and memorial. In 1759, the news of the death of the two generals was accepted as a sign of the coming of the end. Quebec capitulated on the 18th of September, notwithstanding the protests of the population. The government of Canada removed to Montreal. The joy in England was great, as was the consternation in France. The government had for a long while been aware of the state to which the army and the brave Canadian people had been reduced; the nation knew nothing about it. The repeated victories of the Marquis of Montcalm had caused illusion as to the gradual decay of resources. The English Parliament resolved to send 3 armies to America, and the remains of General Wolfe were interred at Westminster with great ceremony. King Louis XV. And his ministers sent to Canada a handful of men and a vessel which suffered capture from the English. The governor's drafts were not paid at Paris. The financial condition of France did not permit her to any longer sustain the heroic devotion of her children. M. de Lally Tollendal was still struggling single handed in India, exposed to the hatred and the plots of his fellow countrymen, as well as of the Hindus, at the very moment when the Canadians, united in the same ideas of effort and sacrifice, were trying their last chance in the service of the distant mother country, which was deserting them. The command had passed from the hands of Montcalm into those of the general who was afterwards a marshal and Duke of Lévis. He resolved, in the spring of 1760, to make an attempt to recover Quebec. "All Europe," says Raynal, "supposed that the capture of the capital was an end to the great quarrel in North America; nobody supposed that a handful of French who lacked everything, who seemed forbidden by fortune itself to harbor any hope, would dare to dream of retarding inevitable fate." On the 28th of April, the army of General de Levis, with great difficulty maintained during the winter, debouched before Quebec on those plains of Abraham but lately so fatal to Montcalm. General Murray at once sallied from the place in order to engage before the French should have had time to pull themselves together. It was a long and obstinate struggle. The men fought hand to hand, with impassioned ardor, without the cavalry or the savages taking any part in the action. At nightfall, General Murray had been obliged to re enter the town and close the gates. The French, exhausted but triumphant, returned slowly from the pursuit. The unhappy fugitives fell into the hands of the Indians. General de Levis had great difficulty in putting a stop to the carnage. In his turn he besieged Quebec. One single idea possessed the minds of both armies: what flag would be carried by the vessels which were expected every day in the St. Lawrence? "The circumstances were such on our side," says the English writer Knox, "that if the French fleet had been the first to enter the river, the place would have fallen again into the hands of its former masters." On the 9th of May an English frigate entered the harbor. A week afterwards it was followed by 2 other vessels. The English raised shouts of joy upon the ramparts. The cannon of the place saluted the arrivals. During the night between the 16th and 17th of May, the little French army raised the siege of Quebec. On the 6th of September, the united forces of Generals Murray, Amherst, and Haviland invested Montreal. A little wall and a ditch intended to resist the attacks of Indians, a few pieces of cannon eaten up with rust, and 3,500 troops, such were the means of defending Montreal. The rural population yielded at last to the good fortune of the English, who burned on their march the recalcitrant villages. Despair was in every heart. M. de Vaudreuil assembled during the night a council of war. It was determined to capitulate in the name of the whole colony. The English generals granted all that was asked by the Canadian population. To its defenders they refused the honors of war. M. de Levis retired to the island of Sainte Helene, resolved to hold out to the last extremity. It was only at the governor's express command that he laid down arms. No more than 3,000 soldiers returned to France. The capitulation of Montreal was signed on the 8th of September, 1760. On the 10th of February, 1763, the peace concluded between France, Spain, and England completed without hope of recovery the loss of all the French possessions in America. Louisiana had taken no part in the war; it was not conquered. France ceded it to Spain in exchange for Florida, which was abandoned to the English. Canada and all the islands of the St. Lawrence shared the same fate. Only the little islands of St. Pierre and Miquelon were preserved for the French fisheries. One single stipulation guaranteed to the Canadians the free exercise of the Catholic religion. The principal inhabitants of the colony went into exile on purpose to remain French. The weak hands of King Louis XV. And of his government had let slip the fairest colonies of France. Canada and Louisiana had ceased to belong to her, yet attachment to France subsisted there a long while, and her influence left numerous traces there. It is an honor and a source of strength to France that she acts powerfully on men through the charm and suavity of her intercourse. They who have belonged to France can never forget her. The struggle was over. King Louis XV. Had lost his American colonies, the nascent empire of India, and the settlements of Senegal. He recovered Guadeloupe and Martinique, but lately conquered by the English, Chandernuggur and the ruins of Pondicherry. The humiliation was deep and the losses were irreparable. All the fruits of the courage, of the ability, and of the passionate devotion of the French in India and in America were falling into the hands of England. Her government had committed many faults, but the strong action of a free people had always managed to repair them. The day was coming when the haughty passions of the mother country and the proud independence of her colonies would engage in that supreme struggle which has given to the world the United States of America. Chapter 54 Part 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 54 Louis XV, the 7 Years' War. Ministry of the Duke of Choiseul, 1748 to 1774. Part 1. It was not only in the colonies and on the seas that the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had seemed merely a truce destined to be soon broken. Hostilities had never ceased in India or Canada. English vessels scoured the world, capturing, in spite of treaties, French merchant ships. In Europe and on the Continent all the sovereigns were silently preparing for new efforts. Only the government of King Louis XV, entrenched behind its disinterestedness in the negotiations, and ignoring the fatal influences of weakness and vanity, believed itself henceforth beyond the reach of a fresh war. The nation, as oblivious as the government, but less careless than it, because they had borne the burden of the fault committed, were applying for the purpose of their material recovery that power of revival which, through a course of so many errors and reverses, has always saved France. In spite of the disorder in the finances and the crushing weight of the imposts, she was working and growing rich. Intellectual development was following the rise in material resources. The court was corrupt and inert, like the king, but a new life, dangerously free and bold, was beginning to course through men's minds the wise, reforming instincts. The grave reflections of the dying Montesquieu no longer sufficed for them. Voltaire, who had but lately been still moderate and almost respectful, was about to commence with his friends of the L'Encyclopédie that campaign against the Christian faith which was to pave the way for the materialism of our own days. Never was Europe more happy than during the years which rolled by between 1750 and 1758, he has said in his Tableau du siècle de Louis XV. The evil, however, was hatching beneath the embers, and the last supports of the old French society were cracking up noiselessly. The parliaments were about to disappear, the Catholic Church was becoming separated more and more widely every day from the people of whom it claimed to be the sole instructress and directress. The natural heads of the nation, the priests and the great lords, thought no longer and lived no longer as it. The public voice was raised simultaneously against the authority or insensate prodigality of Madame de Pompadour, and against the refusal, ordered by the Archbishop of Paris, of the sacraments. "The public," wrote M. d'Argenson. "Its animosity, its encouragements, its pasquinades, its insolence, that is what I fear above everything." The state of the royal treasury, and the measures to which recourse was had to enable the state to make both ends meet, aggravated the dissension and disseminated discontent amongst all classes of society. Controllers general came one after another, all armed with new expedients. MM. de Machault, Moreau, de Sechelles, de Morat, excited, successively, the wrath and the hatred of the people crushed by imposts in peace as well as war. The clergy refused to pay the 20th, still claiming their right of giving only a free gift. The States districts, Languedoc and Brittany at the head, resisted, in the name of their ancient privileges, the collection of taxes to which they had not consented. Riots went on multiplying; they even extended to Paris, where the government was accused of kidnapping children for transportation to the colonies. The people rose, several police agents were massacred, the king avoided passing through the capital on his way from Versailles to the camp at Compiègne. The path he took in the Bois de Boulogne received the name of Revolt Road. "I have seen in my days," says D'Argenson, "a decrease in the respect and love of the people for the kingship." Decadence went on swiftly, and no wonder. At 40 years of age, Louis XV., finding every pleasure pall, indifferent to or forgetful of business, from indolence and disgust, bored by everything and on every occasion, had come to depend solely on those who could still manage to amuse him. Madame de Pompadour had accepted this ungrateful and sometimes shameful task. Born in the ranks of the middle class, married young to a rich financier, M. Lenormand d'Etioles, Mademoiselle Poisson, created Marchioness of Pompadour, was careful to mix up more serious matters with the royal pleasures. The precarious lot of the favorite was not sufficient for her ambition. Pretty, clever, ingenious in devising for the king new amusements and objects of interest, she played comedy before him in her small apartments, and travelled with him from castle to castle. She thus obtained from his easy prodigality enormous sums to build pleasaunces which she amused herself by embellishing. Bellevue Babiole, the marchioness's house at Paris, cost millions out of the exhausted treasury. Madame de Pompadour was fond of porcelain; she conceived the idea of imitating in France the china work of Saxony, and founded first at Vincennes and then at Sèvres the manufacture of porcelain, which the king took under his protection, requiring the courtiers to purchase the proceeds of it at high prices. Everybody was anxious to please the favorite; her incessantly renewed caprices contributed to develop certain branches of the trade in luxuries. The expenses of the royal household went on increasing daily. The magnificent prodigalities of King Louis XIV. Were surpassed by the fancies of Madame de Pompadour. Vigilant in attaching the courtiers to herself, she sowed broadcast all around her favors, pensions, profitable offices, endowing the gentlemen to facilitate their marriage, turning a deaf ear to the complaints of the people as well as to the protests of the states or parliaments. The greedy and frivolous crowd that thronged at her feet well deserved the severe judgment pronounced by Montesquieu on courtiers and courts: "Ambition amidst indolence, baseness amidst pride, the desire to grow rich without toil, aversion from truth, flattery, treason, perfidy, neglect of all engagements, contempt for the duties of a citizen, fear of virtue in the prince, hope in his weaknesses, and more than all that, the ridicule constantly thrown upon virtue, form, I trow, the characteristics of the greatest number of courtiers, distinctive in all places and at all times." The majesty of Louis XIV. And the long lustre of his reign had been potent enough to create illusions as to the dangers and the corruptions of the court; the remnants of military glory were about to fade out round Louis XV. The court still swarmed with brave officers, ready to march to death at the head of the troops; the command of armies henceforth depended on the favor of Madame the Marchioness of Pompadour. The day had come when the fortune of war was about to show itself fatal to France. Marshal Saxe had died at Chambord, still young and worn out by excesses rather than by fatigue. This foreigner, this Huguenot, as he was called by Louis XV., had been the last to maintain and continue the grand tradition of French generals. War, however, was inevitable. 5 months of public or private negotiation, carried on by the ambassadors or personal agents of the king, could not obtain from England any reparation for her frequent violation of the law of nations. The maritime trade of France was destroyed. The vessels of the royal navy were themselves no longer safe at sea. On the 21st of December, 1755, the minister of Foreign Affairs, Rouille, notified to the English cabinet "that his Most Christian Majesty, before giving way to the effects of his resentment, once more demanded from the King of England satisfaction for all the seizures made by the English navy, as well as restitution of all vessels, whether warships or merchant ships, taken from the French, declaring that he should regard any refusal that might be made as an authentic declaration of war." England eluded the question of law, but refused restitution. On the 23d of January an embargo was laid on all English vessels in French ports, and war was officially proclaimed. It had existed, in fact, for 2 years past. A striking incident signalized the commencement of hostilities. Rather a man of pleasure and a courtier than an able soldier, Marshal Richelieu had nevertheless the good fortune to connect his name with the only successful event of the 7 Years' War that was destined to remain impressed upon the mind of posterity. Under his orders, a body of 12,000 men, on board of a squadron, commanded by M. de la Galissoniere, left Toulon on the 10th of April, 1756, at the moment when England was excited by expectation of a coming descent upon her coasts. On the 17th, the French attacked the island of Minorca, an important point whence the English threatened Toulon, and commanded the western basin of the Mediterranean. Some few days later, the English troops, driven out of Ciudadela and Mahon, had taken refuge in Fort St. Philip, and the French cannon were battering the ramparts of the vast citadel. On the 10th of May an English fleet, commanded by Admiral Byng, appeared in the waters of Port Mahon. It at once attacked M. de la Galissoniere. The latter succeeded in preventing the English from approaching land. After an obstinate struggle, Admiral Byng, afraid of losing his fleet, fell back on Gibraltar. The garrison of Fort St. Philip waited in vain for the return of the squadron. Left to its own devices, it nevertheless held out. The fortifications seemed to be impregnable. The siege works proceeded slowly. The soldiers were disgusted, and began to indulge to excess in the wine of Spain. "No one who gets drunk shall have the honor of mounting the breach," said Richelieu's general order. Before long he resolved to attempt the assault. Fort St. Philip towered up proudly on an enormous mass of rock. The French regiments flung themselves into the fosses, setting up against the ramparts ladders that were too short. The soldiers mounted upon one another's shoulders, digging their bayonets into the interstices between the stones. The boldest were already at the top of the bastions. On the 28th of June, at daybreak, 3 of the forts were in possession of the French. The same day the English commandant decided upon capitulation. The Duke of Fronsac, Marshal Richelieu's son, hurried to Versailles to announce the good news. There was great joy at court and amongst the French nation. The French army and navy considered themselves avenged of England's insults. In London Admiral Byng was brought to trial. He was held responsible for the reverse, and was shot, notwithstanding the protests of Voltaire and of Richelieu himself. At the same time the king's troops were occupying Corsica in the name of the city of Genoa, the time honored ally of France. Mistress of half the Mediterranean, and secure of the neutrality of Holland, France could have concentrated her efforts upon the sea, and have maintained a glorious struggle with England, on the sole condition of keeping peace on the continent. The policy was simple, and the national interest palpable. King Louis XV. And some of his ministers understood this, but they allowed themselves to drift into forgetfulness of it. For a long time past, under the influence of Count Kaunitz, a young diplomat equally bold and shrewd, "frivolous in his tastes and profound in his views," Maria Theresa was inclining to change the whole system of her alliances in Europe. She had made advances to France. Count Kaunitz had found means of pleasing Madame de Pompadour. The empress put the crowning touch to the conquest by writing herself to the favorite, whom she called "my cousin." The Great Frederick, on the contrary, all the time that he was seeking to renew with the king his former offensive and defensive relations, could not manage to restrain the flow of his bitter irony. Louis XV. Had felt hurt, on his own account and on his favorite's. He still sought to hold the balance steady between the two great German sovereigns, but he was already beginning to lean towards the empress. A proposal was made to Maria Theresa for a treaty of guarantee between France, Austria, and Prussia. The existing war between England and France was excepted from the defensive pact. France reserved to herself the right of invading Hanover. The same conditions had been offered to the King of Prussia. He was not contented with them. Whilst Maria Theresa was insisting at Paris upon obtaining an offensive as well as defensive alliance, Frederick II. Was signing with England an engagement not to permit the entrance into Germany of any foreign troops. "I only wish to preserve Germany from war," wrote the King of Prussia to Louis XV. On the 1st of May, 1756, at Versailles, Louis XV. Replied to the Anglo-Prussian treaty by his alliance with the Empress Maria Theresa. The House of Bourbon was holding out the hand to the House of Austria. The work of Henry IV. And of Richelieu, already weakened by an inconsistent and capricious policy, was completely crumbling to pieces, involving in its ruin the military fortunes of France. The prudent moderation of Abbe de Bernis, then in great favor with Madame de Pompadour, and managing the negotiations with Austria, had removed from the treaty of Versailles the most alarming clauses. The empress and the King of France mutually guaranteed to one another their possessions in Europe, "each of the contracting parties promising the other, in case of need, the assistance of 24,000 men." Russia and Saxony were soon enlisted in the same alliance. The King of Prussia's pleasantries, at one time coarse and at another biting, had offended the Czarina Elizabeth and the Elector of Saxony, as well as Louis XV. And Madame de Pompadour. The weakest of the allies was the first to experience the miseries of that war so frivolously and gratuitously entered upon, from covetousness, rancor, or weakness, those fertile sources of the bitterest sorrows to humanity. "It is said that the King of Prussia's troops are on the march," wrote the Duke of Luynes in his journal, September 3, 1756; "it is not said whither." Frederick II. was indeed on the march with his usual promptitude. A few days later, Saxony was invaded, Dresden occupied, and the Elector King of Poland invested in the camp of Pirna. General Braun, hurrying up with the Austrians to the Saxons' aid, was attacked by Frederick on the 1st of October, near Lowositz. Without being decisive, the battle was, nevertheless, sufficient to hinder the allies from effecting their junction. The Saxons attempted to cut their way through; they were hemmed in and obliged to lay down their arms. The King of Prussia established himself at Dresden, levying upon Saxony enormous military contributions, and otherwise treating it as a conquered country. The unlucky elector had taken refuge in Poland. The empress had not waited for this serious reverse to claim from France the promised aid. By this time it was understood how insufficient would be a body of 24,000 men for a distant and hazardous war. Recently called to the council by King Louis XV., Marshal Belle Isle, still full of daring in spite of his age, loudly declared that, "since war had come, it must be made on a large scale if it were to be made to any purpose, and speedily." Some weeks later, preparations were commenced for sending an army of 100,000 men to the Lower Rhine. The king undertook, besides, to pay 4,000 Bavarians and 6,000 Würtembergers, who were to serve in the Austrian army. Marshal d'Estrees, grandson of Louvois, was placed at the head of the army already formed. He was not one of the favorite's particular friends. "Marshal d'Estrees," she wrote to Count Clermont, "is one of my acquaintances in society. I have never been in a position to make him an intimate friend, but were he as much so as M. de Soubise, I should not take upon myself to procure his appointment, for fear of having to reproach myself with the results." Madame de Pompadour did not continue to be always so reserved, and M. de Soubise was destined before long to have his turn. M. de Belle Isle had insisted strongly on the choice of Marshal d'Estrees. He was called "the temporizer," and was equally brave and prudent. "I am accustomed," said the king, "to hear from him all he thinks." The army was already on the march. Whilst hostilities were thus beginning throughout Europe, whilst negotiations were still going on with Vienna touching the second treaty of Versailles, King Louis XV., as he was descending the staircase of the marble court at Versailles, on the 5th of January, 1757, received a stab in the side from a knife. Withdrawing full of blood the hand he had clapped to his wound, the king exclaimed, "There is the man who wounded me, with his hat on; arrest him, but let no harm be done him." The guards were already upon the murderer, and were torturing him, pending the legal question. The king had been carried away, slightly wounded by a deep puncture from a penknife. In the soul of Louis XV. Apprehension had succeeded to the first instinctive and kingly impulse of courage. He feared the weapon might be poisoned, and hastily sent for a confessor. The crowd of courtiers was already thronging to the dauphin's. To him the king had at once given up the direction of affairs. Justice, meanwhile, had taken the wretched murderer in hand. Robert d'Amiens was a lackey out of place, a native of Artois, of weak mind, and sometimes appearing to be deranged. In his vague and frequently incoherent depositions he appeared animated by a desire to avenge the wrongs of the Parliament. He burst out against the Archbishop of Paris, Christopher de Beaumont, a virtuous prelate of narrow mind and austere character. "The Archbishop of Paris," he said, "is the cause of all this trouble through ordering refusal of the sacraments." No investigation could discover any conspiracy or accomplices. With less coolness and fanatical resolution than Ravaillac, Damiens, like the assassin of Henry IV., was an isolated criminal, prompted to murder by the derangement of his own mind. He died, like Ravaillac, amidst fearful tortures which were no longer in accord with public sentiment and caused more horror than awe. France had ceased to tremble for the life of King Louis XV. For one instant the power of Madame de Pompadour had appeared to be shaken. The king, in his terror, would not see her. M. de Machault, but lately her protege, had even brought her orders to quit the palace. Together with the salutary terrors of death, Louis XV.'s repentance soon disappeared. The queen and the dauphin went back again to the modest and pious retirement in which they passed their life. The marchioness returned in triumph to Versailles. MM. de Machault and d'Argenson were exiled. The latter, who had always been hostile to the favorite, was dismissed with extreme harshness. The king had himself written the sealed letter: "Your services are no longer required. I command you to send me your resignation of the secretaryship of state for war, and of all that appertains to the posts connected therewith, and to retire to your estate of Ormes." Madame de Pompadour was avenged. The war, meanwhile, continued. The King of Prussia, who had at first won a splendid victory over the Austrians in front of Prague, had been beaten at Kolin, and forced to fall back on Saxony. Marshal d'Estrees, slowly occupying Westphalia, had got the Duke of Cumberland into a corner on the Weser. On the morning of July 23, 1757, the marshal summoned all his lieutenant generals. "Gentlemen," he said to them, "I do not assemble you to day to ask whether we should attack M. de Cumberland and invest Hamelin. The honor of the king's arms, his wishes, his express orders, the interest of the common cause, all call for the strongest measures. I only seek, therefore, to profit by your lights, and to combine with your assistance the means most proper for attacking with advantage." A day or two after, July 26, the Duke of Cumberland, who had fallen back on the village of Hastenbeck, had his entrenchments forced. He succeeded in beating a retreat without being pursued. An able movement of Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, and a perhaps intentional mistake on the part of M. de Maillebois, had caused a momentary confusion in the French army. Marshal d'Estrees, however, was not destined to enjoy for long the pleasure of his victory. Even before he had given battle, the Duke of Richelieu had set out from Versailles to supersede him in his command. The conquest of Port Mahon had thrown around Richelieu a halo of glory. In Germany he reaped the fruits of Marshal d'Estrees' successes. The electorate of Hanover was entirely occupied. All the towns opened their gates. Hesse Cassel, Brunswick, the duchies of Verden and of Bremen met with the same fate. The marshal levied on all the conquered countries heavy contributions, of which he pocketed a considerable portion. His soldiers called him "Father La Maraude." The pavilion of Hanover at Paris was built out of the spoils of Germany. Meanwhile the Duke of Cumberland, who had taken refuge in the marshes at the mouth of the Elbe, under the protection of English vessels, was demanding to capitulate. His offers were lightly accepted. On the 8th of September, through the agency of Count Lynar, minister of the King of Denmark, the Duke of Cumberland and the marshal signed at the advanced posts of the French army the famous convention of Kloster Severn. The king's troops kept all the conquered country. Those of Hesse, Brunswick, and Saxe Gotha returned to their homes. The Hanoverians were to be cantoned in the neighborhood of Stade. The marshal had not taken the precaution of disarming them. Incomplete as the convention was, It nevertheless excited great emotion in Europe. The Duke of Cumberland had lost the military reputation acquired at Fontenoy. The King of Prussia remained alone on the Continent, exposed to all the efforts of the allies. Every day fresh reverses came down upon him. The Russian army had invaded the Prussian provinces and beaten Marshal Schwald near Memel. 25,000 Swedes had just landed in Pomerania. Desertion prevailed amongst the troops of Frederick, recruited as they often were from amongst the vanquished. It was in vain that the king, in his despair, shouted out on the battlefield of Kolin, "D'ye expect to live forever, pray?" Many Saxon or Silesian soldiers secretly left the army. One day Frederick himself kept his eye on a grenadier whom he had seen skulking to the rear of the camp. "Whither goest thou?" he cried. "Faith, sir," was the answer, "I am deserting; I'm getting tired of being always beaten." "Stay once more," replied the king, without showing the slightest anger. "I promise that if we are beaten we will both desert together." In the ensuing battle the grenadier got himself killed. For a moment, indeed, Frederick had conceived the idea of deserting simultaneously from the field of battle and from life. "My dear sister," he wrote to the Margravine of Baireuth, "there is no port or asylum for me any more save in the arms of death." A letter in verse to the Marquis of Argens pointed clearly to the notion of suicide. A firmer purpose, before long, animated that soul, that strange mixture of heroism and corruption. The King of Prussia wrote to Voltaire, "Threatened with shipwreck though I be, I, facing storms that frown on me, must, kinglike, think, and live, and die." Fortune, moreover, seemed to be relaxing her severities. Under the influence of the hereditary Grand Duke, a passionate admirer of Frederick II., the Russians had omitted to profit by their victories. They were by this time wintering in Poland, which was abandoned to all their exactions. The Swedes had been repulsed in the island of Rügen. Marshal Richelieu received from Versailles orders to remain at Halberstadt, and to send re enforcements to the army of the Prince of Soubise. It was for this latter that Madame de Pompadour was reserving the honor of crushing the Great Frederick. More occupied in pillage than in vigorously pushing forward the war, the marshal tolerated a fatal license amongst his troops. "Brigandage is more prevalent in the hearts of the superior officers than in the conduct of the private soldier, who is full of good will to go and get shot, but not at all to submit to discipline. I'm afraid that they do not see at court the alarming state of things to their full extent," says a letter from Paris Duverney to the Marquis of Crémil; "but I have heard so much of it, and perhaps seen so much since I have been within eyeshot of this army, that I cannot give a glance to the future without being transfixed with grief and dread. I dare to say that I am not scared more than another at sight of abuses and disorder, but it is time to apply to an evil which is at its height other remedies than palliatives, which, for the most part, merely aggravate it and render it incurable as long as war lasts. I have not seen and do not see here anything but what overwhelms me, and I feel still more wretched for having been the witness of it." Whilst the plunder of Hanover was serving the purpose of feeding the insensate extravagance of Richelieu and of the army, Frederick II. had entered Saxony, hurling back into Thuringia the troops of Soubise and of the Prince of Hildburghausen. By this time the allies had endured several reverses. The boldness of the King of Prussia's movements bewildered and disquieted officers as well as soldiers. "Might I ask your Highness what you think of his Prussian Majesty's manoeuvring?" says a letter to Count Clermont from an officer serving in the army of Germany. "This prince, with 18 or 20,000 men at most, marches upon an army of 50,000 men, forces it to recross a river, cuts off its rear guard, crosses this same river before its very eyes, offers battle, retires, encamps leisurely, and loses not a man. What calculation, what audacity in this fashion of covering a country!" On the 3rd of November the Prussian army was all in order of battle on the left bank of the Saale, near Rosbach. Soubise hesitated to attack. Being a man of honesty and sense, He took into account the disposition of his army, as well as the bad composition of the allied forces, very superior in number to the French contingent. The command belonged to the Duke of Saxe Hildburghausen, who had no doubt of success. Orders were given to turn the little Prussian army so as to cut off its retreat. All at once, as the allied troops were effecting their movement to scale the heights, the King of Prussia, suddenly changing front by one of those rapid evolutions to which he had accustomed his men, unexpectedly attacked the French in flank, without giving them time to form in order of battle. The batteries placed on the hills were at the same time unmasked, and mowed down the infantry. The German troops at once broke up. Soubise sought to restore the battle by cavalry charges, but he was crushed in his turn. The rout became general. The French did not rally till they reached Erfurt. They had left 8,000 prisoners and 3,000 dead on the field. The news of the defeat at Rosbach came bursting on France like a clap of thunder. The wrath, which first of all blazed out against Soubise, at whose expense all the rhymesters were busy, was reflected upon the king and Madame de Pompadour. "With lamp in hand, Soubise is heard to say, 'Why, where the devil can my army be? I saw it hereabouts but yesterday. Has it been taken? Has it strayed from me? I'm always losing, head and all, I know. But wait till daylight, 12 o'clock or so. What do I see? Oh, heavens! My heart's aglow! Prodigious luck! Why, there it is! It is! Eh, ventrebleu, what in the world is this? I must have been mistaken. It's the foe." Frederick II. had renovated affairs and spirits in Germany. The day after Rosbach he led his troops into Silesia against Prince Charles of Lorraine, who had just beaten the Duke of Bevern. The King of Prussia's lieutenants were displeased and disquieted at such audacity. He assembled a council of war, and then, when he had expounded his plans, "Farewell, gentlemen," said he; "we shall soon have beaten the enemy, or we shall have looked on one another for the last time." On the 3rd of December the Austrians were beaten at Lissa, as the French had been at Rosbach, and Frederick II. became the national hero of Germany. The Protestant powers, but lately engaged, to their sorrow, against him, made up to the conqueror. Admiration for him permeated even the French army. "At Paris," wrote D'Alembert to Voltaire, "everybody's head is turned about the King of Prussia. 5 months ago he was trailed in the mire." "Cabinet generals," says Duclos, "greedy of money, inexperienced and presumptuous, ignorant, jealous, or ill disposed ministers, subalterns lavish of their blood on the battle field and crawling at court before the distributors of favors, such are the instruments we employed." The small number of those who had not approved of the Treaty of Versailles declared loudly against it. After the campaign of 1757, those who had regarded it as a masterpiece of policy forgot or disavowed their eulogies, and the bulk of the public, who cannot be decided by anything but the event, looked upon it as the source of all our woes." The counsels of Abbe de Bernis had for some time past been pacific. From a court abbe, elegant and glib, he had become, on the 25th of June, minister of foreign affairs. But Madame de Pompadour remained faithful to the empress. In the month of January, 1758, Count Clermont was appointed general in chief of the army of Germany. In disregard of the convention of Kloster Seven, the Hanoverian troops had just taken the field again under the orders of the Grand Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick. He had already recovered possession of the districts of Luneburg, Zell, a part of Brunswick and of Bremen. In England, Mr. Pitt, afterwards Lord Chatham, had again come into office. The King of Prussia could henceforth rely upon the firmest support from Great Britain. He had need of it. A fresh invasion of Russians, aided by the savage hordes of the Zaporogian Cossacks, was devastating Prussia. The sanguinary battle of Zorndorf, forcing them to fall back on Poland, permitted Frederick to hurry into Saxony, which was attacked by the Austrians. General Daun surprised and defeated him at Hochkirch. In spite of his inflexible resolution, the King of Prussia was obliged to abandon Saxony. His ally and rival, Ferdinand of Brunswick, had just beaten Count Clermont at Creveld. Chapter 54. Part II of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 54. Louis XV, the 7 Years' War. The Ministry of the Duke of Choiseul, 1748 to 1774. Part II. The new commander in chief of the king's armies, prince of the blood, brother of the late Monsieur le Duc, abbot commendatory of Saint Germain des Prés, "general of the Benedictines," as the soldiers said, had brought into Germany, together with the favor of Madame de Pompadour, upright intentions, a sincere desire to restore discipline, and some great illusions about himself. "I am very impatient, I do assure you, to be on the other side of the Rhine," wrote Count Clermont to Marshal Belle Isle. "All the country about here is infested by runaway soldiers, convalescents, camp followers, all sorts of understrappers, who commit fearful crimes. Not a single officer does his duty; they are the first to pillage; all the army ought to be put under escort and in detachments, and then there would have to be escorts for those escorts. I hang, I imprison, but as we march by cantonments and the regimental (particulier) officers are the first to show a bad example, the punishments are neither sufficiently known nor sufficiently seen. Everything smacks of indiscipline, of disgust at the king's service, and of asperity towards oneself. I see with pain that it will be indispensable to put in practice the most violent and the harshest measures." The king's army, meanwhile, was continuing to fall back. A general outcry arose at Paris against the general's supineness. On the 23d of June he was surprised by Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick in the strong position of Crevelt, which he had occupied for 2 days past. The reserves did not advance in time; orders to retreat were given too soon; the battle was lost without disaster and without any rout. The general was lost as well as the battle. "It is certain," says the Marquis of Vogel, in his narrative of the affair, "that Count Clermont was at table in his headquarters of Weschelen at 1 o'clock, that he had lost the battle before 6, arrived at Rousse at 10:30, and went to bed at midnight. That is doing a great deal in a short time." The Count of Gisors, son of Marshal Belle Isle, a young officer of the greatest promise, had been killed at Crevelt. Count Clermont was superseded by the Marquis of Contades. The army murmured; they had no confidence in their leaders. At Versailles, Abbe de Bernis, who had lately become a cardinal, paid by his disgrace for the persistency he had shown in advising peace. He was chatting with M. de Starrenberg, the Austrian ambassador, when he received a letter from the king, sending him off to his abbey of St. Medard de Soissons. He continued the conversation without changing countenance, and then, breaking off the conversation just as the ambassador was beginning to speak of business, "It is no longer to me, sir," he said, "that you must explain yourself on these great topics. I have just received my dismissal from his Majesty." With the same coolness he quitted the court, and returned, pending his embassy to Rome, to those elegant intellectual pleasures which suited him better than the crushing weight of a ministry in disastrous times under an indolent and vain-minded monarch, who was governed by a woman as headstrong as she was frivolous and depraved. Madame de Pompadour had just procured for herself a support in her obstinate bellicosity. Cardinal Bernis was superseded in the ministry of foreign affairs by Count Stainville, who was created Duke of Choiseul. After the death of Marshal Belle Isle, he exchanged the office for that of Minister of War. With it he combined the Ministry of the Marine. The foreign affairs were entrusted to the Duke of Praslin, his cousin. The power rested almost entirely in the hands of the Duke of Choiseul. Of high birth, clever, bold, ambitious, he had but lately aspired to couple the splendor of successes in the fashionable world with the serious preoccupations of politics. His marriage with Mademoiselle Crozat, a wealthy heiress, amiable and very much smitten with him, had strengthened his position. Elevated to the ministry by Madame de Pompadour, and as yet promoting her views, he nevertheless gave signs of an independent spirit and a proud character, capable of exercising authority firmly in the presence and the teeth of all obstacles. France hoped to find once more in M. de Choiseul a great minister, nor were her hopes destined to be completely deceived. A new and secret treaty had just riveted the alliance between France and Austria. M. de Choiseul was at the same time dreaming of attacking England in her own very home, thus dealing her the most formidable of blows. The preparations were considerable. M. de Soubise was recalled from Germany to direct the army of invasion. He was to be seconded in his command by the Duke of Aiguillon, to whom, rightly or wrongly, was attributed the honor of having repulsed in the preceding year an attempt of the English at a descent upon the coasts of Brittany. The expedition was ready, there was nothing to wait for save the moment to go out of port, but Admiral Hawke was cruising before Brest. It was only in the month of November, 1759, that the Marquis of Conflans, who commanded the fleet, could put to sea with 21 vessels. Finding himself at once pursued by the English squadron, he sought shelter in the difficult channels at the mouth of the Vilaine. The English dashed in after him. A partial engagement which ensued was unfavorable, and the commander of the French rearguard, M. Saint André du Verger, allowed himself to be knocked to pieces by the enemy's guns in order to cover the retreat. The admiral ran ashore in the Bay of Le Croisic and burned his own vessel. 7 ships remained blockaded in the Vilaine. M. de Conflans' job, as the sailors called it at the time, was equivalent to a battle lost without the chances and the honor of the struggle. The English navy was triumphant on every sea, and even in French waters. The commencement of the campaign of 1759 had been brilliant in Germany. The Duke of Broglie had successfully repulsed the attack made by Ferdinand of Brunswick on his positions at Bergen. The prince had been obliged to retire. The two armies, united under M. de Contades, invaded Hesse and moved upon the Weser. They were occupying Minden when Duke Ferdinand threw himself upon them on the 1st of August. The action of the two French generals was badly combined, and the rout was complete. It was the moment of Canada's last efforts, and the echo of that glorious death rattle reached even to Versailles. The Duke of Choiseul had, on the 19th of February, replied to a desperate appeal from Montcalm, "I am very sorry to have to send you word that you must not expect any reinforcements, to say nothing of their increasing the dearth of provisions of which you have had only too much experience hitherto. There would be great fear of their being intercepted by the English on the passage, and as the king could never send you aid proportionate to the forces which the English are in a position to oppose to you, the efforts made here to procure it for you would have no other effect than to rouse the ministry in London to make still more considerable ones in order to preserve the superiority it has acquired in that part of the continent." The necessity for peace was beginning to be admitted even in Madame de Pompadour's little cabinets. Maria Theresa, however, was in no hurry to enter into negotiations. Her enemies seemed to be bending at last beneath the weight of the double Austrian and Russian attack. At one time Frederick had thought that he saw all Germany rallying round him. Now, beaten and cantoned in Saxony, with the Austrians in front of him, during the winter of 1760, he was everywhere seeking alliances and finding himself everywhere rejected. "I have but 2 allies left," he would say, "valor and perseverance." Repeated victories, gained at the sword's point by dint of boldness and in the extremity of peril, could not even protect Berlin. The capital of Prussia found itself constrained to open its gates to the enemy, on the sole condition that the regiments of Cossacks should not pass the line of enclosure. When the regular troops withdrew, the generals had not been able to prevent the city from being pillaged. The heroic efforts of the King of Prussia ended merely in preserving to him a foothold in Saxony. The Russians occupied Poland. Marshal Broglie, on becoming general in chief of the French army, had succeeded in holding his own in Hesse. He frequently made Hanover anxious. To turn his attention elsewhither, and in hopes of deciding the French to quit Germany, the hereditary Prince of Brunswick attempted a diversion on the Lower Rhine. He laid siege to Wesel, whilst the English were preparing for a descent at Antwerp. Marshal Broglie detached M. de Castries to protect the city. The French corps had just arrived; it was bivouacking. On the night between the 15th and 16th of October, Chevalier d'Assas, captain in the regiment of Auvergne, was sent to reconnoitre. He had advanced some distance from his men, and happened to stumble upon a large force of the enemy. The Prince of Brunswick was preparing to attack. All the muskets covered the young captain. "Stir, and thou art a dead man," muttered threatening voices. Without replying, M. d'Assas collected all his strength and shouted, "Auvergne, here are the foe!" At the same instant he fell, pierced by 20 balls. Accounts differ, but this is the tradition of the Assas family. The action thus begun was a glorious one. The hereditary prince was obliged to abandon the siege of Wesel and to recross the Rhine. The French divisions maintained their positions. The war went on as bloodily, as monotonously, and fruitlessly, but the face of Europe had lately altered. The old King George II., who died on the 25th of September, 1760, had been succeeded on the throne of England by his grandson George III., aged 22, the first really native sovereign who had been called to reign over England since the fall of the Stuarts. George I. and George II. were Germans, in their feelings and their manners as well as their language. The politic wisdom of the English people had put up with them, but not without effort and ill humor. The accession of the young king was greeted with transport. Pitt still reigned over Parliament and over England, governing a free country, sovereign master like. His haughty prejudice against France still ruled all the decisions of the English government, but Lord Bute, the young monarch's adviser, was already whispering pacific counsels destined ere long to bear fruit. Pitt's dominion was tottering when the first overtures of peace arrived in London. The Duke of Choiseul proposed a congress. He at the same time negotiated directly with England. Whilst Pitt kept his answer waiting, an English squadron blockaded Belle Isle, and the governor, M. de Sainte Croix, left without relief, was forced to capitulate after an heroic resistance. When the conditions demanded by England were at last transmitted to Versailles, the English flag was floating over the citadel of Belle Isle, the mouth of the Loire and of the Vilaine was blockaded. The arrogant pretensions of Mr. Pitt stopped at nothing short of preserving the conquest of England in both hemispheres. He claimed, besides, the demolition of Dunkerque, "as a memorial forever of the yoke imposed upon France." Completely separating the interests of England from those of the German allies, he did not even reply to the proposals of M. de Choiseul as to the evacuation of Hesse and Hanover. Mistress of the sea, England intended to enjoy alone the fruits of her victories. The parleys were prolonged, and M. de Choiseul seemed to be resigned to the bitterest pill of concession, when a new actor came upon the scene of negotiation. France no longer stood isolated face to face with triumphant England. The younger branch of the House of Bourbon cast into the scale the weight of its 2 crowns and the resources of its navy. The King of Spain, Ferdinand VI., who died on the 10th of August, 1759, had not left any children. His brother, Charles III., King of Naples, had succeeded him. He brought to the throne of Spain a more lively intelligence than that of the deceased king, a great aversion for England, of which he had but lately had cause to complain, and the traditional attachment of his race to the interests and the glory of France. The Duke of Choiseul managed to take skilful advantage of this disposition. At the moment when Mr. Pitt was haughtily rejecting the modest ultimatum of the French minister, the treaty between France and Spain, known by the name of Family Pact, was signed at Paris, August 15, 1751. Never had closer alliance been concluded between the two courts, even at the time when Louis XIV. Placed his grandson upon the throne of Spain. It was that intimate union between all the branches of the House of Bourbon which had but lately been the great king's conception, and which had cost him so many efforts and so much blood. For the first time it was becoming favorable to France. The noble and patriotic idea of M. de Choiseul found an echo in the soul of the King of Spain. The French navy, ruined and humiliated, the French colonies, threatened and all but lost, found faithful support in the forces of Spain, recruited as they were by a long peace. The King of the Two Sicilies and the Infante Duke of Parma entered into the offensive and defensive alliance, but it was not open to any other power in Europe to be admitted to this family union, cemented by common interests more potent and more durable than the transitory combinations of policy. In all the ports of Spain ships were preparing to put to sea. Charles III. Had undertaken to declare war against the English if peace were not concluded before the 1st of May, 1762. France promised in that case to cede to him the island of Minorca. All negotiations with England were broken off. On the 20th of September, Mr. Pitt recalled his ambassador. This was his last act of power and animosity. He at the same time proposed to the council of George III. To include Spain forthwith in the hostilities. Lord Bute opposed this. He was supported by the young king as well as by the majority of the ministers. Pitt at once sent in his resignation, which was accepted. Lord Bute and the Tories came into power. Though more moderate in their intentions, they were as yet urged forward by popular violence, and dared not suddenly alter the line of conduct. The Family Pact had raised the hopes, always an easy task, of France. The national impulse inclined towards the amelioration of the navy. The Estates of Languedoc were the first in the field, offering the king a ship of war. Their example was everywhere followed. 16 ships, first rates, were before long in course of construction, a donation from the great political or financial bodies. There were, besides, private subscriptions amounting to 13 millions. The Duke of Choiseul sought out commanders even amongst the mercantile marine, and everywhere showed himself favorable to blue officers, as the appellation then was of those whose birth excluded them from the navy corps. The knowledge of the nobly born often left a great deal to be desired, whatever may have been their courage and devotion. This was a last generous effort on behalf of the shreds of France's perishing colonies. The English government did not give it time to bear fruit. In the month of January, 1762, it declared war against Spain. Before the year had rolled by, Cuba was in the hands of the English, the Philippines were ravaged, and the galleons laden with Spanish gold captured by British ships. The unhappy fate of France had involved her generous ally. The campaign attempted against Portugal, always hand in hand with England, had not been attended with any result. Martinique had shared the lot of Guadeloupe, lately conquered by the English after an heroic resistance. Canada and India had at last succumbed. War dragged its slow length along in Germany. The brief elevation of the young Czar, Peter III., a passionate admirer of the great Frederick, had delivered the King of Prussia from a dangerous enemy, and promised to give him an ally equally trusty and potent. France was exhausted, Spain discontented and angry. Negotiations recommenced, on what disastrous conditions for the French colonies in both hemispheres has already been remarked. In Germany, the places and districts occupied by France were to be restored. Lord Bute, like his great rival, required the destruction of the port of Dunkirk. This was not enough for the persistent animosity of Pitt. The preliminaries of peace had been already signed at Fontainebleau on the 3rd of November, 1762. When they were communicated to Parliament, the fallen minister, still the nation's idol and the real head of the people, had himself carried to the House of Commons. He was ill, suffering from a violent attack of gout. 2 of his friends led him with difficulty to his place, and supported him during his long speech. Being exhausted, he sat down towards the end, contrary to all the usages of the House, without, however, having once faltered in his attacks upon a peace too easily made, of which it was due to him that England was able to dictate the conditions. "It is as a maritime power," he exclaimed, "that France is chiefly, if not exclusively, formidable to us." And the ardor of his spirit restored to his enfeebled voice the dread tones which Parliament and the nation had been wont to hear. "What we gain in this respect is doubly precious from the loss that results to her. America, sir, was conquered in Germany. Now you are leaving to France a possibility of restoring her navy." The peace was signed, however, not without ill humor on the part of England, but with a secret feeling of relief. The burdens which weighed upon the country had been increasing every year. In 1762 Lord Bute had obtained from Parliament 450 millions, or 18 million pounds, to keep up the war. "I wanted the peace to be a serious and a durable one," said the English minister in reply to Pitt's attacks. "If we had increased our demands, it would have been neither the one nor the other." M. de Choiseul submitted in despair to the consequences of the long continued errors committed by the government of Louis XV. "Were I master," said he, "we would be to the English what Spain was to the Moors. If this course were taken, England would be destroyed in 30 years from now." The king was a better judge of his weakness and of the general exhaustion. "The peace we have just made is neither a good one nor a glorious one. Nobody sees that better than I," he said in his private correspondence; "but under such unhappy circumstances it could not be better, and I answer for it that if we had continued the war we should have made a still worse one next year." All the patriotic courage and zeal of the Duke of Choiseul, all the tardy impulse springing from the nation's anxieties, could not suffice even to palliate the consequences of so many years' ignorance, feebleness, and incapacity in succession. Prussia and Austria henceforth were left to confront one another, the only actors really interested in the original struggle, the last to quit the battlefield on to which they had dragged their allies. By an unexpected turn of luck, Frederick II. had for a moment seen Russia becoming his ally. A fresh blow came to wrest him from this powerful support. The Tsarina Catherine II., Princess of Anhalt-Zerbst and wife of the Tsar Peter III., being on bad terms with her husband and in dread of his wrath, had managed to take advantage of the young czar's imprudence in order to excite a mutiny amongst the soldiers. He had been deposed, and died before long in prison. Catherine was proclaimed in his place. With her accession to the throne there commenced for Russia a new policy, equally bold and astute, having for its sole aim, unscrupulously and shamelessly pursued, the aggrandizement and consolidation of the imperial power. Russia became neutral in the strife between Prussia and Austria. The two sovereigns, left without allies and with their dominions drained of men and money, agreed to a mutual exchange of their conquests. The boundaries of their territories once more became as they had been before the 7 Years' War. Frederick calculated at more than 800,000 men the losses caused to the belligerents by this obstinate and resultless struggle, the fruit of wicked ambition or culpable weaknesses on the part of governments. Thanks to the indomitable energy and the equally zealous and unscrupulous ability of the man who had directed her counsels during the greater part of the war, England alone came triumphant out of the strife. She had won India forever, and for some years at least, civilized America, almost in its entirety, obeyed her laws. She had won what France had lost, not by superiority of arms, or even of generals, but by the natural and proper force of a free people, ably and liberally governed. The position of France abroad, at the end of the 7 Years' War, was as painful as it was humiliating. Her position at home was still more serious, and the deep lying source of all the reverses which had come to overwhelm the French. Slowly lessened by the faults and misfortunes of King Louis XIV.'s later years, the kingly authority, which had fallen under Louis XV. Into hands as feeble as they were corrupt, was ceasing to inspire the nation with the respect necessary for the working of personal power. Public opinion was no longer content to accuse the favorite and the ministers; it was beginning to make the king responsible for the evils suffered and apprehended. People waited in vain for a decision of the crown to put a stop to the incessantly renewed struggles between the Parliament and the clergy. Disquieted at one and the same time by the philosophical tendencies which were beginning to spread in men's minds, and by the comptroller general Machault's projects for exacting payment of the imposts upon ecclesiastical revenues, the Archbishop of Paris, Christopher de Beaumont, and the Bishop of Mirepoix, Boyer, who was in charge of the benefice list, conceived the idea of stifling these dangerous symptoms by an imprudent recourse to the spiritual severities so much dreaded but lately by the people. Several times over, the last sacraments were denied to the dying who had declined to subscribe to the bull Unigenitus, a clumsy measure which was sure to excite public feeling and revive the pretensions of the Parliaments to the surveillance, in the last resort, over the government of the church. Jansenism, fallen and persecuted, but still living in the depths of souls, numbered amongst the ranks of the magistracy, as well as in the University of Paris, many secret partisans. Several parish priests had writs of personal seizure issued against them, and their goods were confiscated. Decrees succeeded decrees. In spite of the king's feeble opposition, the struggle was extending and reaching to the whole of France. On the 22nd of February, 1753, the Parliament of Paris received orders to suspend all the proceedings they had commenced on the ground of refusals of the sacraments. The king did not consent even to receive the representations. By the unanimous vote of the 158 members sitting on the court, Parliament determined to give up all service until the king should be pleased to listen. "We declare," said the representation, "that our zeal is boundless, and that we feel sufficient courage to fall victims to our fidelity. The court could not serve without being wanting to their duties and betraying their oaths." Indolent and indifferent as he was, King Louis XV. Acted as seldom and as slowly as he could. He did not like strife, and gladly saw the belligerents exhausting against one another their strength and their wrath. On principle, however, and from youthful tradition, he had never felt any liking for the Parliaments. "The long robes and the clergy are always at daggers drawn," he would say to Madame de Pompadour. "They drive me distracted with their quarrels, but I detest the long robes by far the most. My clergy, at bottom, are attached to me and faithful to me; the others would like to put me in tutelage. They will end by ruining the state; they are a pack of republicans. However, things will last my time at any rate." Severe measures against the Parliament were decided upon in council. 4 magistrates were arrested and sent to fortresses. All the presidents, councillors of inquests and of requests, were exiled. The Grand Chamber, which alone was spared, refused to administer justice. Being transferred to Pontoise, it persisted in its refusal. It was necessary to form a King's Chamber, installed at the Louvre. All the inferior jurisdictions refused to accept its decrees. After a year's strife, the Parliament returned in triumph to Paris in the month of August, 1754. The clergy received orders not to require from the dying any theological adhesion. Next year, the Archbishop of Paris, who had paid no attention to the prohibition, was exiled in his turn. Thus, by mutually weakening each other, the great powers and the great influences in the state were wasting away. The reverses of the French arms, the loss of their colonies, and the humiliating peace of Paris aggravated the discontent. In default of good government, the people are often satisfied with glory. This consolation, to which the French nation had but lately been accustomed, failed it all at once. Mental irritation, for a long time silently brooding, cantoned in the writings of philosophers and in the quatrains of rhymesters, was beginning to spread and show itself amongst the nation. It sought throughout the state an object for its wrath. The powerful society of the Jesuits was the first to bear all the brunt of it. A French Jesuit, Father La Valette, had founded a commercial house at Martinique. Ruined by the war, he had become bankrupt to the extent of 3 millions. The order having refused to pay, it was condemned by the Parliament to do so. The responsibility was declared to extend to all the members of the Institute, and public opinion triumphed over the condemnation with a "quasi indecent joy," says the advocate Barbier. Nor was it content with this legitimate satisfaction. One of the courts which had until lately been most devoted to the Society of Jesus had just set an example of severity. In 1759 the Jesuits had been driven from Portugal by the Marquis of Pombal, King Joseph I.'s all-powerful minister. Their goods had been confiscated, and their principal, Malagrida, handed over to the Inquisition, had just been burned as a heretic, on September 20th, 1761. The Portuguese Jesuits had been feebly defended by the grandees. The clergy were hostile to them. In France, their enemies showed themselves bolder than their defenders. Proudly convinced of the justice of their cause, the fathers had declined the jurisdiction of the Grand Council, to which they had a right, as all ecclesiastical bodies had, and they had consented to hand over to the Parliament the registers of their constitutions, up to that time carefully concealed from the eyes of the profane. The skilful and clear-sighted hostility of the magistrates was employed upon the articles of this code, so stringently framed of yore by enthusiastic souls and powerful minds, forgetful or disdainful of the sacred rights of human liberty. All the services rendered by the Jesuits to the cause of religion and civilization appeared effaced. Forgotten were their great missionary enterprises, their founders and their martyrs, in order to set forth simply their insatiable ambition, their thirst after power, their easy compromises with evil passions condemned by the Christian faith. The assaults of the philosophers had borne their fruit in the public mind. The old rancour of the Jansenists imperceptibly promoted the severe inquiry openly conducted by the magistrates. Madame de Pompadour dreaded the influence of the Jesuits. Religious fears might at any time be aroused again in the soul of Louis XV. The dauphin, who had been constantly faithful to them, sought in vain to plead their cause with the king. He had attacked the Duke of Choiseul. The latter so far forgot himself, it is asserted, as to say to the prince, "Sir, I may have the misfortune to be your subject, but I will never be your servant." The minister had hitherto maintained a prudent reserve; he henceforth joined the favorite and the Parliament against the Jesuits. On the 6th of August, 1761, the Parliament of Paris delivered a decree ordering the Jesuits to appear at the end of a year for the definite judgment upon their constitutions. Pending the judicial decision, all their colleges were closed. King Louis XV. Still hesitated, from natural indolence and from a remembrance of Cardinal Fleury's maxims. "The Jesuits," the old minister would often say, "are bad masters, but you can make them useful tools." An ecclesiastical commission was convoked. With the exception of the Bishop of Soissons, the prelates all showed themselves favorable to the Jesuits and careless of the old Gallican liberties. On their advice, the king sent a proposal to Rome for certain modifications in the constitutions of the order. Father Ricci, general of the Jesuits, answered haughtily, "Let them be as they are, or not be," or sint ut sunt, aut non sunt. Their enemies in France accepted the challenge. On the 6th of August, 1762, a decree of the Parliament of Paris, soon confirmed by the majority of the sovereign courts, declared that there was danger or abus in the bulls, briefs, and constitutions of the society, pronounced its dissolution, forbade its members to wear the dress and to continue living in common under the sway of the general and other superiors. Orders were given to close all the Jesuit houses. The principle of religious liberty, which had been so long ignored, and was at last beginning to dawn on men's minds, was gaining its first serious victory by despoiling the Jesuits in their turn of that liberty, for the long continued wrongs whereof they were called to account. A strange and striking reaction in human affairs, the condemnation of the Jesuits was the precursory sign of the violence and injustice which were soon to be committed in the name of the most sacred rights and liberties, long violated with impunity by arbitrary power. Vaguely and without taking the trouble to go to the bottom of his impression, Louis XV. Felt that the Parliaments and the philosophers were dealing him a mortal blow whilst appearing to strike the Jesuits. He stood out a long while, leaving the quarrel to become embittered and public opinion to wax wroth at his indecision. "There is a hand-to-mouth administration," said an anonymous letter addressed to the king and Madame de Pompadour, "but there is no longer any hope of government. A time will come when the people's eyes will be opened, and peradventure that time is approaching." The persistency of the Duke of Choiseul carried the day at last. An edict of December, 1764, declared that "the society no longer existed in France, that it would merely be permitted to those who composed it to live privately in the king's dominions, under the spiritual authority of the local ordinaries, whilst conforming to the laws of the realm." 4,000 Jesuits found themselves affected by this decree; some left France, others remained still in their families, assuming the secular dress. "It will be great fun to see Father Perusseau turned abbe," said Louis XV. As he signed the fatal edict. "The Parliaments fancy they are serving religion by this measure," wrote D'Alembert to Voltaire, "but they are serving reason without any notion of it; they are the executioners on behalf of philosophy, whose orders they are executing without knowing it." The destruction of the Jesuits served neither religion nor reason, for it was contrary to justice as well as to liberty. It was the wages and the bitter fruit of a long series of wrongs and iniquities committed but lately in the name of religion against justice and liberty. Chapter 54. Of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 54. Louis XV, the 7 Years' War. Ministry of the Duke of Choiseul, 1748 to 1774. Part 3. 3 years later, in 1769, the King of Spain, Charles III., less moderate than the government of Louis XV., expelled with violence all the members of the Society of Jesus from his territory, thus exciting the Parliament of Paris to fresh severities against the French Jesuits, and on the 20th of July, 1773, the court of Rome itself, yielding at last to pressure from nearly all the sovereigns of Europe, solemnly pronounced the dissolution of the order. Recognizing that the members of this society have not a little troubled the Christian commonwealth, and that for the welfare of Christendom it were better that the order should disappear." The last houses still offering shelter to the Jesuits were closed. The general, Ricci, was imprisoned at the castle of St. Angelo, and the Society of Jesus, which had been so powerful for nearly 3 centuries, took refuge in certain distant lands, seeking in oblivion and silence fresh strength for the struggle which it was one day to renew. The Parliaments were triumphant, but their authority, which seemed never to have risen so high or penetrated so far in the government of the state, was already tottering to its base. Once more the strife was about to begin between the kingly power and the magistracy. Whose last victory was destined to scarcely precede its downfall. The financial embarrassments of the state were growing more serious every day. To the debts left by the 7 Years' War were added the new wants developed by the necessities of commerce and by the progress of civilization. The Board of Works, a useful institution founded by Louis XV., was everywhere seeing to the construction of new roads, at the same time repairing the old ones. The forced labor for these operations fell almost exclusively on the peasantry. The Parliament of Normandy was one of the first to protest against "the impositions of forced labor and the levies of money which took place in the district on pretext of repairs and maintenance of roads, without legal authority." "France is a land which devours its inhabitants," cried the Parliament of Paris. The Parliament of Pau refused to enregister the edicts. The Parliament of Brittany joined the Estates in protesting against the Duke of Aiguillon, the then governor, "the which hath made upon the liberties of the province one of those assaults which are not possible save when the crown believes itself to be secure of impunity." The noblesse having yielded in the States, the Parliament of Rennes gave in their resignation in a body. 5 of its members were arrested; at their head was the attorney general, M. de la Chalotais, author of a very remarkable paper against the Jesuits. It was necessary to form at St. Malo a King's Chamber to try the accused. M. de Calonne, an ambitious young man, the declared foe of M. de la Chalotais, was appointed attorney general on the commission. He pretended to have discovered grave facts against the accused; he was suspected of having invented them. Public feeling was at its height. The magistrates loudly proclaimed the theory of classes, according to which all the Parliaments of France, responsible one for another, formed in reality but one body, distributed by delegation throughout the principal towns of the realm. The king convoked a bed of justice, and on the 2nd of March, 1766, he repaired to the Parliament of Paris. "What has passed in my Parliaments of Pau and of Rennes has nothing to do with my other Parliaments," said Louis XV. In a firm tone, to which the ears of the Parliament were no longer accustomed. "I have behaved in respect of those 2 courts as comported with my authority, and I am not bound to account to anybody. I will not permit the formation in my kingdom of an association which might reduce to a confederacy of opposition the natural bond of identical duties and common obligations, nor the introduction into the monarchy of an imaginary body which could not but disturb its harmony. The magistracy does not form a body or order separate from the three orders of the kingdom. The magistrates are my officers. In my person alone resides the sovereign power, of which the special characteristic is the spirit of counsel, justice, and reason. It is from me alone that my courts have their existence and authority. It is to me alone that the legislative power belongs, without dependence and without partition. My people is but one with me, and the rights and interests of the nation, whereof men dare to make a body separate from the monarch, are necessarily united with my own, and rest only in my hands." This haughty affirmation of absolute power, a faithful echo of Cardinal Richelieu's grand doctrines, succeeded for a while in silencing the representations of the Parliaments; but it could not modify the course of opinion passionately excited in favor of M. de la Chalotais. On the 24th of December, 1766, after having thrice changed the jurisdiction and the judges, the king annulled the whole procedure by an act of his supreme authority. "We shall have the satisfaction," said the edict, "of finding nobody guilty, and nothing will remain for us but to take such measures as shall appear best adapted to completely restore and maintain tranquillity in a province from which we have on so many occasions had proofs of zeal for our service." M. de la Chalotais and his comrades were exiled to Saintes. They demanded a trial and a legal justification, which were refused. "It is enough for them to know that their honor is intact," the king declared. A Parliament was imperfectly reconstructed at Rennes. "It is d'Aiguillon's bailiff court," was the contemptuous saying in Brittany. The governor had to be changed. Under the administration of the Duke of Duras, the agitation subsided in the province. The magistrates who had resigned resumed their seats. M. de la Chalotais and his son, M. de Caraduc, alone remained excluded by order of the king. The restored Parliament immediately made a claim on their behalf, accompanying the request with a formal accusation against the Duke of Aiguillon. The States supported the Parliament. "What, sir," said the remonstrants, "they are innocent, and yet you punish them. It is a natural right that nobody should be punished without a trial. We have property in our honor, our lives, and our liberty, just as you have property in your crown. We would spill our blood to preserve your rights, but on your side preserve us ours. Sir, the province on its knees before you asks you for justice." A royal ordinance forbade any proceedings against the Duke of Aiguillon, and enjoined silence on the parties. Parliament having persisted, and declaring that the accusations against the Duke of Aiguillon attached or entachaient his honor, Louis XV., egged on by the chancellor, M. de Maupeou, an ambitious, bold, bad man, repaired in person to the office, and had all the papers relating to the procedure removed before his eyes. The strife was becoming violent. The Duke of Choiseul, still premier minister, but sadly shaken in the royal favor, disapproved of the severities employed against the magistracy. All the blows dealt at the Parliaments recoiled upon him. King Louis XV. Had taken a fresh step in the shameful irregularity of his life. On the 15th of April, 1764, Madame de Pompadour had died, at the age of 42, of heart disease. As frivolous as she was deeply depraved and base-minded in her calculating easiness of virtue, she had more ambition than comported with her mental calibre or her force of character. She had taken it into her head to govern, by turns promoting and overthrowing the ministers, herself proffering advice to the king, sometimes to good purpose, but more often still with a levity as fatal as her obstinacy. Less clever, less ambitious, but more potent than Madame de Pompadour over the faded passions of a monarch aged before his time, the new favorite, Madame du Barry, made the least scrupulous blush at the lowness of her origin and the irregularity of her life. It was nevertheless in her circle that the plot was formed against the Duke of Choiseul. Bold, ambitious, restless, presumptuous, sometimes in his views and his hopes, the minister had his heart too nearly in the right place and too proper a spirit to submit to either the yoke of Madame du Barry or that of the shameless courtiers who made use of her influence. Chancellor Maupeou, the Duke of Aiguillon, and the new comptroller general Abbe Terray, a man of capacity, invention, and no scruple at all, at last succeeded in triumphing over the force of habit the only thing that had any real effect upon the king's listless mind. After 12 years for a long while undisputed power, after having held in his hands the whole government of France and a piece of Europe, M. de Choiseul received from the king on the 24th of December, 1770, a letter in these terms: "Cousin, the dissatisfaction caused me by your services forces me to banish you to Chanteloup, whither you will repair within 24 hours. I should have sent you much further off, but for the particular regard I have for Madame de Choiseul, in whose health I feel great interest. Take care your conduct does not force me to alter my mind. Whereupon I pray God, cousin, to have you in his holy and worthy keeping." The thunderbolt which came striking the Duke of Choiseul called forth a fresh sign of the times. The fallen minister was surrounded in his disgrace with marks of esteem and affection on the part of the whole court. The princes themselves and the greatest lords felt it an honor to pay him a visit at his castle of Chanteloup. He there displayed a magnificence which ended by swallowing up his wife's immense fortune, already much encroached upon during his term of power. Nothing was too much for the proud devotion and passionate affection of the Duchess of Choiseul. She declined the personal favors which the king offered her, setting all her husband's friends the example of a fidelity which was equally honorable to them and to him. Acute observers read a tale of the growing weakness of absolute power in the crowd which still flocked to a minister in disgrace. The Duke of Choiseul remained a power even during a banishment which was to last as long as his life. With M. de Choiseul disappeared the sturdiest prop of the Parliaments. In vain had the king ordered the magistrates to resume their functions and administer justice. "There is nothing left for your Parliament," replied the premier president, "but to perish with the laws, since the fate of the magistrates should go with that of the state." Madame du Barry, on a hint from her able advisers, had caused to be placed in her apartments a fine portrait of Charles I. by Van Dyck. "France," she was always reiterating to the king, with vulgar familiarity, "France, thy Parliament will cut off thy head too." A piece of ignorant confusion, due even more to analogy of name than to the generous but vain efforts often attempted by the French magistracy in favor of sound doctrines of government. The Parliament of Paris fell sitting upon curule chairs, like the old senators of Rome during the invasion of the Gauls. The political spirit, the collected and combative ardor, the indomitable resolution of the English Parliament, freely elected representatives of a free people, were unknown to the French magistracy. Despite the courage and moral elevation it had so often shown, its strength had been wasted in a constantly useless strife. It had withstood Richelieu and Mazarin. Already reduced to submission by Cardinal Fleury, it was about to fall beneath the equally bold and skilful blows of Chancellor Maupeou. Notwithstanding the little natural liking and the usual distrust he felt for Parliaments, the king still hesitated. Madame du Barry managed to inspire him with fears for his person, and he yielded. During the night between the 19th and 20th of January, 1771, musketeers knocked at the doors of all the magistrates. They were awakened in the king's name, at the same time being ordered to say whether they would consent to resume their service. No equivocation possible. No margin for those developments of their ideas which are so dear to parliamentary minds. It was a matter of signing yes or no. Surprised in their slumbers, but still firm in their resolution of resistance, the majority of the magistrates signed no. They were immediately sent into banishment. Their offices were confiscated. Those members of the Parliament from whom weakness or astonishment had surprised a yes retracted as soon as they were assembled, and underwent the same fate as their colleagues. On the 23rd of January, members delegated by the Grand Council, charged with the provisional administration of justice, were installed in the palace by the chancellor himself. The registrar in chief, the ushers, the attorneys, declined or eluded the exercise of their functions. The advocates did not come forward to plead. The court of Aids, headed by Lamoignon de Malherbe, protested against the attack made on the great bodies of the state. "Ask the nation themselves, sir," said the president, "to mark your displeasure with the Parliament of Paris. It is proposed to rob them, themselves, of the essential rights of a free people." The court of Aids was suppressed like the Parliament. 6 superior councils in the towns of Arras, Blois, Chalon-sur-Marne, Lyons, Clermont, and Poitiers parcelled out amongst them the immense jurisdiction of Paris. The members of the Grand Council, assisted by certain magistrates of small esteem, definitively took the places of the banished, to whom compensation was made for their offices. The king appeared in person on the 13th of April, 1771, at the new Parliament. The chancellor read out the edicts. "You have just heard my intentions," said Louis XV. "I desire that they may be conformed to. I order you to commence your duties. I forbid any deliberation contrary to my wishes and any representations in favor of my former Parliament, for I shall never change." One single prince of the blood, the Count of La Marche, son of the Prince of Conti, had been present at the bed of justice. All had protested against the suppression of the Parliament. "It is one of the most useful boons for monarchs, and of those most precious to Frenchmen," said the protest of the princes, "to have bodies of citizens, perpetual and irremovable, avowed at all times by the kings and the nation, who, in whatever form and under whatever denomination they may have existed, concentrate in themselves the general right of all subjects to invoke the law." "Sir, by the law you are king, and you cannot reign but by it," said the Parliament of Dijon's declaration, drawn up by one of the mortar cap presidents (president à mortier), the gifted president de Brosses. The princes were banished; the provincial parliaments, mutilated like that of Paris or suppressed like that of Rouen, which was replaced by two superior councils, ceased to furnish a centre for critical and legal opposition. Amidst the rapid decay of absolute power, the transformation and debasement of the parliaments by Chancellor Maupeou were a skilful and bold attempt to restore some sort of force and unity to the kingly authority. It was thus that certain legitimate claims had been satisfied, the extent of jurisdictions had been curtailed, the salability of offices had been put down, the expenses of justice had been lessened. Voltaire had for a long time past been demanding these reforms, and he was satisfied with them. "Have not the Parliaments often been persecuting and barbarous?" he wrote. "I wonder that the Welsh (i.e., barbarians, as Voltaire playfully called the French) should take the part of those insolent and intractable cits." He added, however, "Nearly all the kingdom is in a boil and consternation. The ferment is as great in the provinces as in Paris itself." The ferment subsided without having reached the mass of the nation. The majority of the princes made it up with the court. The dispossessed magistrates returned one after another to Paris, astonished and mortified to see justice administered without them, and advocates pleading before the Maupeou government. The chancellor had triumphed and remained master. It was occupied with a question more important still than the administration of justice. The ever increasing disorder in the finances was no longer checked by the enregistering of edicts. The comptroller general, Abbe Terray, had recourse shamelessly to every expedient of a bold imagination to fill the royal treasury. It was necessary to satisfy the ruinous demands of Madame Dubarry and of the depraved courtiers who thronged about her. Successive bad harvests and the high price of bread still further aggravated the position. It was known that the king had a taste for private speculation. He was accused of trading in grain and of buying up the stores required for feeding the people. The odious rumor of this famine pact, as the bitter saying was, soon spread amongst the mob. Before its fall, the Parliament of Rouen had audaciously given expression to these dark accusations. It had ordered proceedings to be taken against the monopolists. A royal injunction put a veto upon the prosecutions. "This prohibition from the crown changes our doubts to certainty," wrote the Parliament to the king himself. "When we said that the monopoly existed and was protected, God forbid, sir, that we should have had your Majesty in our eye, but possibly we had some of those to whom you distribute your authority." Silence was imposed upon the Parliaments, but without producing any serious effect upon public opinion, which attributed to the king the principal interest in a great private concern bound to keep up a certain parity in the price of grain. Contempt grew more and more profound. The king and Madame Dubarry by their shameful lives, Maupeou and Abbe Terray by destroying the last bulwarks of the public liberties, were digging with their own hands the abyss in which the old French monarchy was about to be soon engulfed. For a long while pious souls had formed great hopes of the dauphin. Honest, scrupulous, sincerely virtuous, without the austerity and extensive views of the Duke of Burgundy, he had managed to live aloof, without intrigue and without open opposition, preserving towards the king an attitude of often sorrowful respect, and all the while remaining the support of the clergy and their partisans in their attempts and their aspirations. The queen, Mary Leczinska, a timid and proudly modest woman, resigned to her painful situation, lived in the closest intimacy with her son, and still more with her daughter-in-law, Mary Josepha of Saxony, though the daughter of that elector who had but lately been elevated to the throne of Poland, and had vanquished King Stanislaus. The sweetness, the tact, the rare faculties of the dauphiness had triumphed over all obstacles. She had 3 sons. Much reliance was placed upon the influence she had managed to preserve with the king, and on the dominion she exercised over her husband's mind. In vain had the dauphin, distracted at the woes of France, over and over again solicited from the king the honor of serving him at the head of the army. The jealous anxiety of Madame de Pompadour was at one with the cold indifference of Louis XV. As to leaving the heir to the throne in the shade. The prince felt it deeply, in spite of his pious resignation. "A dauphin," he would say, "must needs appear a useless body, and a king strive to be everybody," or un homme universel. Whilst trying to beguile his tedium at the camp of Compiegne, the dauphin, it is said, overtaxed his strength, and died at the age of 36, on the 20th of December, 1765, profoundly regretted by the bulk of the nation, who knew his virtues, without troubling themselves, like the court and the philosophers, about the stiffness of his manners and his complete devotion to the cause of the clergy. The new dauphin, who would one day be Louis XVI., was still a child. The king had brought him into his closet. "Poor France," he said sadly, "a king of 55 and a dauphin of 11." The dauphiness and Queen Mary Leczinska soon followed the dauphin to the tomb (1767 1768). The king, thus left alone and scared by the repeated deaths around him, appeared for a while to be drawn closer to his daughters, for whom he always retained some sort of affection, a mixture of weakness and habit. One of them, Madame Louise, who was deeply pious, left him to enter the convent of the Carmelites. He often went to see her, and granted her all the favors she asked. But by this time Madame Dubarry had become all powerful. To secure to her the honors of presentation at court, the king personally solicited the ladies with whom he was intimate, in order to get them to support his favorite on this new stage. When the youthful Marie Antoinette, Archduchess of Austria and daughter of Maria Theresa, whose marriage the Duke of Choiseul had negotiated, arrived in France in 1770 to espouse the dauphin, Madame de Berry appeared alone with the royal family at the banquet given at La Muette on the occasion of the marriage. After each reaction of religious fright and transitory repentance, after each warning from God that snatched him for an instant from the depravity of his life, the king plunged more deeply than before into shame. Madame du Barry was to reign as much as Louis XV. Before his fall, the Duke of Choiseul had made a last effort to revive abroad that fortune of France which he saw sinking at home, without his being able to apply any effective remedy. He had vainly attempted to give colonies once more to France, by founding in French Guiana settlements which had been unsuccessfully attempted by a Rouennese company as early as 1634. The enterprise was badly managed. The numerous colonists, of very diverse origin and worth, were cast without resources upon a territory as unhealthy as fertile. No preparations had been made to receive them. The majority died of disease and want. New France henceforth belonged to the English, and the great hopes which had been raised of replacing it in Equinoctial France, as Guiana was named, soon vanished, never to return. An attempt made about the same epoch at Saint Lucie was attended with the same result. The great ardor and the rare aptitude for distant enterprises, which had so often manifested themselves in France from the 15th to the 17th century, seemed to be henceforth extinguished. Only the colonies of the Antilles, which had escaped from the misfortunes of war, and were by this time recovered from their disasters, offered any encouragement to the patriotic efforts of the Duke of Choiseul. He had been more fortunate in Europe than in the colonies. Henceforth Corsica belonged to France. In spite of the French occupations from 1708 to 1756, in spite of the refusals with which Cardinal Fleury had but lately met their appeals, the Corsicans, newly risen against the oppression of Genoa, had sent a deputation to Versailles to demand the recognition of their republic, offering to pay the tribute but lately paid annually to their tyrannical protectress. The hero of Corsican independence, Pascal Paoli, secretly supported by England, had succeeded for several years past not only in defending his country's liberty, but also in governing and at the same time civilizing it. This patriotic soul and powerful mind, who had managed to profit by the energetic passions of his compatriots whilst momentarily repressing their intestine quarrels, dreamed of an ideal constitution for his island. He sent to ask for one of J.J. Rousseau, who was still in Switzerland, and whom he invited to Corsica. The philosophical chimeras of Paoli soon vanished before a piece of crushing news. The Genoese, weary of struggling unsuccessfully against the obstinate determination of the Corsicans, and unable to clear off the debts which they had but lately incurred to Louis XV., had proposed to M. de Choiseul to cede to France their ancient rights over Corsica as security for their liabilities. A treaty, signed at Versailles on the 15th of May, 1768, authorized the king to perform all acts of sovereignty in the places and forts of Corsica. A separate article accorded to Genoa an indemnity of 2 millions. A city arose in Corsica. Paoli resolved to defend the independence of his country against France, as he had defended it against Genoa. For several months now French garrisons had occupied the places still submitting to Genoa. When they would have extended themselves into the interior, Paoli barred their passage. He bravely attacked M. de Chauvelin, the king's lieutenant general, who had just landed with a proclamation from Louis XV. To his new subjects. "The Corsican nation does not let itself be bought and sold like a flock of sheep sent to market," said the protest of the Republic's Supreme Council. Fresh troops from France had to be asked for. Under the orders of Count Vaux they triumphed without difficulty over the Corsican patriots. Mustering at the bridge of Golo for a last effort, they made a rampart of their dead. The wounded had lain down amongst the corpses to give the survivors time to effect their retreat. The town of Corte, the seat of republican government, capitulated before long. England had supplied Paoli with munitions and arms. He had hoped more from the promises of the government and the national jealousy against France. "The ministry is too weak, and the nation too wise to make war on account of Corsica," said an illustrious judge, Lord Mansfield. In vain did Burke exclaim, "Corsica, as a province of France, is for me an object of alarm." The House of Commons approved of the government's conduct, and England contented herself with offering to the vanquished Paoli a sympathetic hospitality. He left Corsica on an English frigate, accompanied by most of his friends, and it is in Westminster Abbey that he lies, after the numerous vicissitudes of his life, which fluctuated throughout the revolutions of his native land from England to France and from France to England, to the day when Corsica, proud of having given a master to France and the Revolution, became definitively French with Napoleon. Corsica was to be the last conquest of the old French monarchy. Great or little, magnificent or insignificant, from Richelieu to the Duke of Choiseul, France had managed to preserve her territorial acquisitions. In America and in Asia, Louis XV. Had shamefully lost Canada and the Indies. In Europe, the diplomacy of his ministers had given to the kingdom Lorraine and Corsica. The day of insensate conquests, ending in a diminution of territory, had not yet come. In the great and iniquitous dismemberment which was coming, France was to have no share. Profound disquietude was beginning to agitate Europe. The King of Poland, Augustus III., had died in 1763, leaving the unhappy country over which he had reigned a prey to internal anarchy, ever increasing, and systematically fanned by the avidity or jealousy of the great powers, its neighbors. "As it is to the interest of the two monarchs of Russia and Prussia that the Polish Commonwealth should preserve its right to free election of a king," said the secret treaty concluded in 1764 between Frederick II. And the Empress Catherine, "and that no family should possess itself of the elective throne of that country, the two undermentioned majesties engaged to prevent, by all means in their power, Poland from being despoiled of its right of election and transformed into an hereditary kingdom, they mutually promised to oppose in concert, and, if necessary, by force of arms, all plans and designs which may tend thereto as soon as discovered." A second article secured to the dissidents, as Protestants and Greeks were called in Poland, the protection of the King of Prussia and of the Empress, "who will make every effort to persuade, by strong and friendly representations, the king and the Commonwealth of Poland to restore to those persons the rights, privileges, and prerogatives they have acquired there, and which have been accorded them in the past, as well in ecclesiastical as in civil matters, but have since been, for the most part, circumscribed or unjustly taken away. But should it be impossible to attain that end at once, the contracting parties will content themselves with seeing that, whilst waiting for more favorable times and circumstances, the aforesaid persons are put beyond the reach of the wrongs and oppression under which they are at present groaning." In order to remain masters of Poland, and to prevent it from escaping the dissolution with which it was threatened by its internal dissensions, Frederick and Catherine, who were secretly pursuing different and often contrary courses, united to impose on the Diet, a native prince. "I and my ally the Empress of Russia," said the King of Prussia, "have agreed to promote the selection of a Piast, or Pole, which would be useful and at the same time glorious for the nation." In vain had Louis XV. By secret policy sought for a long while to pave the way for the election of the Prince of Conti to the throne of Poland. The influence of Russia and of Prussia carried the day. Prince Poniatowski, late favorite of the Empress Catherine, was elected by the Polish Diet. In discouragement and sadness, 4,000 nobles only had responded to the letters of convocation. The new king, Stanislaus Augustus, handsome, intelligent, amiable, cultivated, but feeble in character and fatally pledged to Russia, sought to rally round him the different parties, and to establish at last, in the midst of general confusion, a regular and a strong government. He was supported in this patriotic task by the influence, ever potent in Poland, of the Czartoryskis. The far-seeing vigilance of Frederick II. did not give them time to act. "Poland must be left in her lethargy," he had said to the Russian ambassador Saldern. "It is of importance," he wrote to Catherine, "that Her Majesty the Empress, who knows perfectly well her own interests and those of her friends and allies, should give orders of the most precise kind to her ambassador at Warsaw, to oppose any novelty in the form of government, and, generally speaking, the establishment of a permanent council, the preservation of the commissions of war and of the treasury, the power of the king, and the unlimited concession on the prince's part of ability to distribute offices according to his sole will." The useful reforms being thus abandoned, and the king's feeble power radically shaken, religious discord came to fill up the cup of disorder, and to pave the way for the dismemberment, as well as definitive ruin, of unhappy Poland. Subjected for a long time past to an increasing oppression, which was encouraged by a fanatical and unenlightened clergy, the Polish dissidents had conceived great hopes on the accession of Stanislaus Augustus. They claimed not only liberty of conscience and of worship, but also all the civil and political rights of which they were deprived. "It is no question of establishing the free exercise of different religions in Poland," wrote Frederick to Catherine; "it is necessary to reduce the question to its true issue, the demand of the dissident noblesse, and obtain for them the equality they demand, together with participation in all acts of sovereignty." This was precisely what the clergy and the Catholic noblesse were resolved never to grant. In spite of support from the Empress and the King of Prussia, the demand of the dissidents was formally rejected by the Diet of 1766. At the Diet of 1767, Count Repnin, Catherine's ambassador and the real head of the government in Poland, had 4 of the most recalcitrant senators carried off and sent into exile in Russia. The Diet, terrified, disorganized, immediately pronounced in favor of the dissidents. By the modifications recently introduced into the constitution of their country, the Polish nobles had lost their liberum veto. Unanimity of suffrages was no longer necessary in the Diet. The foreign powers were able to insolently impose their will upon it. The privileges of the noblesse, as well as their traditional faith, were attacked at the very foundations. Religious fanaticism and national independence boiled up at the same time in every heart. The discontent, secretly fanned by the agents of Frederick, burst out sooner than the skilful weavers of the plot could have desired, with sufficient intensity and violence to set fire to the four corners of Poland. By a bold surprise, the confederates gained possession of Cracow and of the fortress of Bar, in Podolia. There it was that they swore to die for the sacred cause of Catholic Poland. For more than a century, in the face of many mistakes and many misfortunes, the Poles have faithfully kept that oath. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 54. Louis XV, the 7 Years' War. Ministry of the Duke of Choiseul, 1748 to 1774. Part 4. The Bishop of Kamink, Kreminski, had gone to Versailles to solicit the support of France. The Duke of Choiseul, at first far from zealous in the cause of the Polish insurrection, had nevertheless sent a few troops, who were soon reinforced. The Empress Catherine had responded to the violence of the confederates of Bar by letting loose upon the Ukraine the hordes of Zaporogian Cossacks, speedily followed by regular troops. The Poles, often beaten, badly led by chieftains divided amongst themselves, but ever ardent, ever skilful in seizing upon the smallest advantages, were sustained by the pious exhortations of the clergy, who regarded the war as a crusade. They were rejoiced to see a diversion preparing in their favor by the Sultan's armaments. "I will raise the Turks against Russia the moment you think proper," was the assurance given to the Duke of Choiseul by the Count of Vergennes, French ambassador at Constantinople, "but I warn you that they will be beaten." Hostilities broke out on the 30th of October, 1768. A Turkish army set out to aid the Polish insurrection. Absorbed by their patriotic passions, the Catholic confederates summoned the Mussulmans to their assistance. Prince Galitzin, at the head of a Russian force very inferior to the Ottoman invaders, succeeded in barring their passage. The Turks fell back, invariably beaten by the Russian generals. Catherine at the same time summoned to liberty the oppressed and persecuted Greeks. She sent a squadron to support the rising which she had been fomenting for some months past. After a few brilliant successes, her arms were less fortunate at sea than on land. A French officer of Hungarian origin, Baron Tott, sent by the Duke of Choiseul to help the Sublime Porte, had fortified the straits of the Dardanelles. The Russians were repulsed; they withdrew, leaving the Greeks to the vengeance of their oppressors. The efforts which the Empress Catherine was making in Poland against the confederates of Bar had slackened her proceedings against Turkey. She was nevertheless becoming triumphant on the borders of the Vistula, as well as on the banks of the Danube, when the far-sighted and bold policy of Frederick II interfered in time to prevent Russia from taking possession of Poland as well as of the Ottoman Empire. Secretly favoring the confederates of Bar whom he had but lately encouraged in their uprising, and whom he had suffered to make purchases of arms and ammunitions in Prussia, Frederick II had sought in Austria a natural ally, interested like himself in stopping the advances of Russia. The emperor, Maria Theresa's husband, had died in 1764. His son, Joseph II, who succeeded him, had conceived for the King of Prussia the spontaneous admiration of a young and ardent spirit for the most illustrious man of his times. In 1769, a conference which took place at Neisse brought the two sovereigns together. "The emperor is a man eaten up with ambition," wrote Frederick after the interview. "He is hatching some great design. At present, restrained as he is by his mother, he is beginning to chafe at the yoke he bears, and as soon as he gets elbow room, he will commence with some startling stroke. It was impossible for me to discover whether his views were directed towards the Republic of Venice, towards Bavaria, towards Silesia, or towards Lorraine, but we may rely upon it that Europe will be all on fire the moment he is master." A second interview, at Neustadt in 1770, clinched the relations already contracted at Neisse. Common danger brought together old enemies. "I am not going to have the Russians for neighbors," the Empress Maria Theresa was always repeating. The devastating flood had to be directed, and at the same time stemmed. The feeble goodwill of France and the small body of troops commanded by Dumouriez were still supporting the Polish insurrection, but the Duke of Choiseul had just succumbed to intrigue at home. There was no longer any foreign policy in France. It was without fear of intervention from her that the German powers began to discuss between them the partition of Poland. She was at the same time suffering disseverment at her own hands through her intestine divisions and the mutual jealousy of her chiefs. In Warsaw, the Confederates had attempted to carry off King Stanislaus Augustus, whom they accused of betraying the cause of the fatherland. They had declared the throne vacant, and took upon themselves to found an hereditary monarchy. To this supreme honor every great lord aspired, every small army corps acted individually and without concert with the neighboring leaders. Only a detachment of French, under the orders of Brigadier Choisy, still defended the fort of Cracow. General Suwarrow, who was investing it, forced them to capitulate. They obtained all the honors of war, but in vain was the Empress Catherine urged by D'Alembert and his friends the philosophers to restore their freedom to the glorious vanquished. She replied to them with pleasantries. Ere long the fate of Poland was about to be decided without the impotent efforts of France in her favor weighing for an instant in the balance. The political annihilation of Louis XV. In Europe had been completed by the dismissal of the Duke of Choiseul. The public conscience is lightened by lights which ability, even when triumphant, can never altogether obscure. The Great Frederick and the Empress Catherine have to answer before history for the crime of the partition of Poland, which they made acceptable to the timorous jealousy of Maria Theresa and to the youthful ambition of her son. As prudent as he was audacious, Frederick had been for a long time paving the way for the dismemberment of the country he had seemed to protect. Negotiations for peace with the Turks became the pretext for war indemnities. Poland, vanquished, divided, had to pay the whole of them. "I shall not enter upon the portion that Russia marks out for herself," wrote Frederick to Count Solms, his ambassador at St. Petersburg. "I have expressly left all that blank in order that she may settle it according to her interests and her own good pleasure. When the negotiations for peace have advanced to a certain stage of consistency, it will no longer depend upon the Austrians to break them off if we declare our views unanimously as to Poland. She cannot rely any further upon France, which happens to be in such a fearful state of exhaustion that it could not give any help to Spain, which was on the point of declaring war against England. If that war do not take place, it must be attributed simply to the smash in the finances of France. I guarantee, then, to the Russians all that may happen to suit them. They will do as much for me, and supposing that the Austrians should consider their share of Poland too paltry in comparison with ours, and it were desirable to satisfy them, one would only have to offer them that strip of the Venetian dominions which cuts them off from Trieste in order to keep them quiet. Even if they were to turn nasty, I will answer for it with my head that our union with Russia, once clearly established, will tide them over all that we desire. They have to do with two powers, and they have not a single ally to give them a shoulder." Frederick said truly; his sound and powerful judgment took in the position of Europe. France, exhausted by the lingering decay of her government, and in travail with new and confused elements which had as yet no strength but to shatter and destroy, Spain, lured on by France and then abandoned by her, England, disturbed at home by parliamentary agitation, favorably disposed to the court of Russia and for a long while allied to Frederick, Sweden and Denmark in the throes of serious events, there was nothing to oppose the iniquity projected and prepared for with so much art and ability. It was in vain that the King of Prussia sought to turn into a joke the unscrupulous manoeuvres of his diplomacy, when he wrote to D'Alembert in January, 1772, "I would rather undertake to put the whole history of the Jews into madrigals than to cause to be of one mind 3 sovereigns amongst whom must be numbered 2 women." The undertaking was already accomplished. 3 months later, the first partition of Poland had been settled between Russia, Prussia, and Austria, and on the 2nd of September, 1772, the treaty was made known at Warsaw. The manifesto was short. "It is a general rule of policy," Frederick had said, "that in default of unanswerable arguments it is better to express one's self laconically, and not go beating about the bush." The care of drawing it up had been entrusted to Prince Kaunitz. "It was of importance," said the document, "to establish the commonwealth of Poland on a solid basis whilst doing justice to the claims of the 3 powers for services rendered against the insurrection." The king and the Senate protested; the troops of the allies surrounded Warsaw, and the Diet, being convoked, ratified by a majority of 2 voices the convention presented by the spoilers themselves. Catherine assigned to herself 3,000 square leagues, and 1,500,000 souls in Lithuania and Polish Livonia. Austria took possession of 2,500 square leagues, and more than 2,000,000 souls, in Red Russia and the Polish Palatinate on the left of the Vistula. The instigator and plotter of the whole business had been the most modest of all. The treaty of partition brought Prussia only 900 square leagues and 860,000 souls, but he found himself master of Prussian Poland and of a henceforth compact territory. England had opposed in Russia the cession of Danzig to the Great Frederick. "The ill temper of France and England at the dismemberment of Poland calls for serious reflections," wrote the King of Prussia on the 5th of August, 1772. "These 2 courts are already moving heaven and earth to detach the court of Vienna from our system; but as the 3 chief points whence their support should come are altogether to seek in France, and there is neither system, nor stability, nor money there, her projects will be given up with the same facility with which they were conceived and broached. They appear to me, moreover, like the projects of the Duke of Aiguillon, ebullitions of French vivacity." France did not do anything, and could not do anything. The king's secret negotiators, as well as the minister of foreign affairs, had been tricked by the allied powers. "Ah, if Choiseul had been here!" exclaimed King Louis XV., it is said, when he heard of the partition of Poland. The Duke of Choiseul would no doubt have been more clear sighted and better informed than the Duke of Aiguillon, but his policy could have done no good. Frederick II. knew that. "France plays so small a part in Europe," he wrote to Count Solms, "that I merely tell you about the impotent efforts of the French ministry's envy just to have a laugh at them, and to let you see in what visions the consciousness of its own weaknesses is capable of leading that court to indulge." "Oh, where is Poland?" Madame Dubarry had said to Count Wicholorsky, King Stanislaus Augustus's charge d'affaires, who was trying to interest her in the misfortunes of his country. The partition of Poland was barely accomplished, the confederates of Barr, overwhelmed by the Russian troops, were still arriving in France to seek refuge there, and already King Louis XV., for a moment roused by the audacious aggression of the German courts, had sunk back into the shameful lethargy of his life. When Madame Louise, the pious Carmelite of Saint Denis, succeeded in awakening in her father's soul a gleam of religious terror, the courtiers in charge of the royal pleasures redoubled their efforts to distract the king from thoughts so perilous for their own fortunes. Louis XV., fluctuating between remorse and depravity, ruled by Madame Dubarry, bound hand and foot to the triumvirate of Chancellor Maupeou, Abbe Terray, and the Duke of Aiguillon, who were consuming between them in his name the last remnants of absolute power, fell suddenly ill of smallpox. The princesses, his daughters, had never had that terrible disease, the scourge and terror of all classes of society, Yet they bravely shut themselves up with the king, lavishing their attentions upon him to the last gasp. Death, triumphant, had vanquished the favorite. Madame du Barry was sent away as soon as the nature of the malady had declared itself. The king charged his grand almoner to ask pardon of the courtiers for the scandal he had caused them. "Kings owe no account of their conduct save to God only," he had often repeated to comfort himself for the shame of his life. "It is just he whom I fear," said Maria Theresa, pursued by remorse for the partition of Poland. Louis XV. Died on the 10th of May, 1774, in his 64th year, after reigning 59 years, despised by the people who had not so long ago given him the name of well beloved, and whose attachment he had worn out by his cold indifference about affairs and the national interests as much as by the irregularities of his life. With him died the old French monarchy, that proud power which had sometimes ruled Europe whilst always holding a great position therein. Henceforth France was marching towards the unknown, tossed about as she was by diverse movements, which were mostly hostile to the old state of things, blindly and confusedly as yet, but under the direction of masters as inexperienced as they were daring, full of frequently noble though nearly always extravagant and reckless hopes, all founded on a thorough reconstruction of the bases of society and of its ancient props. Far more even than the monarchy, at the close of Louis XV.'s reign, did religion find itself attacked and threatened. The blows struck by the philosophers at fanaticism recoiled upon the Christian faith, transiently liable here below for human errors and faults over which it is destined to triumph in eternity. Chapter 55. Part 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François GUIZOT, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers. Part 1. Nowhere and at no epoch had literature shone with so vivid a lustre as in the reign of Louis XIV. Never has it been in a greater degree the occupation and charm of mankind, never has it left nobler and rarer models behind it for the admiration and imitation of the coming race. The writers of Louis XV.'s age, for all their brilliancy and all their fertility, themselves felt their inferiority in respect of their predecessors. Voltaire confessed as much with a modesty which was by no means familiar to him. Inimitable in their genius, Corneille, Bossuet, Pascal, Moliere, left their imprint upon the generation that came after them. It had judgment enough to set them by acclamation in the ranks of the classics. In their case, greatness displaced time. Voltaire took Racine for model. Lamotte imagined that he could imitate La Fontaine. The illustrious company of great minds which surrounded the throne of Louis XIV. And had so much to do with the lasting splendor of his reign, had no reason to complain of ingratitude on the part of its successors. But from the pedestal to which they raised it, it exercised no potent influence upon new thought and new passions. Enclosed in their glory as in a sanctuary, those noble spirits, discreet and orderly even in their audacities, might look forth on commotions and yearnings they had never known. They saw, with astonishment mingled with affright, their successors launching without fear or afterthought upon that boundless world of intellect, upon which the rules of conscience and the difficulties of practical life do not come in anywhere to impose limits. They saw the field everywhere open to human thought, and they saw falling down on all sides the boundaries which they had considered sacred. They saw pioneers, as bold as they were thoughtless, marching through the mists of a glorious hope towards an unknown future, attacking errors and abuses, all the while that they were digging up the groundwork of society in order to lay new foundations, and they must have shuddered even in their everlasting rest to see ideas taking the place of creeds, doubt substituted for belief, generous aspirations after liberty, justice and humanity mingled among the masses with low passions and deep-seated rancor. They saw respect disappearing, the church as well as the kingly power losing prestige every day, religious faith all darkened and dimmed in some corner of men's souls, and amidst all this general instability they asked themselves with awe, "What are the guiding reins of the society which is about to be? What will be the props of the new fabric? The foundations are overturned, what will the good man do?" Good men had themselves sometimes lent a hand to the work, beyond what they had intended or foreseen perhaps. Montesquieu, despite the wise moderation of his great and strong mind, had been the first to awaken that yearning for novelty and reforms which had been silently brooding at the bottom of men's hearts. Born in 1689 at the castle of La Brede, near Bordeaux, Montesquieu really belonged, in point of age, to the reign of Louis XIV., of which he bears the powerful imprint even amidst the boldness of his thoughts and expressions. Grandeur is the distinctive characteristic of Montesquieu's ideas, as it is of the 17th century altogether. He was already councillor in the Parliament of Bordeaux when Louis XIV. Died. Next year, 1716, he took possession of a mortar cap presidence, or président de mortier, office, which had been given up to him by one of his uncles. "On leaving college," he says, "there were put into my hands some law books; I examined the spirit of them." Those profound researches, which were to last as long as his life, were more suited to his tastes than jurisprudence properly so called. "What has always given me rather a low opinion of myself," he would say, "is that there are very few positions in the commonwealth for which I should be really fit. As for my office of president, I have my heart in the right place, I comprehend sufficiently well the questions in themselves; but as to the procedure, I did not understand anything about it. I paid attention to it nevertheless; but what disgusted me most was to see fools with that very talent which, so to speak, shunned me." He resolved to deliver himself from the yoke which was intolerable to him, and resigned his office. But by this time the world knew his name, in spite of the care he had taken at first to conceal it. In 1721, when he still had his seat on the Fleur de Lys, he had published his Lettres persanes, an imaginary trip of two exiled Parsees, freely criticising Paris and France. The book appeared under the Regency, and bears the imprint of it in the licentiousness of the descriptions and the witty irreverence of the criticisms. Sometimes, however, the future gravity of Montesquieu's genius reveals itself amidst the shrewd or biting judgments. It is in the Lettres persanes that he seeks to set up the notion of justice above the idea of God himself. "Though there were no God," he says, "we should still be bound to love justice, that is to say, make every effort to be like that being of whom we have so grand an idea, and who, if he existed, would of necessity be just." Holy Scripture, before Montesquieu, had affirmed more simply and more powerfully the unchangeable idea of justice in every soul of man. "He who is judge of all the earth, shall not he do right?" Abraham had said when interceding with God for the righteous shut up in Sodom. The success of the Lettres persanes was great. Montesquieu had said what many people thought without daring to express it. The doubt which was nascent in his mind, and which he could only withstand by an effort of will, the excessive freedom of the tone and of the style scared the authorities, however. When he wanted to get into the French Academy in the place of M. de Sacy, Cardinal Fleury opposed it formally. It was only on the 24th of January, 1728, that Montesquieu, recently elected, delivered his reception speech. He at once set out on some long travels. He went through Germany, Hungary, Italy, Switzerland, Holland, and ended by settling in England for 2 years. The sight of political liberty had charmed him. "Ambassadors know no more about England than a 6 months' infant," he wrote in his journal. "When people see the devil to pay in the periodical publications, they believe that there is going to be a revolution next day; but all that is required is to remember that in England as elsewhere the people are dissatisfied with the ministers, and write what is only thought elsewhere. England is the freest country in the world. I do not accept any republic." He returned to France so smitten with the parliamentary or moderate form of government, as he called it, that he seemed sometimes to forget the prudent maxim of the Lettres persanes. "It is true," said the Parsee Usbeck, that in consequence of a whimsicality, or bizarrerie, which springs rather from the nature than from the mind of man, it is sometimes necessary to change certain laws, but the case is rare, and when it occurs, it should not be touched save with a trembling hand." On returning to his castle of La Brede after so many and such long travels, Montesquieu resolved to restore his tone by intercourse with the past. "I confess my liking for the ancients," he used to say; "this antiquity enchants me, and I am always ready to say with Pliny, 'You are going to Athens, revere the gods.'" It was not, however, on the Greeks that he concentrated the working of his mind. In 1734 he published his Considérations sur les causes de la grandeur et de la décadence des Romains. Montesquieu did not, as Bossuet did, seek to hit upon God's plan touching the destinies of mankind. He discovers in the virtues and vices of the Romans themselves the secret of their triumphs and of their reverses. The contemplation of antiquity inspires him with language often worthy of Tacitus, curt, nervous, powerful in its grave simplicity. "It seemed," he said, "that the Romans only conquered in order to give; but they remained so positively the masters that, when they made war on any prince, they crushed him, so to speak, with the weight of the whole universe." Montesquieu thus performed the prelude to the great work of his life. He had been working for 20 years at the Esprit des Lois, when he published it in 1748. "In the course of 20 years," he says, "I saw my work begin, grow, progress, and end." He had placed as the motto to his book this Latin phrase, which at first excited the curiosity of readers: "Prolem sine matre creatum," or offspring begotten without a mother. "Young man," said Montesquieu, by this time advanced in years, to M. Suard, afterwards perpetual secretary to the French Academy, "young man, when a notable book is written, genius is its father, and liberty its mother. That is why I wrote upon the title page of my work, 'Prolem sine matre creatum.'" It was liberty at the same time as justice that Montesquieu sought and claimed in his profound researches into the laws which have from time immemorial governed mankind. That new instinctive idea of natural rights, those new yearnings which were beginning to dawn in all hearts, remained as yet, for the most part, upon the surface of their minds and of their lives. What was demanded at that time in France was liberty to speak and write rather than to act and govern. Montesquieu, on the contrary, went to the bottom of things, and, despite the natural moderation of his mind, he propounded theories so perilous for absolute power that he dared not have his book printed at Paris, and brought it out in Geneva. Its success was immense. Before his death Montesquieu saw 21 French editions published, and translations in all the languages of Europe. "Mankind had lost its title deeds," says Voltaire; "Montesquieu recovered and restored them." The intense labor, the immense courses of reading, to which Montesquieu had devoted himself, had exhausted his strength. "I am overcome with weariness," he wrote in 1747; "I propose to rest myself for the remainder of my days." "I have done," he said to M. Suard; "I have burned all my powder, all my candles have gone out." "I had conceived the design of giving greater breadth and depth to certain parts of my Esprit; I have become incapable of it, my reading has weakened my eyes, and it seems to me that what light I have left is but the dawn of the day when they will close forever." Montesquieu was at Paris, ill and sad at heart, in spite of his habitual serenity. Notwithstanding the scoffs he had admitted into his Lettres persanes, he had always preserved some respect for religion. He considered it a necessary item in the order of societies. In his soul and on his own private account he hoped and desired rather than believed. "Though the immortality of the soul were an error," he had said, "I should be sorry not to believe it. I confess that I am not so humble as the atheists. I do not know what they think, but as for me I would not truck the notion of my immortality for that of an ephemeral happiness. There is for me a charm in believing myself to be immortal like God himself. Independently of revealed ideas, metaphysical ideas give me, as regards my eternal happiness, strong hopes which I should not like to give up." As he approached the tomb, his views of religion appeared to become clearer. "What a wonderful thing," he would say, "the Christian religion, which seems to have no object but felicity in the next world, yet forms our happiness in this." He had never looked to life for any very keen delights; his spirits were as even as his mind was powerful. "Study has been for me the sovereign remedy against the disagreeables of life," he wrote, "never having had any sorrow that an hour's reading did not dispel. I awake in the morning with a secret joy at beholding the light. I gaze upon the light with a sort of enchantment, and all the rest of the day I am content. I pass the night without awaking, and in the evening, when I go to bed, a sort of entrancement prevents me from giving way to reflections." Montesquieu died as he had lived, without retracting any of his ideas or of his writings. The priest of his parish brought him the sacraments, and, "Sir," said he, "you know how great God is." "Yes," replied the dying man, "and how little men are." He expired almost immediately on the 10th of February, 1755, at the age of 66. He died at the beginning of the reign of the philosophers, whose way he had prepared before them without having ever belonged to their number. Fontenelle, nearly 100 years old, was soon to follow him to the tomb. Born at Rouen in February, 1657, and nephew of Corneille on the mother's side, Fontenelle had not received from nature any of the unequal and sublime endowments which have fixed the dramatic crown forever upon the forehead of Corneille; but he had inherited the wit, and indeed the brilliant wit, or bel esprit, which the great tragedian hid beneath the splendors of his genius. He began with those writings, superfine, or précieux, dainty, tricked out in the fashion of the court and the drawing room, which suggested La Bruyere's piquant portrait. "Ascanius is a statuary, Heggio a metal founder, Aeschines a fuller, and Cydias a brilliant wit. That is his trade. He has a sign, a workshop, articles made to order, and apprentices who work under him. Prose, verse, what d'ye lack? He is equally successful in both. Give him an order for letters of consolation, or on an absence; he will undertake them. Take them ready made, if you like, and enter his shop. There is a choice assortment. He has a friend whose only duty on earth is to puff him for a long while in certain society, and then present him at their houses as a rare bird, and a man of exquisite conversation, and thereupon, just as the musical man sings, and the player on the lute touches his lute before the persons to whom he has been puffed, Cydias, after coughing, pulling up his wristband, extending his hand and opening his fingers, gravely spouts his quintessentiated ideas and his sophisticated arguments." Fontenelle was not destined to stop here in his intellectual developments. When, at 40 years of age, he became perpetual secretary to the Academy of Sciences, he had already written his book on the Pluralité des Mondes, the first attempt at that popularization of science which has spread so since then. "I believe more and more," he said, "that there is a certain genius which has never yet been out of our Europe, or at least has not gone far out of it." This genius, clear, correct, precise, the genius of method and analysis, the genius of Descartes, which was at a later period that of Buffon and of Cuvier, was admirably expounded and developed by Fontenelle for the use of the ignorant. He wrote for society, and not for scholars, of whose labors and discoveries he gave an account to society. His extracts from the labors of the Academy of Science and his eulogies of the academicians are models of lucidness under an ingenious and subtle form, rendered simple and strong by dint of wit. "There is only truth that persuades," he used to say, "and even without requiring to appear with all its proofs. It makes its way so naturally into the mind that, when it is heard for the first time, it seems as if one were merely remembering." Equitable and moderate in mind, prudent and cold in temperament, Fontenelle passed his life in discussion without ever stumbling into disputes. "I am no theologian or philosopher, or man of any denomination, of any sort whatever; consequently I am not at all bound to be right, and I can with honor confess that I was mistaken whenever I am made to see it." "How did you manage to keep so many friends without making one enemy?" he was asked in his old age. "By means of two maxims," he answered: "Everything is possible, everybody may be right," or tout le monde a raison. The friends of Fontenelle were moderate like himself. Impressed with his fine qualities, they pardoned his lack of warmth in his affections. "He never laughed," says Madame Geoffrin, his most intimate friend. "I said to him one day, 'Did you ever laugh, M. de Fontenelle?' 'No,' he answered, 'I never went ha, ha, ha.' That was his idea of laughing. He just smiled at smart things. But he was a stranger to any strong feeling. He had never shed tears, he had never been in a rage, he had never run, and as he never did anything from sentiment, he did not catch impressions from others. He had never interrupted anybody, he listened to the end without losing anything, he was in no hurry to speak, and if you had been accusing against him, he would have listened all day without saying a syllable." The very courage and trustiness of Fontenelle bore this stamp of discreet moderation. When Abbe Saint Pierre was excluded from the French Academy under Louis XV. For having dared to criticize the government of Louis XIV., one single ball in the urn protested against the unjust pressure exercised by Cardinal Fleury upon the society. They all asked one another who the rebel was. Each defended himself against having voted against the minister's order. Fontenelle alone kept silent. When everybody had exculpated himself, "It must be myself, then," said Fontenelle half aloud. So much cool serenity and so much taste for noble intellectual works prolonged the existence of Fontenelle beyond the ordinary limits. He was 99, and not yet weary of life. "If I might but reach the strawberry season once more," he had said. He died at Paris on the 9th of January, 1759. With him disappeared what remained of the spirit and traditions of Louis XIV.'s reign. Montesquieu and Fontenelle were the last links which united the 17th century to the new era. In a degree as different as the scope of their minds, they both felt respect for the past, to which they were bound by numerous ties, and the boldness of their thoughts was frequently tempered by prudence. Though naturally moderate and prudent, Voltaire was about to be hurried along by the ardor of strife, by the weaknesses of his character, by his vanity and his ambition, far beyond his first intentions and his natural instincts. The flood of free thinking had spared Montesquieu and Fontenelle; it was about to carry away Voltaire almost as far as Diderot. François Marie Arouet de Voltaire was born at Paris on the 21st of November, 1694. "My dear father," said a letter from a relative to his family in Poitou, "our cousins have another son, born 3 days ago. Madame Arouet will give me some of the christening sugar plums for you. She has been very ill, but it is hoped that she is going on better. The infant is not much to look at, having suffered from a fall which his mother had." M. Arouet, the father, of a good middle class family, had been a notary at the Chatelet, and in 1701 became paymaster of fees (payeur d'épices) to the court of exchequer, an honorable and a lucrative post, which added to the easy circumstances of the family. Madame Arouet was dead when her youngest son was sent to the college of Louis le Grand, which at that time belonged to the Jesuits. As early as then little Arouet, who was weak and in delicate health, but withal of a very lively intelligence, displayed a freedom of thought and a tendency of irreverence which already disquieted and angered his masters. Father Leger jumped from his chair and took the boy by the collar, exclaiming, "Wretch, thou wilt one of these days raise the standard of deism in France." Father Palou, his confessor, accustomed to read the heart, said, as he shook his head, "This child is devoured with a thirst for celebrity." Even at school and among the Jesuits, that passion for getting talked about, which was one of the weaknesses of Voltaire's character, as well as one of the sources of his influence, was already to a certain extent gratified. The boy was so ready in making verses, that his masters themselves found amusement in practising upon his youthful talent. Little Arouet's snuff box had been confiscated because he had passed it along from hand to hand in class. When he asked for it back from Father Poree, who was always indulgent towards him, the rector required an application in verse. A quarter of an hour later the boy returned with his treasure in his possession, having paid its ransom thus: "Adieu, adieu, poor snuff box mine, Adieu, we ne'er shall meet again; Nor pains, nor tears, nor prayers divine Will win thee back, my efforts are in vain. Adieu, adieu, poor box of mine, Adieu, my sweet crown's worth of bane. Could I with money buy thee back once more, The treasure of Plutus I would drain. But ah, not he the god I must implore, To have thee back I need Apollo's vein. 'Twixt thee and me how hard a barrier line, To ask for verse, ah, this is all my strain. Adieu, adieu, poor box of mine, Adieu, we ne'er shall meet again." Arouet was still a child when a friend of his family took him to see Mademoiselle Ninon de l'Enclos, as celebrated for her wit as for the irregularity of her life. "Abbe Chateauneuf took me to see her in my very tender youth," says Voltaire. "I had done some verses, which were worth nothing, but which seemed very good for my age. She was then 85. She was pleased to put me down in her will; she left me 2,000 francs to buy books. Her death followed close upon my visit and her will." Young Arouet was finishing brilliantly his last year of rhetoric, when John Baptist Rousseau, already famous, saw him at the distribution of prizes at the college. "Later on," wrote Rousseau, in the thick of his quarrels with Voltaire, "some ladies of my acquaintance had taken me to see a tragedy at the Jesuits in August, 1710. At the distribution of prizes which usually took place after those representations, I observed that the same scholar was called up twice. I asked Father Tarteron, who did the honors of the room in which we were, who the young man was that was so distinguished among his comrades. He told me that it was a little lad who had a surprising turn for poetry, and proposed to introduce him to me, to which I consented. He went to fetch him to me, and I saw him returning a moment afterwards with a young scholar who appeared to me to be about 16 or 17, with an ill favored countenance, but with a bright and lively expression, and who came and shook hands with me with very good grace." Scarcely had François Arouet left college when he was called upon to choose a career. "I do not care for any but that of a literary man," exclaimed the young fellow. "That," said his father, "is the condition of a man who means to be useless to society, to be a charge to his family, and to die of starvation." The study of the law, to which he was obliged to devote himself, completely disgusted the poet, already courted by a few great lords who were amused at his satirical vein. He led an indolent and disorderly life, which drove his father distracted. The latter wanted to get him a place. "Tell my father," was the young man's reply to a relative commissioned to make the proposal, "that I do not care for a position which can be bought; I shall find a way of getting myself one that costs nothing." "Having but little property when I began life," he wrote to M. d'Argenson, his sometime fellow pupil, "I had the insolence to think that I should have got a place as well as another, if it were to be obtained by hard work and good will. I threw myself into the ranks of the fine arts, which always carry with them a certain air of vilification, seeing that they do not make a man king's counsellor in his councils. You may become a master of requests with money, but you can't make a poem with money, and I made one." This independent behavior, and the poem on the Construction du Choeur de Notre Dame de Paris, the subject submitted for competition by the French Academy, did not prevent young Arouet from being sent by his father to Holland in the train of the Marquis of Chateauneuf, then French ambassador to the States General. He committed so many follies that on his return to France, M. Arouet forced him to enter a solicitor's office. It was there that the poet acquired that knowledge of business, which was so useful to him during the whole course of his long life. He, however, did not remain there long. A satire upon the French Academy which had refused him the prize for poetry, and, later on, some verses as biting as they were disrespectful against the Duke of Orleans, twice obliged their author to quit Paris. Sent into banishment at Sully sur Loire, he there found partisans and admirers. The merry life that was led at the Chevalier Sully's mitigated the hardships of absence from Paris. "Don't you go publishing abroad, I beg," wrote Arouet, nevertheless, to one of his friends, "the happiness of which I tell you in confidence, for they might perhaps leave me here long enough for me to become unhappy. I know my own capacity, I am not made to live long in the same place." A beautiful letter addressed to the Regent, and disavowing all the satirical writings which had been attributed to him, brought Arouet back to Paris at the commencement of the year 1717. He had been enjoying it for barely a few months when a new satire, entitled J'ai vu, or I have seen, and bitterly criticising the late reign, engaged the attention of society, and displeased the Regent afresh. Arouet defended himself with just cause and with all his might against the charge of having written it. The Duke of Orleans one day met him in the garden of the Palais Royal. "Monsieur Arouet," said he, "I bet that I will make you see a thing you have never seen." "What, pray, Monseigneur?" "The Bastille." "Oh, monsieur, I will consider it seen." 2 days later, young Arouet was shut up in the Bastille. "I needs must go, I jog along in style, With close shut carriage to the royal pile, Built in our fathers' days, hard by St. Paul, By Charles V. O brethren, good men all, In no such quarters may your lot be cast, Up to my room I find my way at last, A certain rascal with a smirking face Exalts the beauty of my new retreat, So comfortable, so compact, so neat. Says he, 'While Phoebus runs his daily race, He never casts one ray within this place. Look at the walls, some 10 feet thick or so, You'll find it all the cooler here, you know.' Then, bidding me admire the way they close The triple doors and triple locks on those, With gratings, bolts, and bars on every side, 'It's all for your security,' he cried. At stroke of noon some skilly is brought in, Such fare is not so delicate as thin. I am not tempted by this splendid food, But what they tell me is, 'twill do you good, So eat in peace, no one will hurry you. Here in this doleful den I make ado, Bastilled, imprisoned, cabined, cribbed, confined, Nor sleeping, drinking, eating, to my mind, Betrayed by every one, my mistress too, O Marc Andre (Monsieur d'Archanson), Whom censor Cato's ghost Might well have chosen for his vacant post, O Marc René, through whom 'tis brought about That so much people murmur here below, To your kind word my durance vile I owe, May the good God some fine day pay you out." Young Arouet passed 11 months in the Bastille. He there wrote the first part of the poem called La Henriade, under the title of LIII. When he at last obtained his release in April, 1718, he at the same time received orders to reside at Chantenay, where his father had a country house. It was on coming out of the Bastille that the poet took, from a small family estate, that name of Voltaire which he was to render so famous. "I have been unfortunate under my former name," he wrote to Mademoiselle du Noyer; "I mean to see whether this will suit me better." The players were at that time rehearsing the tragedy of OEdipe, which was played on the 18th of November, 1718, with great success. The daring flights of philosophy introduced by the poet into this profoundly and terribly religious subject excited the enthusiasm of the roues. Voltaire was well received by the Regent, who granted him an honorarium. "Monseigneur," said Voltaire, "I should consider it very kind if his Majesty would be pleased to provide henceforth for my board, but I beseech your Highness to provide no more for my lodging." Voltaire's acts of imprudence were destined more than once to force him into leaving Paris. He all his life preserved such a horror of prison that it made him commit more than one platitude. "I have a mortal aversion for prison," he wrote in 1734. Once more, however, he was to be an inmate of the Bastille. Launched upon the most brilliant society, everywhere courted and flattered, Voltaire was constantly at work, displaying the marvellous suppleness of his mind by shifting from the tragedies of Artemise and Marianne, which failed, to the comedy of L'Indiscret, to numerous charming epistles, and lastly to the poem of La Henriade, which he went on carefully revising, reading fragments of it as he changed his quarters from castle to castle. One day, however, some criticisms to which he was not accustomed angered him so much that he threw into the fire the manuscript he held in his hand. "It is only worth burning, then," he exclaimed in a rage. President Henault dashed at the papers. "I ran up and drew it out of the flames, saying that I had done more than they who did not burn the Aeneid as Virgil had recommended. I had drawn out of the fire La Henriade, which Voltaire was going to burn with his own hands. If I liked, I might ennoble this action by calling to mind that picture of Raphael's at the Vatican which represents Augustus preventing Virgil from burning the Aeneid; but I am not Augustus, and Raphael is no more." Chapter 55, part 1. Chapter 55, part 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55, Louis XV, the Philosophers, part 2. Wholly indulgent and indifferent as might be the government of the Regent and of Dubois, it was a little scared at the liberties taken by Voltaire with the Catholic church. He was required to make excisions in order to get permission to print the poem. The author was here, there, and everywhere in a great flutter and preoccupied with his literary, financial, and fashionable affairs. In receipt of a pension from the queen, and received as a visitor at La Source, near Orleans, by Lord Bolingbroke in his exile, every day becoming more brilliant and more courted, he was augmenting his fortune by profitable speculations, and appeared on the point of finding himself well off, when an incident, which betrayed the remnants still remaining of barbarous manners, occurred to envenom for a long while the poet's existence. He had a quarrel at the opera with Chevalier Rohan Chabot, a court libertine of little repute. The scene took place in the presence of Mademoiselle Adrienne Lecouvreur. The great actress fainted when they were separated. 2 days afterwards, when Voltaire was dining at the Duke of Sully's, a servant came to tell him that he was wanted at the door of the hotel. The poet went out without any suspicion, though he had already been the victim of several ambuscades. A coach was standing in the street, and he was requested to get in. At that instant 2 men, throwing themselves upon him and holding him back by his clothes, showered upon him a hailstorm of blows with their sticks. The Chevalier de Rohan, prudently ensconced in a second vehicle, and superintending the execution of his cowardly vengeance, shouted to his servants, "Don't hit him on the head; something good may come out of it." When Voltaire at last succeeded in escaping from these miscreants to take refuge in Sully's house, he was half dead. Blows with a stick were not at that time an unheard of procedure in social relations. "Whatever would become of us if poets had no shoulders?" was the brutal remark of the Bishop of Blois, M. de Caumartin. But the customs of society did not admit a poet to the honor of obtaining satisfaction from whoever insulted him. The great lords, friends of Voltaire, who had accustomed him to attention and flattery, abandoned him piteously in his quarrel with Chevalier de Rohan. "Those blows were well gotten and ill given," said the Prince of Conti. That was all the satisfaction Voltaire obtained. "The poor victim shows himself as much as possible at court in the city," says the Marais News, "but nobody pities him, and those whom he considered his friends have turned their backs upon him." Voltaire was not of an heroic nature, but excess of rage and indignation had given him courage. He had scarcely ever had a sword in his hand. He rushed to the fencers and practised from morning till night, in order to be in a position to demand satisfaction. So much ardor disquieted Chevalier de Rohan and his family. His uncle, the cardinal, took precautions. The lieutenant of police wrote to the officer of the watch, "Sir, his Highness is informed that Chevalier de Rohan is going away to day, and as he might have some fresh affair with Sieur de Voltaire, or the latter might do something rash, his desire is for you to see that nothing comes of it." Voltaire anticipated the intentions of the lieutenant of police. He succeeded in sending a challenge to Chevalier de Rohan. The latter accepted it for the next day. He even chose his ground; but before the hour fixed, Voltaire was arrested and taken to the Bastille. He remained there a month. Public opinion was beginning to pity him. Marshal Villars writes in his Memoires, "The chevalier was very much inconvenienced by a fall which did not admit of his handling a sword. He took the course of having a caning administered in broad day to Voltaire, who, instead of adopting legal proceedings, thought vengeance by arms more noble. It is asserted that he sought it diligently, but too indiscreetly. Cardinal Rohan asked M. le Duc to have him put in the Bastille; orders to that effect were given and executed, and the poor poet, after being beaten, was imprisoned into the bargain. The public, whose inclination is to blame everybody and everything, justly considered, in this case, that everybody was in the wrong: Voltaire for having offended Chevalier de Rohan, the latter for having dared to commit a crime worthy of death in causing a citizen to be beaten, the government for not having punished a notorious misdeed, and for having put the beatee in the Bastille to tranquillize the beater." Voltaire left the Bastille on the 3rd of May, 1726, and was accompanied by an exon to Calais, having asked as a favor to be sent to England. But scarcely had he set foot on English territory, scarcely had he felt himself free, when the recurring sense of outraged honor made him take the road back to France. "I confess to you, my dear Theriot," he wrote to one of his friends, "that I made a little trip to Paris a short time ago. As I did not call upon you, you will easily conclude that I did not call upon anybody. I was in search of one man only, whom his dastardly instinct kept concealed from me, as if he guessed that I was on his track. At last the fear of being discovered made me depart more precipitately than I had come. That is the fact, my dear Theriot. There is every appearance of my never seeing you again. I have but two things to do with my life: to hazard it with honor as soon as I can, and to end it in the obscurity of a retreat which suits my way of thinking, my misfortunes, and the knowledge I have of men." Voltaire passed 3 years in England, engaged in learning English and finishing La Henriade, which he published by subscription in 1727. Touched by the favor shown by English society to the author and the poem, he dedicated to the Queen of England his new work, which was entirely consecrated to the glory of France. 3 successive editions were disposed of in less than 3 weeks. Lord Bolingbroke, having returned to England and been restored to favor, did potent service to his old friend, who lived in the midst of that literary society in which Pope and Swift held sway, without, however, relaxing his reserve with its impress of melancholy. "I live the life of a Bosicrucian," he wrote to his friends, "always on the move and always in hiding." When, in the month of March, 1729, Voltaire at last obtained permission to revisit France, he had worked much without bringing out anything. The riches he had thus amassed appeared ere long. Before the end of the year 1731 he put Brutus on the stage, and began his publication of the Histoire de Charles XII. He was at the same time giving the finishing touch to Eriphyle and La Mort de Cesar. Zaire, written in a few weeks, was played for the first time on the 13th of August, 1732. He had dedicated it to Mr. Falkner, an English merchant who had overwhelmed him with attentions during his exile. "My satisfaction grows as I write to tell you of it," he writes to his friend Cideville in the fulness of joy. "Never was a piece so well played as Zaire at the 4th appearance. I very much wished you had been there; you would have seen that the public does not hate your friend. I appeared in a box, and the whole pit clapped their hands at me. I blushed, I hid myself, but I should be a humbug if I did not confess to you that I was sensibly affected. It is pleasant not to be dishonored in one's own country." Voltaire had just inaugurated the great national tragedy of his country, as he had likewise given it the only national epopee attempted in France since the Chanson de Geste. By one of those equally sudden and imprudent reactions to which he was always subject, it was not long before he himself damaged his own success by the publication of his Lettres philosophiques sur les Anglais. The light and mocking tone of these letters, the constant comparison between the two peoples, with many a gibe at the English, but always turning to their advantage, the preference given to the philosophical system of Newton over that of Descartes, lastly the attacks upon religion concealed beneath the cloak of banter, all this was more than enough to ruffle the tranquillity of Cardinal Fleury. The book was brought before Parliament. Voltaire was disquieted. "There is but one letter about Mr. Locke," he wrote to M. de Cideville. The only philosophical matter I have treated of in it is the little trifle of the immortality of the soul, but the thing is of too much consequence to be treated seriously. It had to be mangled so as not to come into direct conflict with our lords the theologians, gentry who so clearly see the spirituality of the soul that, if they could, they would consign to the flames the bodies of those who have a doubt about it." The theologians confined themselves to burning the book. The decree of Parliament delivered on the 10th of June, 1734, ordered at the same time the arrest of the author; the bookseller was already in the Bastille. Voltaire was in the country attending the Duke of Richelieu's second marriage. Hearing of the danger that threatened him, he took fright and ran for refuge to Bale. He soon left it to return to the castle of Cirey, to the Marchioness du Chatelet's, a woman as learned as she was impassioned, devoted to literature, physics, and mathematics, and tenderly attached to Voltaire, whom she enticed along with her into the paths of science. For 15 years Madame du Chatelet and Cirey ruled supreme over the poet's life. There began a course of metaphysics, tales, tragedies. Alzire, Merope, Mahomet were composed at Cirey, and played with ever increasing success. Pope Benedict XIV. Had accepted the dedication of Mahomet, which Voltaire had addressed to him, in order to cover the freedoms of his peace. Every now and then, terrified in consequence of some bit of anti religious rashness, he took flight, going into hiding at one time to the court of Lorraine beneath the wing of King Stanislaus, at another time in Holland, at a palace belonging to the King of Prussia, the Great Frederick. Madame du Chatelet, as unbelieving as he at bottom, but more reserved in expression, often scolded him for his imprudence. "He requires every moment to be saved from himself," she would say. "I employ more policy in managing him than the whole Vatican employs to keep all Christendom in its fetters." On the appearance of danger, Voltaire ate his words without scruple. His irreligious writings were usually launched under cover of the anonymous. At every step, however, he was advancing farther and farther into the lists, and at the very moment when he wrote to Father Latour, "If ever anybody has printed in my name a single page which could scandalize even the parish beadle, I am ready to tear it up before his eyes." All Europe regarded him as the leader of the open or secret attacks which were beginning to burst not only upon the Catholic church, but upon the fundamental verities common to all Christians. Madame du Chatelet died on the 4th of September, 1749, at Lunéville, where she then happened to be with Voltaire. Their intimacy had experienced many storms, yet the blow was a cruel one for the poet. In losing Madame de Chatelet, he was losing the centre and the guidance of his life. For a while he spoke of burying himself with Dom Calmet in the Abbey of Senones; then he would be off to England. He ended by returning to Paris, summoning to his side a widowed niece, Madame Denis, a woman of coarse wit and full of devotion to him, who was fond of the drama and played her uncle's pieces on the little theatre which he had fitted up in his rooms. At that time Oreste was being played at the Comédie Française; its success did not answer the author's expectations. "All that could possibly give a handle to criticism," says Marmontel, who was present, "was groaned at or turned into ridicule. The play was interrupted by it every instant. Voltaire came in, and just as the pit were turning into ridicule a stroke of pathos, he jumped up and shouted, 'Oh, you barbarians, that is Sophocles!' Rome Sauvée was played on the stage of Sceaux, at the Duchess of Maine's. Voltaire himself took the part of Cicero. Lequin, as yet quite a youth, and making his first appearance under the auspices of Voltaire, said of this representation, 'I do not think it possible to hear anything more pathetic and real than M. de Voltaire.' It was, in fact, Cicero himself thundering at the bar." Despite the lustre of that fame which was attested by the frequent attacks of his enemies as much as by the admiration of his friends, Voltaire was displeased with his sojourn at Paris, and weary of the court and the men of letters. The king had always exhibited towards him a coldness which the poet's adulation had not been able to overcome; he had offended Madame de Pompadour, who had but lately been well disposed towards him; the religious circle, ranged around the queen and the dauphin, was of course hostile to him. "The place of historiographer to the king was but an empty title," he says himself, "but I wanted to make it a reality by working at the history of the war of 1741; but, in spite of my work, Montcrif had admittance to his Majesty, and I had not." In tracing the tragic episodes of the war, Voltaire, set as his mind was on the royal favor, had wanted in the first place to pay homage to the friends he had lost. It was in the "eulogium of the officers who fell in the campaign of 1741" that he touchingly called attention to the memory of Vauvenargues. He, born at Aix on the 6th of August, 1715, died of his wounds at Paris in 1747. Poor and proud, resigning himself with a sigh to idleness and obscurity, the young officer had written merely to relieve his mind. His friends had constrained him to publish a little book, one only, the Introduction de la connaissance de l'esprit humain, suivie de reflexions et de maximes. Its success justified their affectionate hopes. Delicate minds took keen delight in the first essays of Vauvenargues. Hesitating between religion and philosophy, with a palpable leaning towards the latter, ill and yet bravely bearing the disappointments and sufferings of his life, Vauvenargues was already expiring at 30 years of age, when Provence was invaded by the enemy. The humiliation of his country and the peril of his native province roused him from his tranquil melancholy. "All Provence is in arms," he wrote to his friend Fourie de St. Vincent, "and here am I quite quietly in my chimney corner. The bad state of my eyes and of my health is not sufficient excuse for me, and I ought to be where all the gentlemen of the province are. Send me word then, I beg, immediately whether there is still any employment to be had in our newly raised levies, and whether I should be sure to be employed if I were to go to Provence." Before his friend's answer had reached Vauvenargues, the Austrians and the Piedmontese had been forced to evacuate Provence. The dying man remained in his chimney corner, where he soon expired, leaving amongst the public, and still more amongst those who had known him personally, the impression of great promise sadly extinguished. "It was his fate," says his faithful biographer, M. Gilbert, "to be always opening his wings and to be unable to take flight." Voltaire, quite on the contrary, was about to take a fresh flight. After several rebuffs and long opposition on the part of the 18 ecclesiastics who at that time had seats in the French Academy, he had been elected to it in 1746. In 1750 he offered himself at one and the same time for the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Inscriptions. He failed in both candidatures. This mishap filled the cup of his ill humor. For a long time past Frederick II. Had been offering the poet favors which he had long refused. The disgust he experienced at Paris through his insatiable vanity made him determine upon seeking another arena. After having accepted a pension and a place from the King of Prussia, Voltaire set out for Berlin. But lately allied to France, to which he was ere long to deal such heavy blows, Frederick II. Was French by inclination, in literature, and in philosophy, but he was a bad German scholar. He always wrote and spoke in French, and his court was the resort of the cultivated French wits too bold in their views to live in peace at Paris. Maupertuis, La Mettrie, and the Marquis of Argens had preceded Voltaire to Berlin. He was received there with enthusiasm, and as sovereign of the little court of philosophers. "150,000 victorious soldiers," he wrote in a letter to Paris, "no attorneys, opera, plays, philosophy, poetry, a hero who is a philosopher and a poet, grandeur and graces, grenadiers and muses, trumpets and violins, Plato's symposium, society and freedom. Who would believe it? It is all true, however." Voltaire found his duties as Chamberlain very light. "It is Caesar, it is Marcus Aurelius, it is Julian, it is sometimes Abbe Chaulieu, with whom I sup. There is the charm of retirement, there is the freedom of the country, with all those little delights of life which a lord of a castle who is a king can procure for his very obedient humble servants and guests. My own duties are to do nothing. I enjoy my leisure. I give an hour a day to the King of Prussia to touch up a bit his works in prose and verse. I am his grammarian, not his Chamberlain. The rest of the day is my own, and the evening ends with a pleasant supper. Never in any place in the world was there more freedom of speech touching the superstitions of men, and never were they treated with more banter and contempt. God is respected, but all they who have cajoled men in his name are treated unsparingly." The coarseness of the Germans and the mocking infidelity of the French vied with each other in license. Sometimes Voltaire felt that things were carried rather far. "Here be we, 3 or 4 foreigners, like monks in an abbey," he wrote. "Please God the father abbot may content himself with making fun of us." Literary or philosophical questions already gave rise sometimes to disagreements. "I am at present correcting the second edition which the King of Prussia is going to publish of the history of his country," wrote Voltaire. "Fancy! In order to appear more impartial, he falls tooth and nail on his grandfather. I have lightened the blows as much as I could. I rather like this grandfather, because he displayed magnificence and has some fine monuments. I had great trouble about softening down the terms in which the grandson reproaches his ancestor for his vanity in having got himself made a king. It is a vanity from which his descendants derive pretty solid advantages, and the title is not at all a disagreeable one. At last I said to him, 'It is your grandfather, it is not mine; do what you please with him,' and I confined myself to weeding the expressions." Whilst Voltaire was defending the great elector against his successor, a certain coldness was beginning to slide into his relations with Maupertuis, president of the Academy founded by the king at Berlin. "Maupertuis has not easy going springs," the poet wrote to his niece; "he takes my dimensions sternly with his quadrant. It is said that a little envy enters into his calculations." Already Voltaire's touchy vanity was shying at the rivals he encountered in the king's favor. "So it is known then by this time at Paris, my dear child," he writes to his niece, "that we have played the Mort de Cesar at Potsdam, that Prince Henry is a good actor, has no accent, and is very amiable, and that this is the place for pleasure? All that is true, but the king's supper parties are delightful; at them people talk reason, wit, science; freedom prevails thereat; he is the soul of it all; no ill temper, no clouds, at any rate no storms. My life is free and well occupied; but opera, plays, carousals, suppers at Sans Souci, military manoeuvres, concerts, studies, readings, but the city of Berlin, grand, better laid out than Paris, palaces, playhouses, affable parish priests, charming princesses, maids of honor beautiful and well made, the mansion of Madame de Tyrconnel always full, and sometimes too much so; but, my dear child, the weather is beginning to settle down into a fine frost." The frost not only affected Voltaire's relations with his brethren in philosophy, it reached even to the king himself. A far from creditable lawsuit with a Jew completed Frederick's irritation. He forbade the poet to appear in his presence before the affair was over. "Brother Voltaire is doing penance here," wrote the latter to the Margravine of Baireuth, the King of Prussia's amiable sister. "He has a beast of a lawsuit with a Jew, and, according to the law of the Old Testament, there will be something more to pay for having been robbed." Frederick, on his side, writes to his sister, "You ask me what the lawsuit is in which Voltaire is involved with a Jew. It is a case of a rogue wanting to cheat a thief. It is intolerable that a man of Voltaire's intellect should make so unworthy an abuse of it. The affair is in the hands of justice, and in a few days we shall know from the sentence which is the greater rogue of the two. Voltaire lost his temper, flew in the Jew's face, and, in fact, behaved like a madman. I am waiting for this affair to be over to put his head under the pump or reprimand him severely, or lui laver la tete, and see whether, at the age of 56, one cannot make him, if not reasonable, at any rate less of a rogue." Voltaire settled matters with the Jew, at the same time asking the king's pardon for what he called his giddiness. "This great poet is always astride of Parnassus and Rue Quincampoix," said the Marquis of Argenson. Frederick had written him on the 24th of February, 1751, a severe letter, the prelude and precursor of the storms which were to break off before long the intimacy between the king and the philosopher. "I was very glad to receive you," said the king; "I esteemed your wit, your talents, your acquirements, and I was bound to suppose that a man of your age, tired of wrangling with authors and exposing himself to tempests, was coming hither to take refuge as in a quiet harbor; but you at the very first, in a rather singular fashion, required of me that I should not engage Freron to write me news. Darnaud did you some injuries; a generous man would have pardoned them; a vindictive man persecutes those towards whom he feels hatred. In fine, though Darnaud had done nothing so far as I was concerned, on your account he had to leave. You went to the Russian ministers to speak to him about matters you had no business to meddle with, and it was supposed that I had given you instructions. You meddled in Madame de Bentinck's affairs, which was certainly not in your province. Then you have the most ridiculous squabble in the world with that Jew. You created a fearful uproar all through the city. The matter of the Saxon bills is so well known in Saxony that grave complaints have been made to me about them. For my part, I kept peace in my household until your arrival, and I warn you that, if you are fond of intrigue and cabal, you have come to the wrong place. I like quiet and peaceable folks who do not introduce into their behavior the violent passions of tragedy. In case you can make up your mind to live as a philosopher, I shall be very glad to see you. But if you give way to the impetuosity of your feelings and quarrel with everybody, you will do me no pleasure by coming hither, and you may just as well remain at Berlin." Voltaire was not proud; he readily heaped apology upon apology; but he was irritable and vain. His ill humor against Maupertuis came out in a pamphlet, as bitter as it was witty, entitled La Diatribe du Docteur Akakia. Copies were circulating in Berlin. The satire was already printed anonymously when the Great Frederick suddenly entered the lists. He wrote to Voltaire, "Your effrontery astounds me after that which you have just done, and which is as clear as daylight. Do not suppose that you will make black appear white. When one does not see, it is because one does not want to see everything; but if you carry matters to extremity, I will have everything printed, and it will then be seen that if your works deserve that statues should be raised to you, your conduct deserves handcuffs." Voltaire, affrighted, still protesting his innocence, at last gave up the whole edition of the Diatribe, which was burned before his eyes in the king's own closet. According to the poet's wily habit, some copy or other had doubtless escaped the flames. Before long, Le Docteur Akakia appeared at Berlin, arriving modestly from Dresden by post. People fought for the pamphlet, and everybody laughed. The satire was spread over all Europe. In vain did Frederick have it burned on the Place d'Armes by the hands of the common hangman. He could not assuage the despair of Maupertuis. "To speak to you frankly," the king at last wrote to the disconsolate president, "it seems to me that you take too much to heart, both for an invalid and a philosopher, an affair which you ought to despise. How prevent a man from writing, and how prevent him from denying all the impertinences he has uttered? I made investigations to find out whether any fresh satires had been sold at Berlin, but I heard of none. As for what is sold in Paris, you are quite aware that I have not charge of the police of that city, and that I am not master of it. Voltaire treats you more gently than I am treated by the gazetteers of Cologne and Lubeck, and yet I don't trouble myself about it." Voltaire could no longer live at Potsdam or at Sans Souci; even Berlin seemed dangerous. In a fit of that incurable perturbation which formed the basis of his character and made him commit so many errors, he had no longer any wish but to leave Prussia, only he wanted to go without embroiling himself with the king. "I sent the Solomon of the North," he writes to Madame Denis on the 13th of January, 1753, "for his present, the cap and bells he gave me, with which you reproached me so much. I wrote him a very respectful letter, for I asked him for leave to go. What do you think he did? He sent me his great factotum, Federshoff, who brought me back my toys. He wrote me a letter saying that he would rather have me to live with than Maupertuis. What is quite certain is that I would rather not live with either one or the other." Frederick was vexed with Voltaire. He nevertheless found it difficult to give up the dazzling charm of his conversation. Voltaire was hurt and disquieted; he wanted to get away. The king, however, exercised a strong attraction over him; but in spite of mutual coquetting, making up, and protesting, the hour of separation was at hand. The poet was under pressure from his friends in France. In Berlin he had never completely neglected Paris. He had just published his Siècle de Louis XIV. He flattered himself with the hope that he might again appear at court, though the king had disposed of his place as historiographer in favor of Duclos. Frederick at last yielded; he was on the parade, Voltaire appeared there. "Ah, Monsieur Voltaire," said the king, "so you really intend to go away?" "Sir, urgent private affairs, and especially my health, leave me no alternative." "Monsieur, I wish you a pleasant journey." Voltaire jumped into his carriage, and hurried to Leipsic. He thought himself free forever from the exactions and tyrannies of the King of Prussia. The poet, according to his custom, had tarried on the way. He had passed more than a month at Gotha, being overwhelmed with attentions by the duke and by the duchess, for whom he wrote the dry chronicle entitled Les Annales de l'Empire. He arrived at Frankfort on the 31st of May only; the king's orders had arrived before him. "Here is how this fine adventure came to pass," says Voltaire. "There was at Frankfort one Freytag, who had been banished from Dresden, and had become an agent for the King of Prussia. He notified me on behalf of his Majesty that I was not to leave Frankfort till I had restored the valuable effects I was carrying away from his Majesty. Alack, sir, I am carrying away nothing from that country, if you please, not even the smallest regret. What, pray, are those jewels of the Brandenburg crown that you require?" "It be, sir," replied Freytag, "the work of poesy of the king, my gracious master." "Oh, I will give him back his prose and verse with all my heart," replied I, "though, after all, I have more than one right to the work." He made me a present of a beautiful copy, printed at his expense. Unfortunately, this copy is at Leipsic with my other luggage. Then Freytag proposed to me to remain at Frankfort until the treasure which was at Leipsic should have arrived, and he signed an order for it." Chapter 55. Part 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, Part 3. The volume which Frederick claimed, and which he considered it of so much importance to preserve from Voltaire's indiscretions, contained, amongst other things, a burlesque and licentious poem entitled the Palladium, wherein the king scoffed at everything and everybody in terms which he did not care to make public. He knew the reckless malignity of the poet who was leaving him, and he had a right to be suspicious of it; but nothing can excuse the severity of his express orders, and still less the brutality of his agents. The package had arrived. Voltaire, agitated, anxious, and ill, wanted to get away as soon as possible, accompanied by Madame Denis, who had just joined him. Freytag had no orders, and refused to let him go. The prisoner loses his head, he makes up his mind to escape at any price; he slips from the hotel, he thinks he is free, but the police of Frankfort was well managed. "The moment I was off I was arrested, I, my secretary, and my people. My niece is arrested. 4 soldiers drag her through the mud to a cheesemonger's named Smith, who had some title or other of privy councillor to the King of Prussia. My niece had a passport from the King of France, And what is more, she had never corrected the King of Prussia's verses. They huddled us all into a sort of hostelry, at the door of which were posted a dozen soldiers. We were for 12 days prisoners of war, and we had to pay 140 crowns a day." The wrath and disquietude of Voltaire no longer knew any bounds. Madame Denis was ill, or feigned to be. She wrote letter upon letter to Voltaire's friends at the court of Prussia. She wrote to the king himself. The strife which had begun between the poet and the maladroit agents of the Great Frederick was becoming serious. "We would have risked our lives rather than let him get away," said Freytag. "And if I, holding a council of war with myself, had not found him at the barrier, but in the open country, and he had refused to jog back, I don't know that I shouldn't have lodged a bullet in his head, to such a degree had I at heart the letters and writings of the king." Freytag's zeal received a cruel rebuff. Orders arrived to let the poet go. "I gave you no orders like that," wrote Frederick; "you should never make more noise than a thing deserves. I wanted Voltaire to give up to you the key, the cross, and the volume of poems I had entrusted to him. As soon as all that was given up to you, I can't see what earthly reason could have induced you to make this uproar." At last, on the 6th of July, "all this affair of Ostrogoths and Vandals being over," Voltaire left Frankfort precipitately. His niece had taken the road to Paris, whence she soon wrote to him, "There is nobody in France, I say nobody without exception, who has not condemned this violence mingled with so much that is ridiculous and cruel. It makes a deeper impression than you would believe. Everybody says that you could not do otherwise than you are doing in resolving to meet with philosophy things so unphilosophical. We shall do very well to hold our tongues. The public speaks quite enough." Voltaire held his tongue, according to his idea of holding his tongue, drawing, in his poem of La Loi naturelle, dedicated at first to the Margravine of Baireuth, and afterwards to the Duchess of Saxe Gotha, a portrait of Frederick which was truthful and at the same time bitter, "of incongruities a monstrous pile, calling men brothers, crushing them the while, with air humane, a misanthropic brute, ofttimes impulsive, sometimes over cute, weak midst his choler, modest in his pride, yearning for virtue, lust personified, statesman and author, of the slippery crew, my patron, pupil, persecutor too." Voltaire's intimacy with the Great Frederick was destroyed, it had for a while done honor to both of them; it had ended by betraying the pettinesses and the meannesses natural to the king as well as to the poet. Frederick did not remain without anxiety on the score of Voltaire's rancor. Voltaire dreaded nasty diplomatic proceedings on the part of the king; he had been threatened with as much by Lord Keith, Milord Marechal as he was called on the Continent from the hereditary title he had lost in his own country through his attachment to the cause of the Stuarts. "Let us see in what countries M. de Voltaire has not had some squabble or made himself many enemies," said a letter to Madame Denis from the great Scotch lord, when he had entered Frederick's service. "Every country where the Inquisition prevails must be mistrusted by him; he would put his foot in it sooner or later. The Mussulmans must be as little pleased with his Mahomet as good Christians were. He is too old to go to China and turn mandarin. In a word, if he is wise, there is no place but France for him; he has friends there, and you will have him with you for the rest of his days. Do not let him shut himself out from the pleasure of returning thither, for you are quite aware that, if he were to indulge in speech and epigrams offensive to the king my master, a word which the latter might order me to speak to the court of France would suffice to prevent M. de Voltaire from returning, and he would be sorry for it when it was too late." Voltaire was already in France, but he dared not venture to Paris. Mutilated, clumsy, or treacherous issues of the Abrege de l'Histoire universelle had already stirred the bile of the clergy. There were to be seen in circulation copies of La Pucelle, a disgusting poem which the author had been keeping back and bringing out alternately for several years past. Voltaire fled from Colmar, where the Jesuits held sway, to Lyons, where he found Marshal Richelieu, but lately his protector and always his friend, who was repairing to his government of Languedoc. Cardinal Tencin refused to receive the poet, who regarded this sudden severity as a sign of the feelings of the court towards him. "The king told Madame de Pompadour that he did not want me to go to Paris. I am of his Majesty's opinion, I don't want to go to Paris," wrote Voltaire to the Marquis of Paulmy. He took fright and sought refuge in Switzerland, where he soon settled on the Lake of Geneva, pending his purchase of the estate of Ferney in the district of Gex and that of Tourney in Burgundy. He was henceforth fixed, free to pass from France to Switzerland and from Switzerland to France. "I lean my left on Mount Jura," he used to say, "my right on the Alps, and I have the beautiful Lake of Geneva in front of my camp, a beautiful castle on the borders of France, the Hermitage of Delices in the territory of Geneva, a good house at Lausanne. Crawling thus from one burrow to another, I escape from kings. Philosophers should always have 2 or 3 holes underground against the hounds that run them down." The perturbation of Voltaire's soul and mind was never stilled. The anxious and undignified perturbation of his outer life at last subsided. He left off trembling, and in the comparative security which he thought he possessed, he gave scope to all his free thinking, which had but lately been often cloaked, according to circumstances. He had taken the communion at Colmar to soften down the Jesuits; he had conformed to the rules of the convent of Senones, when he took refuge with Dom Calmet. At Delices he worked at the Encyclopaedia, which was then being commenced by D'Alembert and Diderot, taking upon himself in preference the religious articles, and not sparing the creed of his neighbors, the pastors of Geneva, any more than that of the Catholic church. "I assure you that my friends and I will lead them a fine dance; they shall drink the cup to the very lees," wrote Voltaire to D'Alembert. In the great campaign against Christianity undertaken by the philosophers, Voltaire, so long a wavering ally, will henceforth fight in the foremost ranks. It is he who shouts to Diderot, "Squelch the thing (écrasez l'infâme)." The masks are off, and the fight is barefaced. The encyclopaedists march out to the conquest of the world in the name of reason, humanity, and free thinking. Even when he has ceased to work at the Encyclopaedia, Voltaire marches with them. The Essai sur l'Histoire générale et les Mœurs was one of the first broadsides of this new anti religious crusade. "Voltaire will never write a good history," Montesquieu used to say; "he is like the monks, who do not write for the subject of which they treat, but for the glory of their order. Voltaire writes for his convent." The same intention betrayed itself in every sort of work that issued at that time from the Hermitage of Delices. The poem on Le Tremblement de Terre de Lisbonne, the drama of Socrate, the satire of Le Pauvre Diable, the sad story of Candide, led the way to a series of publications every day more and more violent against the Christian faith. The tragedy of L'Orphelin de la Chine and that of Tancrede, the quarrels with Fréron, with Le Franc de Pompignan, and lastly with Jean-Jacques Rousseau, did not satiate the devouring activity of the patriarch, as he was called by the knot of philosophers. Definitively installed at Ferney, Voltaire took to building, planting, farming. He established round his castle a small industrial colony, for whose produce he strove to get a market everywhere. "Our design," he used to say, "is to ruin the trade of Geneva in a pious spirit." Ferney, moreover, held grand and numerously attended receptions. Madame Denis played her uncle's pieces on a stage which the latter had ordered to be built, and which caused as much disquietude to the austere Genevese as to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. It was on account of Voltaire's theatrical representations that Rousseau wrote his Lettres contre les Spectacles. "I love you not, sir," wrote Rousseau to Voltaire; "you have done me such wrongs as were calculated to touch me most deeply. You have ruined Geneva in requital of the asylum you have found there." Geneva was about to banish Rousseau before long, and Voltaire had his own share of responsibility in this act of severity so opposed to his general and avowed principles. Voltaire was angry with Rousseau, whom he accused of having betrayed the cause of philosophy. He was, as usual, hurried away by the passion of the moment, when he wrote, speaking of the exile, "I give you my word that if this blackguard (polisson) of a Jean Jacques should dream of coming to Geneva, he would run great risk of mounting a ladder which would not be that of fortune." At the very same time Rousseau was saying, "What have I done to bring upon myself the persecution of M. de Voltaire? And what worse have I to fear from him? Would M. de Buffon have me soften this tiger thirsting for my blood? He knows very well that nothing ever appeases or softens the fury of tigers. If I were to crawl upon the ground before Voltaire, he would triumph thereat, no doubt, but he would rend me none the less. Basenesses would dishonor me, but would not save me. Sir, I can suffer. I hope to learn how to die, and he who knows how to do that has never need to be a dastard." Rousseau was high flown and tragic; Voltaire was cruel in his contemptuous levity; but the contrast between the two philosophers was even greater in the depths of them than on the surface. Rousseau took his own words seriously, even when he was mad, and his conduct was sure to belie them before long. He was the precursor of an impassioned and serious age, going to extremes in idea and placing deeds after words. In spite of occasional reticence dictated by sound sense, Voltaire had abandoned himself entirely in his old age to that school of philosophy, young, ardent, full of hope and illusions, which would fain pull down everything before it knew what it could set up, and the actions of which were not always in accordance with principles. "The men were inferior to their ideas." President de Brosses was justified in writing to Voltaire, "I only wish you had in your heart a half quarter of the morality and philosophy contained in your works." Deprived of the counterpoise of political liberty, the emancipation of thought in the reign of Louis XV. Had become at one and the same time a danger and a source of profound illusions. People thought that they did what they said, and that they meant what they wrote, but the time of actions and consequences had not yet come. Voltaire applauded the severities against Rousseau, and still he was quite ready to offer him an asylum at Ferney. He wrote to D'Alembert, "I am engaged in sending a priest to the galleys," at the very time when he was bringing eternal honor to his name by the generous zeal which led him to protect the memory and the family of the unfortunate people named Calas. The glorious and bloody annals of the French Reformation had passed through various phases. Liberty, always precarious, even under Henry IV., and whilst the Edict of Nantes was in force, and legally destroyed by its revocation, had been succeeded by periods of assuagement and comparative repose. In the latter part of Louis XV.'s reign, about 1760, fresh severities had come to overwhelm the Protestants. Modestly going about their business, silent and timid, as inviolably attached to the king as to their hereditary creed, several of them had undergone capital punishment. John Calas, accused of murdering his son, had been broken on the wheel at Toulouse. The Reformers had been accustomed to these sombre dramas, but the spirit of the times had marched onward. Ideas of justice, humanity, and liberty, sown broadcast by the philosophers, more imbued than they were themselves aware of with the holy influences of Christianity, had slowly and secretly acted upon men's minds. Executions which had been so frequent in the 16th and 17th centuries caused trouble and dismay in the 18th. In vain did the fanatical passions of the populace of Toulouse find an echo in the magistracy of that city. It was no longer considered a matter of course that Protestants should be guilty of every crime, and that those who were accused should not be at liberty to clear themselves. The philosophers had at first hesitated. Voltaire wrote to Cardinal Bernis, "Might I venture to entreat your Eminence to be kind enough to tell me what I am to think about the frightful case of this Calas, broken on the wheel at Toulouse, on a charge of having hanged his own son? The fact is, they maintain here that he is quite innocent, and that he called God to witness it. This case touches me to the heart; it saddens my pleasure, it taints them. Either the Parliament of Toulouse or the Protestants must be regarded with eyes of horror." Being soon convinced that the Parliament deserved all his indignation, Voltaire did not grudge time, efforts, or influence in order to be of service to the unfortunate remnant of the Calas family. "I ought to look upon myself as in some sort of a witness," he writes. "Several months ago Peter Calas, who is accused of having assisted his father and mother in a murder, was in my neighborhood with another of his brothers. I have wavered a long while as to the innocence of this family. I could not believe that any judges would have condemned to a fearful death an innocent father of a family. There is nothing I have not done to enlighten myself as to the truth. I dare to say that I am as sure of the innocence of this family as I am of my own existence." For 3 years, with a constancy which he often managed to conceal beneath an appearance of levity, Voltaire prosecuted the work of clearing the Calas. "It is Voltaire who is writing on behalf of this unfortunate family," said Diderot to Mademoiselle Voland. "Oh, my friend, what a noble work for genius! This man must needs have soul and sensibility; injustice must revolt him; he must feel the attraction of virtue. Why, what are the Calas to him? What can awaken his interest in them? What reason has he to suspend the labors he loves in order to take up their defence?" From the borders of the Lake of Geneva, from his solitude at Gentod, Charles Bonnet, far from favorable generally to Voltaire, writes to Haller, "Voltaire has done a work on tolerance which is said to be good; he will not publish it until after the affair of the unfortunate Calas has been decided by the king's council. Voltaire's zeal for these unfortunates might cover a multitude of sins; that zeal does not relax, and, if they obtain satisfaction, it will be principally to his championship that they will owe it. He receives much commendation for this business, and he deserves it fully." The sentence of the council cleared the accused and the memory of John Calas, ordering that their names should be erased and effaced from the registers, and the judgment transcribed upon the margin of the charge sheet. The king at the same time granted Madame Calas and her children a gratuity of 36,000 livres, a tacit and inadequate compensation for the expenses and losses caused them by the fanatical injustice of the Parliament of Toulouse. Madame Calas asked no more. "To prosecute the judges and the ringleaders," said a letter to Voltaire from the generous advocate of the Calas, Elias de Beaumont, "requires the permission of the council, and there is great reason to fear that these petty plebeian kings appear powerful enough to cause the permission, through a weakness honored by the name of policy, to be refused." Voltaire, however, was triumphant. "You were at Paris," he writes to M. de Cideville, "when the last act of the tragedy finished so happily; the piece is according to the rules. It is, to my thinking, the finest fifth act there is on the stage." Henceforth he finds himself transformed into the defender of the oppressed. The Protestant Chaumont, at the galleys, owed to him his liberation. He rushed to Ferney to thank Voltaire. The pastor, who had to introduce him, thus described the interview to Paul Rabaut: "I told him that I had brought him a little fellow who had come to throw himself at his feet to thank him for having, by his intercession, delivered him from the galleys; that it was Chaumont whom I had left in his antechamber, and whom I begged him to permit me to bring in. At the name of Chaumont, M. de Voltaire showed a transport of joy, and rang at once to have him brought in. Never did any scene appear to me more amusing and refreshing. 'What!' said he, 'my poor little good fellow, they sent you to the galleys! What did they mean to do to you? What a conscience they must have, to put in fetters and chain to the oar a man who had committed no crime beyond praying to God in bad French!' He turned several times to me, denouncing persecution. He summoned into his room some persons who were staying with him, that they might share the joy he felt at seeing poor little Chaumont, who, though perfectly well attired for his condition, was quite astonished to find himself so well received. There was nobody, down to an ex Jesuit, Father Adam, who did not come forward to congratulate him." Innate love of justice and horror of fanaticism had inspired Voltaire with his zeal on behalf of persecuted Protestants. A more personal feeling, a more profound sympathy, caused his grief and his dread when Chevalier de la Barre, accused of having mutilated a crucifix, was condemned in 1766 to capital punishment. The scepticism of the 18th century had sudden and terrible reactions towards fanatical violence, as a protest and a pitiable struggle against the doubt which was invading it on all sides. The chevalier was executed. He was not 20 years old. He was an infidel and a libertine, like the majority of the young men of his day and of his age. The crime he expiated so cruelly was attributed to reading bad books, which had corrupted him. "I am told," writes Voltaire to D'Alembert, "that they said at their examination that they had been led on to the act of madness they committed by the works of the encyclopaedists. I can scarcely believe it. These madmen don't read, and certainly no philosopher would have counselled profanation. The matter is important; try to get to the bottom of so odious and dangerous a report." And at another time, to Abbe Morellet, "You know that Councillor Pasquier said in full Parliament that the young men of Abbeville who were put to death had imbibed their impiety in the school and the works of the modern philosophers. They were mentioned by name. It is a formal denunciation. Wise men, under such terrible circumstances, should keep quiet and wait." Whilst keeping quiet, Voltaire soon grew frightened. He fancied himself arrested even on the foreign soil of which he had sought refuge. "My heart is withered," he exclaims; "I am prostrated; I am tempted to go and die in some land where men are less unjust." He wrote to the Great Frederick, with whom he had resumed active correspondence, asking him for an asylum in the town of Cleves, where he might find refuge together with the persecuted philosophers. His imagination was going wild. "I went to him," says the celebrated physician Tronchin, an old friend of his, "after I had pointed out to him the absurdity of his fearing that, for a mere piece of imprudence, France would come and seize an old man on foreign soil to shut him up in the Bastille. I ended by expressing my astonishment that a head like his should be deranged to the extent I saw it was. Covering his eyes with his clenched hands and bursting into tears, 'Yes, yes, my friend, I am mad,' was all he answered. A few days afterwards, when reflection had driven away fear, he would have defied all the powers of malevolence." Voltaire did not find his brethren in philosophy so frightened and disquieted by ecclesiastical persecution as to fly to Cleves, far from the "home of society," as he had himself called Paris. In vain he wrote to Diderot, "A man like you cannot look, save with horror, upon the country in which you have the misfortune to live. You really ought to come away into a country where you would have entire liberty not only to express what you pleased, but to preach openly against superstitions as disgraceful as they are sanguinary. You would not be solitary there; you would have companions and disciples. You might establish a chair there, the chair of truth. Your library might go by water, and there would not be 4 leagues' journey by land. In fine, you would leave slavery for freedom." All these inducements having failed of effect, Voltaire gave up the foundation of a colony at Cleves, to devote all his energy to that at Ferney. There he exercised seigniorial rights with an active and restless guardianship, which left him no illusions and but little sympathy in respect of that people whose sacred rights he had so often proclaimed. "The people will always be sottish and barbarous," he wrote to M. Borde; "they are oxen needing a yoke, a goad, and a bit of hay." That was the sum and substance of what he thought. He was a stern judge of the French character, the genuine and deep lying resources of which he sounded imperfectly, but the infinite varieties of which he recognized. "I always find it difficult to conceive," he wrote to M. de Constant, "how so agreeable a nation can at the same time be so ferocious, how it can so easily pass from the opera to the St. Bartholomew, be at one time made up of dancing apes and at another of howling bears, be so ingenious and so idiotic both together, at one time so brave and at another so dastardly." Voltaire fancied himself at a comedy still. The hour of tragedy was at hand. He and his friends were day by day weakening the foundations of the edifice. For 80 years past the greatest minds and the noblest souls have been toiling to restore it on new and strong bases. The work is not finished. Revolution is still agitating the depths of French society, which has not yet recovered the only proper foundation stones for greatness and order amongst a free people. Henceforth Voltaire reigned peacefully over his little empire at Ferney, courted from afar by all the sovereigns of Europe who made any profession of philosophy. "I have a sequence of 4 kings (Brelan de Roi Quatrième), he would say with a laugh when he counted his letters from royal personages. The Empress of Russia, Catherine II., had dethroned, in his mind, the Great Frederick. Voltaire had not lived in her dominions and at her court, he had no grievance against her. His vanity was flattered by the eagerness and the magnificent attentions of the Semiramis of the North, as he called her. He even forgave her the most odious features of resemblance to the Assyrian princess. "I am her knight in the sight and in the teeth of everybody," he wrote to Madame du Deffand. "I am quite aware that people bring up against her a few trifles on the score of her husband; but these are family matters with which I do not meddle, and besides it is not a bad thing to have a fault to repair; it is an inducement to make great efforts in order to force the public to esteem and admiration, and certainly her knave of a husband would never have done any one of the great things my Catherine does every day." The portrait of the empress, worked in embroidery by herself, hung in Voltaire's bedroom. In vain had he but lately said to Pastor Bertrand, "My dear philosopher, I have, thank God, cut all connection with kings." Instinct and natural inclination were constantly reasserting themselves. Banished from the court of Versailles by the disfavor of Louis XV., he turned in despite towards the foreign sovereigns who courted him. "Europe is enough for me," he writes. "I do not trouble myself much about the Paris clique, seeing that that clique is frequently guided by envy, cabal, bad taste, and 1,000 petty interests which are always opposed to the public interest." Chapter 55, part 3. Chapter 55, part 4 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, Part 4. Voltaire, however, returned to that Paris in which he was born, in which he had lived but little since his early days, to which he belonged by the merits as well as the defects of his mind, and in which he was destined to die. In spite of his protests about his being a rustic and a republican, he had never allowed himself to slacken the ties which united him to his Parisian friends. The letters of the Patriarch of Ferney circulated amongst the philosophical fraternity; they were repeated in the correspondence of Grimm and Diderot with foreign princes. From his splendid retreat at Ferney he cheered and excited the literary zeal and often the anti-religious ardor of the encyclopedists. He had, however, ceased all work in connection with that great work since it had been suspended, and afterwards resumed at the orders and with the permission of government. The more and more avowed materialistic theories revolted his shrewd and sensible mind. Without caring to go to the bottom of his thought and contemplate its consequences, he clung to the notion of Providence as to a waif in the great shipwreck of positive creeds. He could not imagine "this clock without a maker could exist." It is his common sense, and not the religious yearnings of his soul, that makes him write in the poem of La Loi naturelle, "O God, whom men ignore, whom everything reveals, Hear thou the latest words of him who now appeals. 'Tis searching out thy law that hath bewildered me; My heart may go astray, but it is full of thee." When he was old and suffering, he said to Madame Necker, in one of those fits of melancholy to which he was subject, "The thinking faculty is lost just like the eating, drinking, and digesting faculties. The marionettes of Providence, in fact, are not made to last as long as it." In his dying hour, Voltaire was seen showing more concern for terrestrial scandals than for the terrors of conscience, crying aloud for a priest, and with his mouth full of the blood he spat, still repeating in a half whisper, "I don't want to be thrown into the kennel." A sad confession of the insufficiency of his convictions and of the inveterate levity of his thoughts. He was afraid of the judgment of man, without dreading the judgment of God. Thus was revealed the real depth of an infidelity of which Voltaire himself, perhaps, had not calculated the extent and the fatal influences. Voltaire was destined to die at Paris. There he found the last joys of his life, and there he shed the last rays of his glory. For the 27 years during which he had been away from it, he had worked much, written much, done much. Whilst almost invariably disavowing his works, he had furnished philosophy with pointed and poisoned weapons against religion. He had devoted to humanity much time and strength. One of the last delights he had tasted was the news of the decree which cleared the memory of M. de Lally. He had received into his house, educated, and found a husband for the grandniece of the great Corneille. He had applied the inexhaustible resources of his mind at one time to good and at another to evil, with almost equal ardor. He was old, he was ill, yet this same ardor still possessed him when he arrived at Paris on the 10th of February, 1778. The excitement caused by his return was extraordinary. "This new prodigy has stopped all other interest for some time," writes Grimm; "it has put an end to rumors of war, intrigues of civil life, squabbles at court. Encyclopaedic pride appeared diminished by half, the Sorbonne shook all over, the Parliament kept silence. All the literary world is moved, all Paris is ready to fly to the idol's feet." So much attention and so much glory had been too much for the old man. Voltaire was dying; in his fright he had sent for a priest and had confessed. When he rose from his bed by a last effort of the marvellous elasticity inherent in his body and his mind, he resumed for a while the course of his triumphs. "M. de Voltaire has appeared for the first time at the Academy and at the play. He found all the doors, all the approaches to the Academy besieged by a multitude which only opened slowly to let him pass, and then rushed in immediately upon his footsteps with repeated plaudits and acclamations. The Academy came out into the first room to meet him, an honor it had never yet paid to any of its members, not even to the foreign princes who had deigned to be present at its meetings. The homage he received at the Academy was merely the prelude to that which awaited him at the National Theatre. As soon as his carriage was seen at a distance, there arose a universal shout of joy. All the curbstones, all the barriers, all the windows were crammed with spectators, and scarcely was the carriage stopped when people were already on the imperial and even on the wheels to get a nearer view of the divinity. Scarcely had he entered the house when Sieur Brizard came up with a crown of laurels, which Madame de Villette placed upon the great man's head, but which he immediately took off, though the public urged him to keep it on by clapping of hands and by cheers, which resounded from all corners of the house with such a din as was never heard." "All the women stood up. I saw at one time that part of the pit which was under the boxes going down on their knees, in despair of getting a sight any other way. The whole house was darkened with the dust raised by the ebb and flow of the excited multitude. It was not without difficulty that the players managed at last to begin the piece. It was Irene, which was given for the 6th time. Never had this tragedy been better played, never less listened to, never more applauded. The illustrious old man rose to thank the public, and the moment afterwards there appeared on a pedestal in the middle of the stage a bust of this great man, and the actresses, garlands and crowns in hand, covered it with laurels. M. de Voltaire seemed to be sinking beneath the burden of age and of the homage with which he had just been overwhelmed. He appeared deeply affected, his eyes still sparkled amidst the pallor of his face, but it seemed as if he breathed no longer save with the consciousness of his glory. The people shouted, "Lights! lights! that everybody may see him." The coachman was entreated to go at a walk, and thus he was accompanied by cheering and the crowd as far as Pont Royal." Thus is described in the words of an eye witness the last triumph of an existence that had been one of ceaseless agitation, owing to Voltaire himself far more than to the national circumstances and events of the time at which he lived. His anxious vanity and the inexhaustible movement of his mind had kept him constantly fluctuating between alternations of intoxication and despair. He had the good fortune to die at the very pinnacle of success and renown, the only immortality he could comprehend or desire, at the outset of a new and hopeful reign. He did not see, he had never apprehended, the terrible catastrophe to which he had been thoughtlessly contributing for 60 years. A rare piece of good fortune and one which might be considered too great, if the limits of eternal justice rested upon earth and were to be measured by our compass. Voltaire's incessant activity bore many fruits which survived him. He contributed powerfully to the triumph of those notions of humanity, justice, and freedom, which, superior to his own ideal, did honor to the 18th century. He became the model of a style, clear, neat, brilliant, the natural exponent of his own mind, far more than of the as yet confused hopes and aspirations of his age. He defended the rights of common sense, and sometimes withstood the anti-religious passion of his friends, but he blasted both minds and souls with his sceptical gibes. His bitter and at the same time temperate banter disturbed consciences which would have been revolted by the materialistic doctrines of the encyclopedists. The circle of infidelity widened under his hands. His disciples were able to go beyond him on the fatal path he had opened to them. Voltaire has remained the true representative of the mocking and stone-flinging phase of free thinking, knowing nothing of the deep yearnings any more than of the supreme wretchlessness of the human soul, which it kept imprisoned within the narrow limits of earth and time. At the outcome from the bloody slough of the French Revolution and from the chaos it caused in men's souls, it was the infidelity of Voltaire which remained at the bottom of the scepticism and moral disorder of the France of our day. The demon which torments her is even more Voltairean than materialistic. Other influences, more sincere and at the same time more dangerous, were simultaneously undermining men's minds. The group of encyclopedists, less prudent and less temperate than Voltaire, flaunted openly the flag of revolt. At the head marched Diderot, the most daring of all, the most genuinely affected by his own ardor, without perhaps being the most sure of his ground in his negations. His was an original and exuberant nature, expansively open to all new impressions. "In my country," he says, "we pass within 24 hours from cold to hot, from calm to storm, and this changeability of climate extends to the persons. Thus, from earliest infancy, we are wont to shift with every wind. The head of a Langrois stands on his shoulders like a weathercock on the top of a church steeple. It is never steady at one point, and if it comes round again to that which it had left, it is not to stop there. As for me, I am of my country; only residence of the capital and constant application have corrected me a little." Narrow circumstances had their share in the versatility of Diderot's genius as well as in the variety of his labors. Son of a cutler at Langres, a strict and virtuous man, Denis Diderot, born in 1715, had at first been intended by his father for the church. He was educated at Harcourt College, and he entered an attorney's office. The young man worked incessantly, but not a law book did he open. "What do you mean to be, pray?" the lawyer asked him one day. "Do you think of being an attorney?" "No." "A barrister?" "No." "A doctor?" No more than the rest. What then? Nothing at all. I like study. I am very happy, very contented. I ask no more." Diderot's father stopped the allowance he had been making his son, trusting thus to force him to choose a profession; but the young man gave lessons for a livelihood. "I know a pretty good number of things," he wrote towards the end of his life, "but there is scarcely a man who doesn't know his own thing better than I do. This mediocrity in every sort is the consequence of insatiable curiosity and of means so small that they never permitted me to devote myself to one single branch of human knowledge. I have been forced all my life to follow pursuits for which I was not adapted, and to leave on one side those for which I had a call from inclination." Before he was 30 years old, and without any resource but his lessons and the work of every sort he did for third parties, Diderot married. He had not asked the consent of his parents, but this did not prevent him from saddling them before long with his wife and child. "She started yesterday," he writes quite simply to his father; "she will be with you in 3 days. You can say anything you like to her, and when you are tired of her, you can send her back." Diderot intended to be free at any price, and he threw off, one after another, the fetters he had forged for himself, not without remorse, however, and not without acknowledging that he was thus wanting to all natural duties. "What can you expect," he would exclaim, "of a man who has neglected wife and daughter, got into debt, given up being husband and father?" Diderot never neglected his friends. Amidst his pecuniary embarrassments, when he was reduced to coin his brain for a livelihood, his labor and his marvellous facility were always at the service of all. It was to satisfy the requirements of a dangerous fair friend that he wrote his Pensées philosophiques, the sad tale of the Bijoux indiscrets, and the Lettres sur les aveugles, those early attacks upon religious faith which sent him to pass a few months in prison at the Castle of Vincennes. It was to oblige Grimm that he for the first time gave his mind to painting, and wrote his Salons, intended to amuse and instruct the foreign princes. "A pleasure which is only for myself affects me but slightly and lasts but a short time," he used to say. "It is for self and friends that I read, reflect, write, meditate, hear, look, feel. In their absence, my devotion towards them refers everything to them. I am always thinking of their happiness. Does a beautiful line strike me, they shall know it. Have I stumbled upon a beautiful trait, I make up my mind to communicate it to them. Have I before my eyes some enchanting scene, unconsciously I meditate an account of it for them. To them I have dedicated the use of all my senses and of all my faculties, and that perhaps is the reason why everything is exaggerated, everything is embellished a little in my imagination and in my talk, and they sometimes reproach me with this, the ingrates." It was, further, in conjunction with his friends and in community of ideas, that Diderot undertook the immense labor of the Encyclopaedia. Having, in the first instance, received a commission from a publisher to translate the English collection of Ephraim Chambers, Diderot was impressed with the desire to unite in one and the same collection all the efforts and all the talents of his epoch, so as to render joint homage to the rapid progress of science. Won over by his enthusiasm, D'Alembert consented to share the task, and he wrote the beautiful exposition in the introduction. Voltaire sent his articles from Delices. The Jesuits had proposed to take upon themselves a certain number of questions, but their co operation was declined. It was a monument to philosophy that the Encyclopedists aspired to raise. The clergy were in common at seeing the hostile army, till then uncertain and unbanded, rally organized and disciplined around this vast enterprise. An early veto, soon, however, taken off, compelled the philosophers to a certain moderation. Voltaire ceased writing for the Encyclopaedia. It was not sufficiently free going for him. "You admit articles worthy of the Trevoux journal," he said to D'Alembert. New severities on the part of the Parliament and the Grand Council dealt a blow to the philosophers before long. The editor's privilege was revoked. Orders were given to seize Diderot's papers. Lamoignon de Malesherbes, who was at that time director of the press, and favorable to freedom without ever having abused it in thought or action, sent him secret warning. Diderot ran home in consternation. "What's to be done?" he cried. "How move all my manuscripts in 24 hours? I haven't time even to make a selection. And above all, where find people who would and can take charge of them safely?" "Send them all to me," replied M. de Malesherbes. "Nobody will come thither to look for them." Feeble governments are ill served even by their worthiest servants. The severities ordered against the Encyclopaedia did not stop its publication. D'Alembert, however, weary of the struggle, had ceased to take part in the editorship. Naturally cool and moderate when it was nothing to do with Mademoiselle de Lespinasse, the great affection of his life, the illustrious geometer was content with a little. 1,200 livres a year are enough for me," he wrote to the great Frederick, who was pressing him to settle in his dominions. "I will not go and reap the succession to Maupertuis during his lifetime. I am overlooked by government, just as so many others by Providence, persecuted as much as anybody can be. If some day I have to fly my country, I will simply ask Frederick's permission to go and die in his dominions, free and poor." Frederick II. gave D'Alembert a pension. It had but lately been Louis XIV. Who thus lavished kindnesses on foreign scholars. He made an offer to the Encyclopedists to go and finish their vast undertaking at Berlin. Catherine II. Made the same offers, asking D'Alembert besides to take charge of the education of her son. "I know your honesty too well," she wrote, "to attribute your refusals to vanity. I know that the cause is merely love of repose in order to cultivate literature and friendship. But what is to prevent your coming with all your friends? I promise you and them too all the comforts and every facility that may depend upon me, and perchance you will find more freedom and repose than you have at home. You do not yield to the entreaties of the King of Prussia and to the gratitude you owe him, it is true, but then he has no son. I confess that I have my son's education so much at heart, and that you are so necessary to me, that perhaps I press you too much. Pardon my indiscretion for the reason's sake, and rest assured that it is esteem which has made me so selfish." D'Alembert declined the education of the hereditary grand duke, just as he had declined the presidency of the Academy at Berlin. An infidel and almost a materialist by the geometer's rule, who knows no power but the laws of mathematics, he did not carry into anti-religious strife the bitterness of Voltaire or the violence of Diderot. "Squelch the thing you are always repeating to me," he said to Voltaire on the 4th of May, 1762. "Ah, my good friend, let it go to rack and ruin of itself; it is hurrying thereto faster than you suppose." More and more absorbed by pure science, which he never neglected save for the French Academy, whose perpetual secretary he had become, D'Alembert left to Diderot alone the care of continuing the Encyclopaedia. When he died in 1783, at 56 years of age, the work had been finished nearly 20 years. In spite of the bad faith of publishers, who mutilated articles to render them acceptable, in spite of the condemnation of the clergy and the severities of the council, the last volumes of the Encyclopaedia had appeared in 1765. This immense work, unequal and confused as it was, a medley of various and often ill assorted elements, undertaken for and directed to the fixed end of an aggressive emancipation of thought, had not sufficed to absorb the energy and powers of Diderot. "I am awaiting with impatience the reflection of Pantophile Diderot on Tancrede," wrote Voltaire. "Everything is within the sphere of activity of his genius; he passes from the heights of metaphysics to the weaver's trade, and thence he comes to the stage." The stage indeed occupied largely the attention of Diderot, who sought to introduce reforms, the fruit of his own thought as well as of imitation of the Germans, which he had not perhaps sufficiently considered. For the classic tragedies, the heritage of which Voltaire received from the hands of Racine, Diderot aspired to substitute the natural drama. His two attempts in that style, Le Père de Famille and Le Fils Naturel, had but little success in France, and contributed to develop in Germany the school already founded by Lessing. An excess of false sensibility and an inflation of expression had caused certain true ideas to fall flat on the French stage. "You have the inverse of dramatic talent," said Abbe Arnauld to Diderot. "The proper thing is to transform one's self into all the characters, and you transform all the characters into yourself." The criticism did Diderot wrong; he had more wits than his characters, and he was worth more at bottom than those whom he described. Carried away by the richness as well as the unruliness of his mind, destitute as he was of definite and fixed principles, he recognized no other moral law than the natural impulse of the soul. "There is no virtue or vice," he used to say, "but innate goodness or badness." Certain religious cravings, nevertheless, sometimes asserted themselves in his conscience. He had a glimmering perception of the necessity for a higher rule and law. "O God, I know not whether Thou art," he wrote in his Interprétation de la Nature, "but I will think as if Thou didst see into my soul, I will act as if I were in Thy presence." A strange illusion on the part of the philosopher about the power of ideas as well as about the profundity of evil in the human heart. Diderot fancied he could regulate his life by a perchance, and he was constantly hurried away by the torrent of his passion into a violence of thought and language foreign to his natural benevolence. It was around his name that the philosophic strife had waxed most fierce. The active campaign undertaken by his friends to open to him the doors of the French Academy remained unsuccessful. "He has too many enemies," said Louis XV.; "his election shall not be sanctioned." Diderot did not offer himself; he set out for St. Petersburg. The Empress Catherine had loaded him with kindnesses. Hearing of the poverty of the philosopher who was trying to sell his library to obtain a dower for his daughter, she bought the books, leaving the enjoyment of them to Diderot, whom she appointed her librarian, and to secure his maintenance in advance, she had a sum of 50,000 livres remitted to him. "So here I am obliged, in conscience, to live 50 years," said Diderot. Chapter 55, part 4. Chapter 55, part 5 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55, Louis XV, the Philosophers, part 5. He passed some months in Russia, admitted several hours a day to the closet of the empress, chatting with a frankness and a freedom which sometimes went to the extent of license. Catherine II. was not alarmed. "Go on," she would say; "amongst men anything is allowable." When the philosopher went away, he shed hot tears, and "so did she almost," he declares. He refused to go to Berlin; absolute power appeared to him more arbitrary and less indulgent in the hands of Frederick than with Catherine. "It is said that at Petersburg Diderot is considered a tiresome reasoner," wrote the King of Prussia to D'Alembert in January, 1774. "He is incessantly harping on the same things. All I know is that I couldn't stand the reading of his books, intrepid reader as I am. There is a self sufficient tone and an arrogance in them which revolts my sense of freedom." The same sense of freedom which the king claimed for himself whilst refusing it to the philosopher in his turn refused to Christians not less intolerant than he. The 18th century did not practise on its own account that respect for conscience which it, nevertheless, powerfully and to its glory promoted. Diderot died on the 29th of July, 1784, still poor, an invalid for some time past, surrounded to the end by his friends, who rendered back to him that sincere and devoted affection which he made the pride of his life. Hearing of his sufferings from Grimm, the Empress Catherine had hired a furnished apartment for him; he had just installed himself in it when he expired. Without having retracted any one of his works, nearly all published under the veil of the anonymous, he was, nevertheless, almost reconciled with the church, and was interred quietly in the chapel of the Virgin at Saint Roch. The charm of his character had often caused people to forget his violence, which he himself no longer remembered the next day. "I should like to know this hot-headed metaphysician," was the remark made to Buffon by President de Brosses, who happened to be then at Paris, and he afterwards added, "He is a nice fellow, very pleasant, very amiable, a great philosopher, a mighty arguer, but a maker of perpetual digressions. Yesterday he made quite 25 between 9 o'clock and 1, during which time he remained in my room. Oh, how much more lucid is Buffon than all those gentry!" The magistrate's mind understood and appreciated the great naturalist's genius. Diderot felt in his own fashion the charm of nature, but, as was said by Chevalier Chastellux, "his ideas got drunk and set to work chasing one another." The ideas of Buffon, on the other hand, came out in the majestic order of a system under powerful organization, and informed, as it were, with the very secrets of the Creator. "The general history of the world," he says, "ought to precede the special history of its productions, and the details of singular facts touching the life and habits of animals, or touching the culture and vegetation of plants, belong perhaps less to natural history than do the general results of the observations which have been made on the different materials which compose the terrestrial globe, on the elevations, the depressions, and the unevennesses of its form, on the movement of the seas, on the trending of mountains, on the position of quarries, on the rapidity and effects of the currents of the sea. This is nature on the grand scale." M. Fleurant truly said, "Buffon aggrandizes every subject he touches." Born at Montbard in Burgundy on the 7th of September, 1707, Buffon belonged to a family of wealth and consideration in his province. In his youth he travelled over Europe with his friend the Duke of Kingston. On returning home, he applied himself at first to mathematics, with sufficient success to be appointed at 26 years of age, in 1733, adjunct in the mechanical class at the Academy of Sciences. In 1739 he received the superintendence of the Jardin du Roi, not long since enlarged and endowed by Richelieu, and lovingly looked after by the scholar Dufay who had just died, himself designating Buffon as his successor. He had shifted from mechanics to botany, "not," he said, "that he was very fond of that science, which he had learned and forgotten 3 times," but he was aspiring just then to the Jardin du Roi. His genius was yet seeking its proper direction. "There are some things for me," he wrote to President de Brosses, "but there are some against, and especially my age. However, if people would but reflect, they would see that the superintendence of the Jardin du Roi requires an active young man, who can stand the sun, who is conversant with plants and knows the way to make them multiply, who is a bit of a connoisseur in all the sorts used in demonstration there, and above all who understands buildings, in such sort that, in my own heart, it appears to me that I should be exactly made for them, but I have not as yet any great hope." In Buffon's hands the Jardin du Roi was transformed. In proportion as his mind developed, the requirements of the study appeared to him greater and greater; he satisfied them fearlessly, getting together collections at his own expense, opening new galleries, constructing hothouses, being constantly seconded by the good will of Louis XV., who never shrank from expenses demanded by Buffon's projects. The great naturalist died at 80 years of age, without having completed his work; but he had imprinted upon it that indisputable stamp of greatness which was the distinctive feature of his genius. The Jardin du Roi, which became the Jardin des Plantes, has remained unique in Europe. Fully engaged as he was in those useful labors, from the age of 30, Buffon gave up living at Paris for the greater part of the year. He had bought the ruins of the castle of Montbard, the ancient residence of the Dukes of Burgundy, overlooking his native town. He had built a house there which soon became dear to him, and which he scarcely ever left for 8 months in the year. There it was, in a pavilion which overhung the garden planted in terraces and from which he had a view of the rich plains of La Brenne, that the great naturalist, carefully dressed by 5 o'clock in the morning, meditated the vast plan of his works as he walked from end to end and side to side. "I passed delightful hours there," he used to say. When he summoned his secretary, the work of composition was completed. "M. de Buffon gives reasons for the preference he shows as to every word in his discourses, without excluding from the discussion even the smallest particles, the most insignificant conjunctions," says Madame Necker. He never forgot that he had written, "The style is the man." The language could not be allowed to derogate from the majesty of the subject. "I made it a rule," he used to say, "to always fix upon the noblest expressions." It was in this dignified and studious retirement that Buffon quietly passed his long life. "I dedicated," he says, 12, nay 14 hours to study; it was my whole pleasure; in truth, I devoted myself to it far more than I troubled myself about fame. Fame comes afterwards, if it may, and it nearly always does." Buffon did not lack fame. On the appearance of the first 3 volumes of his Histoire naturelle, published in 1749, the breadth of his views, the beauty of his language, and the strength of his mind excited general curiosity and admiration. The Sorbonne was in a flutter at certain bold propositions. Buffon, without being disconcerted, took pains to avoid condemnation. "I took the liberty," he says in a letter to M. Leblanc, "of writing to the Duke of Nivernais, then ambassador at Rome, who has replied to me in the most polite and most obliging way in the world. I hope, therefore, that my book will not be put in the Index, and, in truth, I have done all I could not to deserve it, and to avoid theological squabbles, which I fear far more than I do the criticisms of physicists and geometricians." "Out of 120 assembled doctors," he adds before long, "I had 115, and their resolution even contains eulogies which I did not expect." Despite certain boldnesses which had caused anxiety, the Sorbonne had reason to compliment the great naturalist. The unity of the human race, as well as its superior dignity, were already vindicated in these first efforts of Buffon's genius, and his mind never lost sight of this great verity. "In the human species," he says, "the influence of climate shows itself only by slight varieties, because this species is one, and is very distinctly separated from all other species. Man, white in Europe, black in Africa, yellow in Asia, and red in America, is only the same man tinged with the hue of climate. As he is made to reign over the earth, as the whole globe is his domain, it seems as if his nature were ready prepared for all situations. Beneath the fires of the south, amidst the frosts of the north, he lives, he multiplies, he is found to be so spread about everywhere from time immemorial that he appears to affect no climate in particular. Whatever resemblance there may be between the Hottentot and the monkey, the interval which separates them is immense, since internally he is garnished with mind, and externally with speech." Buffon continued his work, adroitly availing himself of the talent and researches of the numerous co operators whom he had managed to gather about him, directing them all with indefatigable vigilance in their labors and their observations. "Genius is but a greater aptitude for perseverance," he used to say, himself justifying his definition by the assiduity of his studies. "I had come to the 16th volume of my work on natural history," he writes with bitter regret, "when a serious and long illness interrupted for nearly 2 years the course of my labors. This shortening of my life, already far advanced, caused one in my works. I might, in the 2 years I have lost, have produced 2 or 3 volumes of the history of birds, without abandoning for that my plan of a history of minerals, on which I have been engaged for several years." In 1753, Buffon had been nominated a member of the French Academy. He had begged his friends to vote for his compatriot Piron, author of the celebrated comedy Métromanie, at that time an old man and still poor. "I can wait," said Buffon. 2 days before that fixed for the election, writes Grimm, the king sent for President Montesquieu, to whose lot it had fallen to be director of the Academy on that occasion, and told him that, understanding that the Academy had cast their eyes upon M. Piron, and knowing that he was the author of several licentious works, he desired the Academy to choose some one else to fill the vacant place. His Majesty at the same time told him that he would not have any member belonging to the order of advocates." Buffon was elected, and on the 25th of August, 1754, St. Louis' Day, he was formally received by the Academy. Grimm describes the session. "M. de Buffon did not confine himself to reminding us that Chancellor Seguier was a great man, that Cardinal Richelieu was a very great man, that Kings Louis XIV. And Louis XV. Were very great men too, that the Archbishop of Sens, whom he succeeds, was also a great man, and finally that all the 40 were great men. This celebrated man, disdaining the stale and heavy eulogies which are generally the substance of this sort of speech, thought proper to treat of a subject worthy of his pen and worthy of the Academy. He gave us his ideas on style, and it was said, in consequence, that the Academy had engaged a writing master." "Well written works are the only ones which will go down to posterity," said Buffon in his speech. "Quantity of knowledge, singularity of facts, even novelty in discoveries, are not certain guarantees of immortality. Knowledge, facts, discoveries, are easily abstracted and transferred. Those things are outside the man; the style is the man himself. The style, then, cannot be abstracted, or transferred, or tampered with. If it be elevated, noble, sublime, the author will be equally admired at all times, for it is only truth that is durable and even eternal." Never did the great scholar who has been called "the painter of nature" relax his zeal for painstaking as a writer. "I am every day learning to write," he would still say at 70 years of age. To the Theorie de la Terre, the Idée générale sur les animaux, and the Histoire de l'Homme, already published when Buffon was elected by the French Academy, succeeded the 12 volumes of the Histoire des Quadrupeds, a masterpiece of luminous classifications and incomparable descriptions. 8 volumes on Oiseaux appeared subsequently, a short time before the Histoire des Mineraux. Lastly, a few years before his death, Buffon gave to the world the Epoque de la Nature. "As in civil history one consults titles, hunts up medals, deciphers antique inscriptions to determine the epochs of revolutions amongst mankind, and to fix the date of events in the moral world, so in natural history we must ransack the archives of the universe, drag from the entrails of the earth the olden monuments, gather together their ruins, and collect into a body of proofs all the indications of physical changes that can guide us back to the different ages of nature. It is the only way of fixing certain points in the immensity of space, and of placing a certain number of memorial stones on the endless road of time." "This is what I perceive with my mind's eye," Buffon would say, "thus forming a chain which, from the summit of time's ladder, descends right down to us." "This man," exclaimed Hume, with an admiration which surprised him out of his scepticism, "this man gives to things which no human eye has seen a probability almost equal to evidence." Some of Buffon's theories have been disputed by his successor's science. As D'Alembert said of Descartes, "If he was mistaken about the laws of motion, he was the first to divine that there must be some." Buffon divined the epochs of nature, and by the intuition of his genius, absolutely unshackled by any religious prejudice, he involuntarily reverted to the account given in Genesis. "We are persuaded," he says, "independently of the authority of the sacred books, that man was created last, and that he only came to wield the sceptre of the earth when that earth was found worthy of his sway." It has often been repeated, on the strength of some expressions let fall by Buffon amongst intimates, that the panorama of nature had shut out from his eyes the omnipotent God, creator and preserver of the physical world as well as of the moral law. Wrong has been done to the great naturalist. He had answered beforehand these incorrect opinions as to his fundamental ideas. "Nature is not a being," he said, "for that being would be God." And he adds, "Nature is the system of the laws established by the Creator." The supreme notion of Providence appears to his eyes in all its grandeur, when he writes, "The verities of nature were destined to appear only in course of time, and the Supreme Being kept them to himself as the surest means of recalling man to him when his faith, declining in the lapse of ages, should become weak, when, remote from his origin, he might begin to forget it, when, in fine, having become too familiar with the spectacle of nature, he would no longer be moved by it, and would come to ignore the author. It was necessary to confirm from time to time, and even to enlarge the idea of God in the mind and heart of man. Now every new discovery produces this grand effect, every new step that we make in nature brings us nearer to the Creator. A new verity is a species of miracle. Its effect is the same, and it only differs from the real miracle in that the latter is a startling stroke which God strikes instantaneously and rarely, instead of making use of man to discover and exhibit the marvels which he has hidden in the womb of nature, and in that, as these marvels are operating every instant, as they are open at all times and for all time to his contemplation, God is constantly recalling him to himself, not only by the spectacle of the moment, but further by the successive development of his works." Buffon was still working at 80 years of age. He had undertaken a dissertation on style, a development of his reception speech at the French Academy. Great sorrows had crossed his life. Married late to a young wife whom he loved, he lost her early. She left him a son, brought up under his wing, and the object of his constant solicitude. Just at the time of sending him to school, he wrote to Madame d'Aubenton, wife of his able and learned co operator, "I expect Buffonet on Sunday. I have arranged all his little matters. He will have a private room, with a closet for his manservant. I have got him a tutor in the schoolhouse itself, and a little companion of his own age. I do not think that he will be at all unhappy." And at a later date, when he is expecting this son who has reached man's estate, and has been travelling in Europe, "My son has just arrived, the empress and the grand duke have treated him very well, and we shall have some fine minerals, the collection of which is being at this moment completed. I confess that anxiety about his return has taken away my sleep and the power of thinking." When the young Count de Buffon, an officer in the artillery, and at first warmly favorable to the noble professions of the French Revolution, had, like his peers, to mount the scaffold of the Terror, he damned with one word the judges who profaned in his person his father's glory. "Citizens," he exclaimed from the fatal car, "my name is Buffon." With less respect for the rights of genius than was shown by the Algerian pirates who let pass, without opening them, the chests directed to the great naturalist, the executioner of the Committee of Public Safety cut off his son's head. This last drop of bitterness, and the cruel spectacle of social disorder, Buffon had been spared. He had died at the Jardin du Roi on the 14th of April, 1788, preserving at 80 years of age, and even in the feebleness of ill health, all the powers of his intelligence and the calm serenity of his soul. His last lines dictated to his son were addressed to Madame Necker, who had been for a long time past on the most intimate terms with him. Faithful in death to the instincts of order and regularity which had always controlled his mind even in his boldest flight, he requested that all the ceremonies of religion should be fulfilled around his body. His son had it removed to Montbard, where it lies between his father and his wife. Buffon had lived long, he had accomplished in peace his great work, he had reaped the fruits of it. On the eve of the terrible shocks whereof no presage disturbed his spirit, "directed for 50 years towards the great objects of nature," the illustrious scholar had been permitted to see his statue placed during his lifetime in the Jardin du Roi. On sending to the Empress Catherine his bust which she had asked him for, he wrote to his son who had charge of it, "I forgot to remark to you, whilst talking of bust and effigy, that by the king's order they have put at the bottom of my statue the following inscription: majestate naturae par ingenium, or genius to match the majesty of nature. It is not from pride that I send you this, but perhaps her Majesty will have it put at the bottom of the bust." "How many great men do you reckon?" Buffon was asked one day. "5," answered he at once, "Newton, Bacon, Leibnitz, Montesquieu, and myself." This self appreciation, fostered by the homage of his contemporaries, which showed itself in Buffon undisguisedly, with an air of ingenuous satisfaction, had poisoned a life already extinguished 10 years before, amidst the bitterest agonies. Taking up arms against a society in which he had not found his proper place, Jean Jacques Rousseau had attacked the present as well as the past, the encyclopedists as well as the old social organization. It was from the first his distinctive trait to voluntarily create a desert around him. The 18th century was in its nature easily seduced. Liberal, generous, and open to allurements, it delighted in intellectual contentions, even the most dangerous and the most daring. It welcomed with alacrity all those who thus contributed to its pleasures. The charming drawing rooms of Madame Geoffrin, of Madame du Deffand, of Mademoiselle Lespinasse, belonged of right to philosophy. "Being men of the world as well as of letters, the philosophers of the 18th century had passed their lives in the pleasantest and most brilliant regions of that society which was so much attacked by them. It had welcomed them, made them famous, they had mingled in all the pleasures of its elegant and agreeable existence, they shared in all its tastes, its manners, all the refinements, all the susceptibilities of a civilization at the same time old and rejuvenated, aristocratic and literary, they were of that old regimen which was demolished by their hands. The philosophical circle was everywhere, amongst the people of the court, of the church, of the long robe, of finance; haughty here, complacent there, at one time indoctrinating, at another amusing its hosts, but everywhere young, active, confident, recruiting and battling everywhere, penetrating and fascinating the whole of society." M. Guizot, Madame la Comtesse de Rumford. Rousseau never took his place in this circle. In this society he marched in front like a pioneer of new times, attacking tentatively all that he encountered on his way. "Nobody was ever at one and the same time more factious and more dictatorial," is the clever dictum of M. Saint Marc Girardin. Rousseau was not a Frenchman. French society always felt that, in consequence of certain impressions of his early youth which were never to be effaced. Born at Geneva on the 28th of June, 1712, in a family of the lower middle class, and brought up in the first instance by an intelligent and a pious mother, he was placed, like Voltaire and Diderot, in an attorney's office. Dismissed with disgrace, "as good for nothing but to ply the file," the young man was bound apprentice to an engraver, "a clownish and violent fellow," says Rousseau, "who succeeded very shortly in dulling all the brightness of my boyhood, brutalizing my lively and loving character, and reducing me in spirit, as I was in fortune, to my real position of an apprentice." Rousseau was barely 16 when he began that roving existence which is so attractive to young people, so hateful in ripe age, and which lasted as long as his life. Flying from his master whose brutality he dreaded, and taking refuge at Oharmettes in Savoy with a woman whom he at first loved passionately, only to leave her subsequently with disgust, he had reached the age of 21, and had already gone through many adventures when he set out, heartsore and depraved, to seek at Paris a means of subsistence. He had invented a new system of musical notation. The Academy of Sciences, which had lent him a favorable ear, did not consider the discovery useful. Some persons had taken an interest in him, but Rousseau could never keep his friends; and he had many, zealous and devoted. He was sent to Venice as secretary to the French ambassador, M. de Montaigu. He soon quarrelled with the ambassador and returned to Paris. He found his way into the house of Madame Dupin, wife of a rich farmer general, of taxes. He was considered clever; he wrote little plays, which he set to music. Enthusiastically welcomed by the friends of Madame Dupin, he contributed to their amusements. "We began with the Engagement Téméraire," says Madame d'Epinay in her Memoires. "It is a new play by M. Rousseau, a friend of M. de Francueil's, who introduced him to us. The author played a part in his piece. Though it is only a society play, it was a great success. I doubt, however, whether it would be successful at the theatre, but it is the work of a clever man and no ordinary man. I do not quite know, though, whether it is what I saw of the author or of the piece that made me think so. He is complimentary without being polite, or at least without having the air of it. He seems to be ignorant of the usages of society, but it is easy to see that he has infinite wit. He has a brown complexion, and eyes full of fire light up his face. When he has been speaking and you watch him, you think him good looking, but when you recall him to memory, it is always as a plain man. He is said to be in bad health. It is probably that which gives him from time to time a wild look." It was amid this brilliant intimacy, humiliating and pleasant at the same time, that Rousseau published his Discours sur les sciences et les arts. It has been disputed whether the inspiration was such as he claimed for this production, the first great work which he had ever undertaken and which was to determine the direction of his thoughts. "I was going to see Diderot at Vincennes," he says, "and as I walked I was turning over the leaves of the Mercure de France, when I stumbled upon this question proposed by the Academy of Dijon, whether the advance of sciences and arts has contributed to the corruption or purification of morals. All at once I felt my mind dazzled by 1,000 lights, crowds of ideas presented themselves at once with a force and a confusion which threw me into indescribable bewilderment. I felt my head seized with a giddiness like intoxication, a violent palpitation came over me, my bosom began to heave. Unable to breathe any longer as I walked, I flung myself down under one of the trees in the avenue, and there spent half an hour in such agitation that, on rising up, I found all the front of my waistcoat wet with tears, without my having had an idea that I had shed any." Whether it were by natural intuition or the advice of Diderot, Jean Jacques had found his weapons. Poor and obscure as he was, he attacked openly the brilliant and corrupt society which had welcomed him for its amusement. Spiritualistic at heart, and nurtured upon Holy Scripture in his pious childhood, he felt a sincere repugnance for the elegant or cynical materialism which was every day more and more creeping over the 18th century. "Sciences and arts have corrupted the world," he said, and he put forward, as proof of it, the falsity of the social code, the immorality of private life, the frivolity of the drawing rooms into which he had been admitted. "Suspicions, heart burnings, apprehensions, coldness, reserve, hatred, treason, lurk incessantly beneath that uniform and perfidious veil of politeness, under that so much vaunted urbanity which we owe to the enlightenment of our age." Rousseau had launched his paradox. The frivolous and polite society which he attacked was amused at it without being troubled by it. It was a new field of battle opened for brilliant jousts of wit. He had his partisans and his admirers. In the discussion which ensued, Jean Jacques showed himself more sensible and moderate than he had been in the first exposition of his idea. He had wanted to strike; to astonish, he soon modified the violence of his assertions. "Let us guard against concluding that we must now burn all libraries and pull down the universities and academies," he wrote to King Stanislaus. "We should only plunge Europe once more into barbarism, and morals would gain nothing by it. The vices would remain with us, and we should have ignorance besides. In vain would you aspire to destroy the sources of the evil; in vain would you remove the elements of vanity, indolence, and luxury; in vain would you even bring men back to that primal equality, the preserver of innocence and the source of all virtue. Their hearts once spoiled will be so forever. There is no remedy now save some great revolution, almost as much to be feared as the evil which it might cure, and one which it were blamable to desire and impossible to forecast. Let us, then, leave the sciences and arts to assuage in some degree the ferocity of the men they have corrupted. The enlightenment of the wicked is, at any rate, less to be feared than his brutal stupidity." Rousseau here showed the characteristic which invariably distinguished him from the philosophers, and which ended by establishing deep enmity between them and him. The 18th century espied certain evils, certain sores in the social and political condition, believed in a cure, and blindly relied on the power of its own theories. Rousseau, more earnest, often more sincere, made a better diagnosis of the complaint. He described its horrible character and the dangerousness of it; he saw no remedy, and he pointed none out. Profound and grievous impotence, whose utmost hope is an impossible recurrence to the primitive state of savagery. "In the private opinion of our adversaries," says M. Roy de Collard eloquently, "it was a thoughtless thing, on the great day of creation, to let man loose, a free and intelligent agent, into the midst of the universe; thence the mischief and the mistake. A higher wisdom comes forward to repair the error of Providence, to restrain his thoughtless liberality, and to render to prudently mutilated mankind the service of elevating it to the happy innocence of the brute." Before Rousseau, and better than he, Christianity had recognized and proclaimed the evil, but it had at the same time announced to the world a remedy and a saviour. Chapter 55. Part 6 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, Part 6. Henceforth Rousseau had chosen his own road. Giving up the drawing rooms and the habits of that elegant society for which he was not born, and the admiration of which had developed his pride, he made up his mind to live independent, copying music to get his bread, now and then smitten with the women of the world who sought him out in his retirement; in love with Madame d'Epinay and Madame d'Houdetot, anon returning to the coarse servant wench whom he had but lately made his wife, and whose children he had put in the foundling hospital. Music at that time absorbed all minds. Rousseau brought out a little opera entitled Le Devin du Village, or The Village Wizard, which had a great success. It was played at Fontainebleau before the king. "I was there that day," writes Rousseau, "in the same untidy array which was usual with me; a great deal of beard and wig rather badly trimmed. Taking this want of decency for an act of courage, I entered in this state the very room into which would come, a short time afterwards, the king, the queen, the royal family, and all the court. When the lights were lit, seeing myself in this array in the midst of people all extensively got up, I began to be ill at ease. I asked myself if I were in my proper place, if I were properly dressed, and after a few moments' disquietude, I answered yes, with an intrepidity which arose perhaps more from the impossibility of getting out of it than from the force of my arguments. After this little dialogue, I plucked up so much that I should have been quite intrepid if there had been any need of it. But whether it were the effect of the master's presence or natural kindness of heart, I observed nothing but what was obliging and civil in the curiosity of which I was the object. I was steeled against all their gibes, but their caressing air, which I had not expected, overcame me so completely that I trembled like a child when things began. I heard all about me a whispering of women who seemed to me as beautiful as angels, and who said to one another below their breath, "This is charming, this is enchanting, there is not a note that does not appeal to the heart." The pleasure of causing emotion in so many lovable persons moved me myself to tears." The emotions of the 18th century were vivid and easily roused. Fastening upon everything without any earnest purpose, and without any great sense of responsibility, it grew as hot over a musical dispute as over the gravest questions of morality or philosophy. Grimm had attacked French music; Rousseau supported his thesis by a Lettre sur la Musique. It was the moment of the great quarrel between the Parliament and the clergy. "When my letter appeared, there was no more excitement save against me," says Rousseau. "It was such that the nation has never recovered from it. When people read that this pamphlet probably prevented a revolution in the state, they will fancy they must be dreaming." And Grimm adds in his correspondence, "The Italian actors who have been playing for the last 10 months on the stage of the Opera de Paris, and who are called here buffoons, have so absorbed the attention of Paris that the Parliament, in spite of all its measures and proceedings which should have earned it celebrity, could not but fall into complete oblivion. A wit has said that the arrival of Manelli saved us from a civil war, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau of Geneva, whom his friends have dubbed the citizen of citizens, or le citoyen par excellence, that eloquent and bilious foe of the sciences, has just set fire to the 4 corners of Paris with a Lettre sur la musique, in which he proves that it is impossible to set French words to music. What is not easy to believe, and is none the less true for all that, is that M. Rousseau was afraid of being banished for this pamphlet. It would have been odd to see Rousseau banished for having spoken ill of French music, after having with impunity dealt with the most delicate political matter." Rousseau had just printed his Discours sur l'inégalité des conditions, a new and violent picture of the corruptions of human society. "Inequality being almost nil in a state of nature," he says, "it derives its force and increment from the development of our faculties and from the progress of the human mind. According to the poet, it is gold and silver, but according to the philosopher, it is iron and corn which have civilized men and ruined the human race." The singularity of his paradox had worn off. Rousseau no longer astounded, he shocked the good sense as well as the aspirations, superficial or generous, of the 18th century. The Discours sur l'inégalité des conditions was not a success. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human race," wrote Voltaire. "I thank you for it. You will please men to whom you tell truths about them, and you will not make them any better. Never was so much good wit expended in the desire to make beasts of us. One feels disposed to walk on all fours when one reads your work. However, as it is more than 60 years since I lost the knack, I unfortunately find it impossible to recover it, and I leave that natural gait to those who are better fitted for it than you or I. No more can I embark upon a visit to the savages of Canada, first, because the illnesses to which I am subject render a European doctor necessary to me; secondly, because war has been introduced into that country, and because the examples of our nations have rendered the savages almost as wicked as ourselves. I shall confine myself to being a peaceable savage in the solitude I have selected hard by your own country, where you ought to be." Rousseau had indeed thought of returning and settling at Geneva. In 1754, during a trip he made thither, he renounced the Catholic faith which he had embraced at 16 under the influence of Madame de Warens, without any more conviction than he carried with him in his fresh abjuration. "Ashamed," says he, "at being excluded from my rights of citizenship by the profession of a cult other than that of my fathers, I resolved to resume the latter openly. I considered that the gospel was the same for all Christians, and that, as the fundamental difference of dogma arose from meddling with explanations of what could not be understood, it appertained in every country to the sovereigns alone to fix both the cult and the unintelligible dogma, and that, consequently, it was the duty of the citizen to accept the dogma and follow the cult prescribed by law." Strange eccentricity of the human mind! The shackles of civilization are oppressive to Rousseau, and yet he would impose the yoke of the state upon consciences. The natural man does not reflect, and does not discuss his religion. Whilst seeking to recover the obliterated ideal of nature, the philosopher halts on the road at the principles of Louis XIV. Touching religious liberties. Madame d'Epinay had offered Rousseau a retreat in her little house, the Hermitage. There it was that he began the tale of La Nouvelle Heloise, which was finished at Marshal de Montmorency's, when the susceptible and cranky temper of the philosopher had justified the malevolent predictions of Grimm. The latter had but lately said to Madame d'Epinay, "I see in Rousseau nothing but pride concealed everywhere about him. You will do him a very sorry service in giving him a home at the Hermitage, but you will do yourself a still more sorry one. Solitude will complete the blackening of his imagination. He will fancy all his friends unjust, ungrateful, and you first of all, if you once refuse to be at his beck and call. He will accuse you of having bothered him to live under your roof, and of having prevented him from yielding to the wishes of his country. I already see the germ of these accusations in the turn of the letters you have shown me." Rousseau quarrelled with Madame d'Epinay, and shortly afterwards with all the philosophical circle: Grimm, Helvetius, D'Holbach, Diderot. His quarrels with the last were already of old date; they had made some noise. "Good God!" said the Duke of Castries in astonishment, "wherever I go I hear of nothing but this Rousseau and this Diderot. Did anybody ever? Fellows who are nobody, fellows who have no house, who lodge on a third floor! Positively, one can't stand that sort of thing." The rupture was at last complete; it extended to Grimm as well as to Diderot. "Nobody can put himself in my place," wrote Rousseau, "and nobody will see that I am a being apart who has not the character, the maxims, the resources of the rest of them, and who must not be judged by their rules." Rousseau was right; he was a being apart, and the philosophers could not forgive him for his independence. His merits as well as his defects annoyed them equally. His Lettres contre les spectacles had exasperated Voltaire. The stage at Deuce was in danger. "It is against that Jean Jacques of yours that I am most enraged," he writes in his correspondence with D'Alembert. He has written several letters against the scandal to deacons of the church of Geneva, to my ironmonger, to my cobbler. This arch maniac, who might have been something if he had left himself in your hands, has some notion of standing aloof. He writes against theatricals after having done a bad play; he writes against France, which is a mother to him; he picks up 4 or 5 rotten old hoops off Diogenes' tub and gets inside them to bay; he cuts his friends. He writes to me myself the most impertinent letter that ever fanatic scrawled. He writes to me in so many words, 'You have corrupted Geneva in requital of the asylum she gave you.' As if I cared to soften the manners of Geneva, as if I wanted an asylum! As if I had taken any in that city of Socinian preachers! As if I were under any obligation to that city!" More moderate and more equitable than Voltaire, D'Alembert felt the danger of discord among the philosophical party. In vain he wrote to the irritated poet, "I come to Jean Jacques, not Jean Jacques Lefranc de Pompignan, who thinks he is somebody, but to Jean Jacques Rousseau, who thinks he is a cynic, and who is only inconsistent and ridiculous. I grant that he has written you an impertinent letter; I grant that you and your friends have reason to complain of that. In spite of all this, however, I do not approve of your declaring openly against him, as you are doing, and thereanent I need only quote to you your own words. What will become of the little flock if it is divided and scattered? We do not find that Plato or Aristotle or Sophocles or Euripides wrote against Diogenes, although Diogenes said something insulting to them all. Jean Jacques is a sick man with a good deal of wit, and one who only has wit when he has fever. He must neither be cured nor have his feelings hurt." Voltaire replied with haughty temper to these wise counsels, and the philosophers remained forever embroiled with Rousseau. Isolated henceforth by the good as well as by the evil tendencies of his nature, Jean Jacques stood alone against the philosophical circle which he had dropped, as well as against the Protestant or Catholic clergy whose creeds he often offended. He had just published Le Contrat Social, The gospel, says M. Saint Marc Girardin, of the theory as to the sovereignty of the state representing the sovereignty of the people." The governing powers of the time had some presentiment of its danger; they had vaguely comprehended what weapons might be sought therein by revolutionary instincts and interests. Their anxiety and their anger as yet brooded silently. The director of publications, de la librairie, M. de Malesherbes, was one of the friends and almost one of the disciples of Rousseau whom he shielded. He himself corrected the proofs of the Emile which Rousseau had just finished. The book had barely begun to appear when, on the 8th of June, 1762, Rousseau was awakened by a message from la Marshal de Luxembourg. The Parliament had ordered Emile to be burned and its author arrested. Rousseau took flight, reckoning upon finding refuge at Geneva. The influence of the French government pursued him thither. The Grand Council condemned Emile. One single copy had arrived at Geneva. It was this which was burned by the hand of the common hangman, 9 days after the burning at Paris in the Place de Greve. "The Contrat Social has received its whipping on the back of Emile," was the saying at Geneva. "At the instigation of M. de Voltaire, they have avenged upon me the cause of God," Jean Jacques declared. Rousseau rashly put his name to his book; Voltaire was more prudent. One day, having been imprisoned for some verses which were not his, he had taken the resolution to impudently repudiate the paternity of his own works. "You must never publish anything under your own name," he wrote to Helvetius. Le Pucelle was none of my doing, of course. Master Joly de Fleury will make a fine thing of his requisition. I shall tell him that he is a calumniator, that La Pucelle is his own doing, which he wants to put down to me out of spite." Geneva refused asylum to the proscribed philosopher. He was warned of hostile intentions on the part of the magnific signors of Berne. Neuchatel and the King of Prussia's protection alone were left. Thither he went for refuge. Received with open arms by the governor, my lord Marshal Keith, he wrote thence to the premier syndic Favre a letter abdicating his rights of burghership and citizenship in the town of Geneva. "I have neglected nothing," he said, "to gain the love of my compatriots; nobody could have had worse success. I desired to indulge them even in their hate. The last sacrifice remaining for me to make is that of a name which was dear to me." Some excitement, nevertheless, prevailed at Geneva. Rousseau had partisans there. The success of Emile had been immense at Paris, and was destined to exercise a serious influence upon the education of a whole generation. "It is good," wrote Voltaire, "that the brethren should know that yesterday 600 persons came, for the third time, to protest on behalf of Jean Jacques against the Council of Geneva, which had dared to condemn the vicaire Savoyard." The Genevese magistrates thought it worth while to defend their acts. The Lettres écrites de la Campagne, published to that end, were the work of the attorney general Robert Tronchin. Rousseau replied to them in the Lettres de la Montagne, with a glowing eloquence having a spice of irony. He hurled his missiles at Voltaire, whom, with weakly exaggeration, he accused of being the author of all his misfortunes. "Those gentlemen of the Grand Council," he said, "see M. de Voltaire so often, how is it that he did not inspire them with a little of that tolerance which he is incessantly preaching, and of which he sometimes has need? If they had consulted him a little on this matter, it appears to me that he might have addressed them pretty nearly thus: 'Gentlemen, it is not the arguers who do harm; philosophy can gang its ain gait without risk. The people either do not hear it at all, or let it babble on, and pay it back all the disdain it feels for them. I do not argue myself, but others argue, and what harm comes of it? We have arranged that my great influence in the court and my pretended omnipotence should serve you as a pretext for allowing a free, peaceful course to the sportive jests of my advanced years. That is a good thing, but do not, for all that, burn graver writings, for that would be too shocking. I have so often preached tolerance. It must not always be required of others, and never displayed towards them. This poor creature believes in God, let us pass over that. He will not make a sect. He is a bore, all arguers are. If all bores of books were to be burned, the whole country would have to be made into one great fireplace. Come, come, let us leave those to argue who leave us to joke. Let us burn neither people nor books, and remain at peace. That is my advice. That, in my opinion, is what might have been said, only in better style, by M. Voltaire, and it would not have been, as it seems to me, the worst advice he could have given." My lord Marshal had left Neuchâtel. Rousseau no longer felt safe there. He made up his mind to settle in the island of Saint Pierre, in the middle of the Lake of Bienne. Before long, an order from the Bernese Senate obliged him to quit it, "within 24 hours, and with a prohibition against ever returning, under the heaviest penalties." Rousseau went through Paris and took refuge in England, whither he was invited by the friendliness of the historian Hume. There it was that he began writing his Confessions. Already the reason of the unhappy philosopher, clouded as it had sometimes been by the violence of his emotions, was beginning to be shaken at the foundations. He believed himself to be the victim of an immense conspiracy, at the head of which was his friend Hume. The latter flew into a rage. He wrote to Baron d'Holbach, "My dear Baron, Rousseau is a scoundrel." Rousseau was by this time mad. He returned to Paris. The Prince of Conti, faithful to his philosophical affections, quartered him at the castle of Trie, near Gisors. Thence he returned to Paris, still persecuted, he said, by invisible enemies. Retiring finally to the pavilion of Vermenonville, which had been offered to him by M. Girardin, he died there at the age of 66, sinking even more beneath imaginary woes than under the real sorrows and bitter deceptions of his life. The disproportion between his intellect and his character, between the boundless pride and the impassioned weakness of his spirit, had little by little estranged his friends and worn out the admiration of his contemporaries. By his writings, Rousseau acted more powerfully upon posterity than upon his own times. His personality had ceased to do his genius injustice. He belonged, moreover, and by anticipation, to a new era. From the restless working of his mind, as well as from his moral and political tendencies, he was no longer of the 18th century, properly speaking, though the majority of the philosophers outlived him. His work was not their work, their world was never his. He had attempted a noble reaction, but one which was fundamentally and in reality impossible. The impress of his early education had never been thoroughly effaced. He believed in God, he had been nurtured upon the gospel in childhood, he admired the morality and the life of Jesus Christ. But he stopped at the boundaries of adoration and submission. "The spirit of Jean-Jacques Rousseau inhabits the moral world, but not that other which is above," M. Joubert has said in his Pensées. The weapons were insufficient, and the champion was too feeble for the contest. The spirit of the moral world was vanquished as a foregone conclusion. Against the systematic infidelity which was more and more creeping over the 18th century, the Christian faith alone, with all its forces, could fight and triumph. But the Christian faith was obscured and enfeebled, it clung to the vessel's rigging instead of defending its powerful hull. The flood was rising meanwhile, and the dikes were breaking one after another. The religious belief of the Savoyard vicar, imperfect and inconsistent, such as it is set forth in Emile, and that sincere love of nature which was recovered by Rousseau in his solitude, remained powerless to guide the soul and regulate life. "What the 18th century lacked," M. Guizot, Mélange biographique, says Madame la Comtesse de Rumford, "what there was of superficiality in its ideas and of decay in its morals, of senselessness in its pretensions and of futility in its creative power, has been strikingly revealed to us by experience. We have learned it to our cost. We know, we feel the evil bequeathed to us by that memorable epoch. It preached doubt, egotism, materialism. It laid for some time an impure and blasting hand upon noble and beautiful phases of human life. But if the 18th century had done only that, if such had been merely its chief characteristic, can any one suppose that it would have carried in its wake so many and such important matters, that it would have so moved the world? It was far superior to all its sceptics, to all its cynics. What do I say? Superior? Nay, it was essentially opposed to them, and continually gave them the lie. Despite the weakness of its morals, the frivolity of its forms, the mere dry bones of such and such of its doctrines, despite its critical and destructive tendency, it was an ardent and a sincere century, a century of faith and disinterestedness. It had faith in the truth, for it claimed the right thereof to reign in this world. It had faith in humanity, for it recognized the right thereof to perfect itself, and would have had that right exercised without obstruction. It erred, it lost itself amid this twofold confidence. It attempted what was far beyond its right and power. It misjudged the moral nature of man and the conditions of the social state. Its ideas as well as its works contracted the blemish of its views. But granted so much, the original idea, dominant in the 18th century, the belief that man, truth, and society are made for one another, worthy of one another, and called upon to form a union, this correct and salutary belief rises up and overtops all its history. That belief it was the first to proclaim, and would fain have realized. Hence its power and its popularity over the whole face of the earth. Hence, also, to descend from great things to small, and from the destiny of man to that of the drawing room. Hence the seductiveness of that epoch, and the charm it scattered over social life. Never before were seen all the conditions, all the classes that form the flower of a great people, however diverse they might have been in their history, and still were in their interests, thus forgetting their past, their personality, in order to draw near to one another, to unite in a communion of the sweetest manners, and solely occupied in pleasing one another, in rejoicing and hoping together during 50 years, which were to end in the most terrible conflicts between them." At the death of King Louis XV., in 1774, the easy-mannered joyance, the peaceful and brilliant charm of fashionable and philosophical society were reaching their end. The time of stern realities was approaching with long strides. Chapter 56. Of a Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 56. Louis XVI. Ministry of M. Turgot, 1774 to 1776. Part I. Louis XV. was dead. France breathed once more. She was weary of the weakness as well as of the irregularities of the king who had untaught her respect for him, and she turned with joyous hope towards his successor, barely 20 years of age, but already loved and impatiently awaited by his people. "He must be called Louis le Désir," was the saying in the streets before the death rattle of Louis XV. Had summoned his grandson to the throne. The feeling of dread which had seized the young king was more prophetic than the nation's joy. At the news that Louis XV. Had just heaved his last sigh in the arms of his pious daughters, Louis XVI. And Maria Antoinette both flung themselves on their knees, exclaiming, "O God, protect us, direct us, we are too young." The monarch's youth did not scare the country, itself everywhere animated and excited by a breath of youth. There were congratulations on escaping from the well known troubles of a regency. The king's ingenuous inexperience, moreover, opened a vast field for the most contradictory hopes. The philosophers counted upon taking possession of the mind of a good young sovereign, who was said to have his heart set upon his people's happiness. The clergy and the Jesuits themselves expected everything from the young prince's pious education. The old Parliaments, mutilated, crushed down, began to rise up their heads again, while the economists were already preparing their most daring projects. Like literature, the arts had got the start, in the new path, of the politicians and the magistrates. M. Turgot and M. de Malesherbes had not yet laid their enterprising hands upon the old fabric of the French administration, and already painting, sculpture, architecture, and music had shaken off the shackles of the past. The conventional graces of Vanloo, of Watteau, of Boucher, of Fragonard, had given place to a severer school. Greuze was putting upon canvas the characters and ideas of Diderot's Drame naturel, but Vien, in France, was seconding the efforts of Winckelmann and of Raphael Mengs in Italy. He led his pupils back to the study of ancient art. He had trained Regnault, Vincent, Menageot, and, lastly, Louis David, destined to become the chief of the modern school. Julien, Houdon, the last of the Coustous, were following the same road. In sculpture, Soufflot, an old man by this time, was superintending the completion of the church of Saint Genevieve, dedicated by Louis XV. To the commemoration of his recovery at Metz, and destined, from the majestic simplicity of its lines, to the doubtful honor of becoming the Pantheon of the Revolution. Servandoni had died a short time since, leaving to the church of Saint Sulpice the care of preserving his memory. Everywhere were rising charming mansions imitated from the palaces of Rome. The painters, the sculptors, and the architects of France were sufficient for her glory. Only Gretry and Monsigny upheld the honor of that French music which was attacked by Grimm and by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But it was at Paris that the great quarrel went on between the Italians and the Germans. Piccini and Gluck divided society, wherein their rivalry excited violent passions. Everywhere and on, all questions, intellectual movement was becoming animated with fresh ardor. France was marching towards the region of storms, in the blindness of her confidence and joyante. The atmosphere seemed pure since Madame du Barry had been sent to a convent by one of the first orders of young Louis XVI. Already, however, far-seeing spirits were disquieted. Scarcely had he mounted the throne when the king summoned to his side as his minister M. de Maurepas, but lately banished by Louis XV. In 1749, on a charge of having tolerated, if not himself written, songs disrespectful towards Madame de Pompadour. "The first day," said the disgraced minister, "I was nettled; the second, I was comforted." M. de Maurepas, grandson of Chancellor Pontchartrain, had been provided for at 14 years of age by Louis XIV. With the reversion of the Ministry of Marine, which had been held by his father, and had led a frivolous and pleasant life. Through good fortune and evil fortune he clung to the court. When he was recalled thither, at the age of 63, on the suggestion of Madame Adelaide, the queen's aunt, and of the Dukes of Aiguillon and La Vrilliere, both of them ministers and relations of his, he made up his mind that he would never leave it again. On arriving at Versailles, he used the expression "premier minister." "Not at all," said the king abruptly. "Oh, very well," replied M. de Maurepas, "then to teach your Majesty to do without one." Nobody, however, did any business with Louis XVI. Without his being present, and his address was sufficient to keep at a distance or diminish the influence of the princesses as well as of the queen. Marie Antoinette had insisted upon the recall of M. de Choiseul, who had arranged her marriage and who had remained faithful to the Austrian alliance. The king had refused angrily. The sinister accusations which had but lately been current as to the causes of the dauphin's death had never been forgotten by his son. An able man, in spite of his incurable levity, M. de Maurepas soon sacrificed the Duke of Aiguillon to the queen's resentment. The people attached to the old court accused her of despising etiquette. It was said that she had laughed when she received the respectful condolence of aged dames looking like Beguines in their coifs. Already there circulated amongst the public bitter ditties, such as, "My little queen, not 21, maltreat the folks as you've begun, and o'er the border you shall run." The Duke of Aiguillon, always hostile to the Choiseuls and the House of Austria, had lent his countenance to the murmurs. Marie Antoinette was annoyed, and in her turn fostered the distrust felt by the people towards the late ministers of Louis XV. In the place of the Duke of Aiguillon, who had the Ministry of War and that of Foreign Affairs both together, the Count of Muy and the Count of Vergennes were called to power. Some weeks later, the obscure Minister of Marine, M. de Boine, made way for the superintendent of the district, or Généralité, of Limoges, M. Turgot. Anne Robert Jacques Turgot, born at Paris on the 10th of May, 1727, was already known and everywhere esteemed, when M. de Maurepas, at the instance, it is said, of his wife, whom he consulted on all occasions, summoned him to the ministry. He belonged to an ancient and important family by whom he had been intended for the church. When a pupil at Louis le Grand College, he spent his allowance so quickly that his parents became alarmed. They learned before long that the young man shared all he received amongst out-of-college pupils too poor to buy books. This noble concern for the wants of others, as well as his rare gifts of intellect, had gained young Turgot devoted friends. He was already leaning towards philosophy, and he announced to his fellow pupils his intention of giving up his ecclesiastical status. He was a prior of Sorbonne; the majority disapproved of it. "Thou'rt but a younger son of a Norman family," they said, "and consequently poor. Thou'rt certain to get excellent abbotries and to be a bishop early; then thou'lt be able to realize thy fine dreams of administration, and to become a statesman at thy leisure, whilst doing all manner of good in thy diocese. It depends on thyself alone to make thyself useful to thy country, to acquire a high reputation, perhaps to carve thy way to the ministry. If thou enter the magistracy, as thou desirest, thou breakest the plank which is under thy feet, thou'lt be confined to hearing causes, and thou'lt waste thy genius, which is fitted for the most important public affairs." "I am very fond of you, my dear friends," replied M. Turgot, "but I don't quite understand what you are made of. As for me, it would be impossible for me to devote myself to wearing a mask all my life." He became councillor substitute to the attorney general, and before long councillor in the Parliament, on the 30th of December, 1752. Master of requests in 1753, he consented to sit in the king's chamber, when the Parliament suspended the administration of justice. "The court," he said, "is exceeding its powers." A sense of equity thus enlisted him in the service of absolute government. He dreaded, moreover, the corporate spirit, which he considered narrow and intolerant. "When you say we," he would often repeat, "do not be surprised that the public should answer you." Intimately connected with the most esteemed magistrates and economists, such as MM. Trudaine, Quesnay, and Gournay, at the same time that he was writing in the Encyclopaedia, and constantly occupied in useful work, Turgot was not yet 35 when he was appointed superintendent of the district of Limoges. There the rare faculties of his mind and his sincere love of good found their natural field. The country was poor, crushed under imposts, badly intersected by roads badly kept, inhabited by an ignorant populace, violently hostile to the recruitment of the militia. He encouraged agriculture, distributed the talliages more equitably, amended the old roads and constructed new ones, abolished forced labor (corvée), provided for the wants of the poor and wretched during the dearth of 1770 and 1771, and declined successively the superintendentship of Rouen, of Lyons, and of Bordeaux, in order that he might be able to complete the useful tasks he had begun at Limoges. It was in that district, which had become dear to him, that he was sought out by the kindly remembrance of Abbe de Wry, his boyhood's friend, who was intimate with Madame de Maurepas. Scarcely had he been installed in the Department of Marine and begun to conceive vast plans, when the late ministers of Louis XV. Succumbed at last beneath the popular hatred. In the place of Abbe Terray, M. Turgot became comptroller general. The old parliamentarians were triumphant. At the same time as Abbe Terray, Chancellor Maupeou was disgraced, and the judicial system he had founded fell with him. Unpopular from the first, the Maupeou Parliament had remained in the nation's eyes the image of absolute power corrupted and corrupting. The suit between Beaumarchais and Councillor Goezman had contributed to decry it, thanks to the uproar the able pamphleteer had managed to cause. The families of the former magistrates were powerful, numerous, esteemed, and they put pressure upon public opinion. M. de Maurepas determined to retract the last absolutist attempt of Louis XV.'s reign. His first care was to send and demand of Chancellor Maupeou the surrender of the seals. "I know what you have come to tell me," said the latter to the Duke of La Vrilliere, who was usually charged with this painful mission, "but I am and shall continue to be Chancellor of France." And he kept his seat whilst addressing the minister in accordance with his official privilege. He handed to the duke the casket of seals, which the latter was to take straight to M. de Miromesnil. "I had gained the king a great cause," said Maupeou. "He is pleased to reopen a question which was decided; as to that he is master." Imperturbable and haughty as ever, he retired to his estate at Thuit, near the Andelys, where he drew up a justificatory memorandum of his ministry, which he had put into the king's hands, without ever attempting to enter the court or Paris again. He died in the country, at the outset of the revolutionary storms, on the 29th of July, 1792, just as he had made the state a patriotic present of 800,000 livres. At the moment when the populace were burning him in effigy in the streets of Paris, together with Abbe Terray, when he saw the recall of the parliamentarians and the work of his whole life destroyed, he repeated with his usual coolness, "If the king is pleased to lose his kingdom, well, he is master." Abbe Terray had been less proud, and was more harshly treated. It was in vain that he sought to dazzle the young king with ably prepared memorials. "I can do no more," he said, "to add to the receipts, which I have increased by 60 millions. I can do no more to keep down the debts, which I have reduced by 20 millions. It is for you, sir, to relieve your people by reducing the expenses. This work, which is worthy of your kind heart, was reserved for you." Abbe Terray had to refund nearly 900,000 livres to the public treasury. Being recognized by the mob as he was passing over the Seine in a ferry boat, he had some difficulty in escaping from the hands who would have hurled him into the river. The contrast was great between the crafty and unscrupulous ability of the disgraced comptroller general and the complete disinterestedness, large views, and noble desire of goods which animated his successor. After his first interview with the king at Compiegne, M. Turgot wrote to Louis XVI., "Your Majesty has been graciously pleased to permit me to place before your eyes the engagement you took upon yourself to support me in the execution of plans of economy which are at all times, and now more than ever, indispensable. I confine myself for the moment, sir, to reminding you of these three expressions: 1. No bankruptcies. 2. No augmentation of imposts. 3. No loans. No bankruptcy, either avowed or masked by forced reductions. No augmentation of imposts. The reason for that lies in the condition of your people, and still more in your Majesty's own heart. No loans, because every loan always diminishes the disposable revenue. It necessitates, at the end of a certain time, either bankruptcy or augmentation of imposts. Your Majesty will not forget that, when I accepted the office of Comptroller General, I perceived all the preciousness of the confidence with which you honor me. But, at the same time, I perceived all the danger to which I was exposing myself. I foresaw that I should have to fight single-handed against abuses of every sort, against the efforts of such as gain by those abuses, against the host of the prejudiced who oppose every reform, and who, in the hands of interested persons, are so powerful a means of perpetuating disorder. I shall be feared, I shall be even hated by the greater part of the court, by all that solicit favors. This people to whom I shall have sacrificed myself is so easy to deceive, that I shall perhaps incur its hatred through the very measures I shall take to defend it against harassment. I shall be calumniated, and perhaps with sufficient plausibility to rob me of your Majesty's confidence. You will remember that it is on the strength of your promises that I undertake a burden perhaps beyond my strength, that it is to you personally, to the honest man, to the just and good man, rather than to the king, that I commit myself." It is to the honor of Louis XVI. That the virtuous men who served him, often with sorrow and without hoping anything from their efforts, always preserved their confidence in his intentions. "It is quite encouraging," wrote M. Turgot to one of his friends, "to have to serve a king who is really an honest and a well-meaning man." The burden of the necessary reforms was beyond the strength of the minister as well as of the sovereign. The violence of opposing currents was soon about to paralyze their genuine efforts and their generous hopes. M. Turgot set to work at once. Whilst governing his district of Limoges, he had matured numerous plans and shaped extensive theories. He belonged to his times and to the school of the philosophers as regarded his contempt for tradition and history. It was to natural rights alone, to the innate and primitive requirements of mankind, that he traced back his principles, and referred as the basis for all his attempts. "The rights of associated men are not founded upon their history, but upon their nature," says the Memoire au Roi sur les Municipalités, drawn up under the eye of Turgot. By this time he desired no more to reform old France. He wanted a new France. "Before 10 years are over," he would say, "the nation will not be recognizable, thanks to enlightenment. This chaos will have assumed a distinct form. Your Majesty will have quite a new people, and the first of peoples." A profound error, which was that of the whole revolution, and the consequences of which would have been immediately fatal. If the powerful instinct of conservatism and of natural respect for the past had not maintained between the regimen which was crumbling away and the new fabric connections more powerful and more numerous than their friends as well as their enemies were aware of. Two fundamental principles regulated the financial system of M. Turgot: economy in expenditure and freedom in trade. Everywhere he ferreted out abuses, abolishing useless offices and payments, exacting from the entire administration that strict probity of which he set the example. Louis XVI. Supported him conscientiously at that time in all his reforms; the public made fun of it. "The king," it was said, "when he considers himself an abuse, will be one no longer." At the same time, a decree of September 13, 1774, re established at home that freedom of trade in grain which had been suspended by Abbe Terray, and the edict of April, 1776, founded freedom of trade in wine. It is by trade alone and by free trade that the inequality of harvests can be corrected," said the minister in the preamble of his decree. "I have just read M. Turgot's masterpiece," wrote Voltaire to D'Alembert; "it seems to reveal to us new heavens and a new earth." It was on account of his financial innovations that the comptroller general particularly dreaded the return of the old Parliament, with which he saw himself threatened every day. "I fear opposition from the Parliament," he said to the king. "Fear nothing," replied the king warmly, "I will stand by you." And passing over the objections of the best politician amongst his ministers, he yielded to M. de Maurepas, who yielded to public opinion. On the 12th of November, 1774, the old Parliament was formally restored. The king appeared at the bed of justice; the princes, the dukes, and the peers were present; the magistrates were introduced. "The king my grandfather," said Louis XVI., "compelled by your resistance to his repeated orders, did what the maintenance of his authority and the obligation of rendering justice to his people required of his wisdom. To day I recall you to functions which you never ought to have given up. Appreciate all the value of my bounties, and do not forget them." At the same time, the keeper of the seals read out an edict which subjected the restored Parliament to the same jurisdiction which had controlled the Maupeou Parliament. The latter had been sent to Versailles to form a grand council there. Stern words are but a sorry cloak for feeble actions. The restored magistrates grumbled at the narrow limits imposed upon their authority. The Duke of Orleans, the Duke of Chartres, and the Prince of Conti supported their complaints. It was in vain that the king for some time met them with refusals; threats soon gave place to concessions, and the parliaments everywhere reconstituted, enfeebled in the eyes of public opinion, but more than ever obstinate and Fronde like, found themselves free to harass, without doing any good, the march of an administration becoming every day more difficult. "Your Parliament may make barricades," Lord Chesterfield had remarked contemptuously to Montesquieu; "it will never raise barriers." M. Turgot, meanwhile, was continuing his labors, preparing a project for equitable redistribution of the talliage and his grand system of a graduated scale, or hierarchie, of municipal assemblies, commencing with the parish, to culminate in a general meeting of delegates from each province. He threatened, in the course of his reforms, the privileges of the noblesse and of the clergy, and gave his mind anxiously to the instruction of the people, whose condition and welfare he wanted to simultaneously elevate and augment. Already there was a buzz of murmurs against him, confined as yet to the courtiers, when the dearness of bread and the distress which ensued till the spring of 1775 furnished his adversaries with a convenient pretext. Up to that time the attacks had been cautious and purely theoretical. M. Necker, an able banker from Geneva, for a long while settled in Paris, hand in glove with the philosophers, and keeping up, moreover, a great establishment, had brought to the comptroller general a work which he had just finished on the trade in grain. On many points he did not share M. Turgot's opinions. "Be kind enough to ascertain for yourself," said the banker to the minister, "whether the book can be published without inconvenience to the government." M. Turgot was proud and sometimes rude. "Publish, sir, publish," said he, without offering his hand to take the manuscript; "the public shall decide." M. Necker, out of pique, published his book; it had an immense sale. Other pamphlets, more violent and less solid, had already appeared. At the same moment a riot, which seemed to have been planned and to be under certain guidance, broke out in several parts of France. Drunken men shouted about the public thoroughfares, "Bread, cheap bread." Burgundy had always been restless and easily excited. It was at Dijon that the insurrection began. On the 20th of April, the peasantry moved upon the town, and smashed the furniture of a councillor in the Maupeou Parliament, who was accused of monopoly. They were already overflowing the streets. Exasperated by the cruel answer of the governor, M. de La Tour du Pin, "You want something to eat? Go and graze; the grass is just coming up." The burgesses trembled in their houses. The bishop threw himself in the madmen's way, and succeeded in calming them with his exhortations. The disturbance had spread to Pontoise. There the riot broke out on the 1st of May. The market was pillaged, and the 2nd at Versailles. A mob collected under the balcony of the castle. Everywhere ruffians of sinister appearance mingled with the mob, exciting its passions and urging it to acts of violence. The same men, such as are only seen in troublous days, were at the same time scouring Brie, Soissonnais, Vexin, and Upper Normandy. Already barns had been burned and wheat thrown into the river, sacks of flour were ripped to pieces before the king's eyes at Versailles. In his excitement and dismay, he promised the mob that the bread rate should for the future be fixed at 2 sous. The rioters rushed to Paris. Chapter 56. Of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 56. Louis XVI, Ministry of M. Turgot, 1774 to 1776, Part II. M. Turgot had been confined to his bed for some months by an attack of gout. The Paris bakers' shops had already been pillaged. The rioters had entered simultaneously by several gates, badly guarded. Only one bakery, the owner of which had taken the precaution of putting over the door a notice with "Shop to let" on it, had escaped the madmen. The comptroller general had himself put into his carriage and driven to Versailles. At his advice, the king withdrew his rash concession. The current price of bread was maintained. "No firing upon them," Louis XVI. Insisted. The lieutenant of police, Le Noir, had shown weakness and inefficiency. Marshal Biron was entrusted with the repression of the riot. He occupied all the main thoroughfares and cross roads. Sentries were placed at the bakers' doors. Those who had hidden themselves were compelled to bake. The octroi dues on grain were at the same time suspended at all the markets. Wheat was already going down. When the Parisians went out of doors to see the riot, they couldn't find any. "Well done, general in command of the flour (General des Farinats)," said the tremblers, admiring the military arrangements of Marshal Biron. The Parliament had caused to be placarded a decree against street assemblies, at the same time requesting the king to lower the price of bread. The result was deplorable. The severe resolution of the council was placarded beside the proclamation of the Parliament. The magistrates were summoned to Versailles. The prosecution of offenders was forbidden them. It was entrusted to the provost department. "The proceedings of the brigands appear to be combined," said the keeper of the seals. "Their approach is announced. Public rumors indicate the day, the hour, the places at which they are to commit their outrages. It would seem as if there were a plan formed to lay waste the country places, intercept navigation, prevent the carriage of wheat on the high roads, in order to starve out the large towns, and especially the city of Paris." The king at the same time forbade any "remonstrance." "I rely," said he, on dismissing the court, "upon your placing no obstacle or hindrance in the way of the measures I have taken, in order that no similar event may occur during the period of my reign." The troubles were everywhere subsiding, the merchants were recovering their spirits. M. Turgot had at once sent 50,000 francs to a trader whom the rioters had robbed of a boat full of wheat which they had flung into the river. Two of the insurgents were at the same time hanged at Paris on a gallows 40 feet high; and a notice was sent to the parish priests, which they were to read from the pulpit in order to enlighten the people as to the folly of such outbreaks and as to the conditions of the trade in grain. "My people, when they know the authors of the trouble, will regard them with horror," said the royal circular. The authors of the trouble have remained unknown. To his last day M. Turgot believed in the existence of a plot concocted by the Prince of Conti with the design of overthrowing him. Severities were hateful to the king; he had misjudged his own character when, at the outset of his reign, he had desired the appellation of Louis le Severe. "Have we nothing to reproach ourselves with in these measures?" he was incessantly asking M. Turgot, who was as conscientious but more resolute than his master. An amnesty preceded the coronation, which was to take place at Rheims on the 11th of June, 1775. A grave question presented itself as regarded the king's oath. Should he swear, as the majority of his predecessors had sworn, to exterminate heretics? M. Turgot had aroused Louis XVI.'s scruples upon this subject. "Tolerance ought to appear expedient in point of policy for even an infidel prince," he said, "but it ought to be regarded as a sacred duty for a religious prince." His opinion had been warmly supported by M. de Malesherbes, premier president of the Court of Aids. The king, in his perplexity, consulted M. de Maurepas. "M. Turgot is right," said the minister, "but he is too bold. What he proposes could hardly be attempted by a prince who came to the throne at a ripe age and in tranquil times. That is not your position. The fanatics are more to be dreaded than the heretics. The latter are accustomed to their present condition. It will always be easy for you not to employ persecution. Those old formulas, of which nobody takes any notice, are no longer considered to be binding." The king yielded; he made no change in the form of the oath, and confined himself to stammering out a few incoherent words. At the coronation of Louis XV., the people, heretofore admitted freely to the cathedral, had been excluded. At the coronation of Louis XVI., the officiator, who was the coadjutor of Rheims, omitted the usual formula addressed to the whole assembly, "Will you have this king for your king?" This insolent neglect was soon to be replied to by the sinister echo of the sovereignty of the people. The clergy, scared by M. Turgot's liberal tendencies, reiterated their appeals to the king against the liberties tacitly accorded to Protestants. "Finish," they said to Louis XVI., "the work which Louis the Great began, and which Louis the Well beloved continued." The king answered with vague assurances. Already MM. Turgot and de Malesherbes were entertaining him with a project which conceded to Protestants the civil status. M. de Malesherbes, indeed, had been for some months past seconding his friend in the weighty task which the latter had undertaken. Born at Paris on the 6th of December, 1721, son of the chancellor William de Lamoignon, and for the last 23 years premier president in the Court of Aids, Malesherbes had invariably fought on behalf of honest right and sound liberty. Popularity had followed him in exile. It had increased continually since the accession of Louis XVI., who lost no time in recalling him. He had just presented to the king a remarkable memorandum touching the reform of the fiscal regimen, when M. Turgot proposed to the king to call him to the ministry in the place of the Duke of La Vrilliere. M. de Maurepas made no objection. "He will be the link of the ministry," he said, "because he has the eloquence of tongue and of heart." "Rest assured," wrote Mdlle. de Lespinasse, "that what is well will be done, and will be done well. Never, no, never were two more enlightened, more disinterested, more virtuous men more powerfully knit together in a greater and a higher cause." The first care of M. de Malesherbes was to protest against the sealed letters (lettres de cachet, summary arrest), the application whereof he was for putting in the hands of a special tribunal. He visited the Bastille, releasing the prisoners confined on simple suspicion. He had already dared to advise the king to a convocation of the States general. "In France," he had written to Louis XVI., "the nation has always had a deep sense of its right and its liberty. Our maxims have been more than once recognized by our kings; they have even gloried in being the sovereigns of a free people. Meanwhile, the articles of this liberty have never been reduced to writing, and the real power, the power of arms, which, under a feudal government, was in the hands of the grandees, has been completely centred in the kingly power. We ought not to hide from you, sir, that the way which would be most simple, most natural, and most in conformity with the constitution of this monarchy, would be to hear the nation itself in full assembly, and nobody should have the poltroonery to use any other language to you. Nobody should leave you in ignorance that the unanimous wish of the nation is to obtain States general, or at the least States provincial. Deign to consider, sir, that on the day you grant this precious liberty to your people, it may be said that a treaty has been concluded between king and nation against ministers and magistrates, against the ministers, if there be any perverted enough to wish to conceal from you the truth, against the magistrates, if there ever be any ambitious enough to pretend to have the exclusive right of telling you it." Almost the whole ministry was in the hands of Reformers. A sincere desire to do good impelled the king towards those who promised him the happiness of his people. Marshal Muy had succumbed to a painful operation. "Sir," he had said to Louis XVI., before placing himself in the surgeon's hands, "in a fortnight I shall be at your Majesty's feet, or with your august father." He had succumbed. M. Turgot spoke to M. de Maurepas of the Duke of Saint Germain. "Propose him to the king," said the minister, adding his favorite phrase, "One can but try." In the case of government, trials are often a dangerous thing. M. de Saint Germain, born in the Jura in 1707, and entered first of all amongst the Jesuits, had afterwards devoted himself to the career of arms. He had served the Elector Palatin, Maria Theresa, and the Elector of Bavaria. Enrolled finally by Marshal Saxe, he had distinguished himself under his orders. As lieutenant general during the 7 Years' War, he had brought up his division at Rossbach more quickly than his colleagues had theirs; he had fled less far than the others before the enemy. But his character was difficult, suspicious, exacting; he was always seeing everywhere plots concocted to ruin him. "I am persecuted to the death," he would say. He entered the service of Denmark. Returning to France, and in poverty, he lived in Alsace on the retired list. It was there that the king's summons came to find him out. In his solitude, M. de Saint Germain had conceived 1,000 projects of reform; he wanted to apply them all at once. He made no sort of case of the picked corps, and suppressed the majority of them, thus irritating likewise all the privileged. "M. de Saint Germain," wrote Frederick II. to Voltaire, "had great and noble plans very advantageous for your Welches; but everybody thwarted him, because the reforms he proposed would have entailed a strictness which was repugnant to them on 10,000 sluggards, well frogged, well laced." The enthusiasm which had been excited by the new minister of war had disappeared from amongst the officers. He lost the hearts of the soldiers by wanting to establish in the army the corporal punishments in use amongst the German armies in which he had served. The feeling was so strong that the attempt was abandoned. "In the matter of sabres," said a grenadier, "I like only the edge." Violent and weak both together, in spite of his real merit and his genuine worth, often giving up wise resolutions out of sheer embarrassment, he nearly always failed in what he undertook. The outcries against the Reformers were increased thereby; the faults of M. de Saint Germain were put down to M. Turgot. It was against the latter indeed that the courtiers' anger and M. de Maurepas' growing jealousy were directed. "Once upon a time there was in France," said a pamphlet entitled Le Songe de M. de Maurepas, attributed to Monsieur, the king's brother, "there was in France a certain man, clumsy, crass, heavy, born with more of rudeness than of character, more of obstinacy than of firmness, of impetuosity than of tact, a charlatan in administration as well as in virtue, made to bring the one into disrepute and the other into disgust, in other respects shy from self conceit, timid from pride, as unfamiliar with men, whom he had never known, as with public affairs, which he had always seen askew. His name was Turgot. He was one of those half thinking brains which adopt all visions, all manias of a gigantic sort. He was believed to be deep, he was really shallow. Night and day he was raving of philosophy, liberty, equality, net product. "He is too much (trop fort) for me," M. de Maurepas would often say. "A man must be possessed (inspired) enragé," wrote Malesherbes, "to force, at one and the same time, the hand of the king, of M. de Maurepas, of the whole court, and of the Parliament." Perhaps the task was above human strength; it was certainly beyond that of M. Turgot. Ever occupied with the public weal, he turned his mind to every subject, issuing a multiplicity of decrees, sometimes with rather chimerical hopes. He had proposed to the king 6 edicts. 2 were extremely important: the first abolished jurorships (jurandes) and masterships (maitrises) among the workmen. "The king," said the preamble, "wishes to secure to all his subjects, and especially to the humblest, to those who have no property but their labor and their industry, the full and entire enjoyment of their rights, and to reform, consequently, the institutions which strike at those rights, and which, in spite of their antiquity, have failed to be legalized by time, opinion, and even the acts of authority." The second substituted for forced labor on roads and highways an impost to which all proprietors were equally liable. This was the first step towards equal redistribution of taxes. Great was the explosion of disquietude and wrath on the part of the privileged. It showed itself first in the council, by the mouth of M. de Miromesnil. Turgot sprang up with animation. "The keeper of the seals," he said, "seems to adopt the principle that, by the constitution of the state, the noblesse ought to be exempt from all taxation. This idea will appear a paradox to the majority of the nation. The commoners (roturiers) are certainly the greatest number, and we are no longer in the days when their voices did not count." The king listened to the discussion in silence. "Come," he exclaimed abruptly, "I see that there are only M. Turgot and I here who love the people," and he signed the edicts. The Parliament, like the noblesse, had taken up the cudgels; they made representation after representation. "The populace of France," said the court boldly, "is liable to talliage and forced labor at will, and that is a part of the constitution which the king cannot change." Louis XVI. Summoned the Parliament to Versailles, and had the edicts enregistered at a bed of justice. "It is a bed of beneficence," exclaimed Voltaire, a passionate admirer of Turgot. The comptroller general was triumphant; but his victory was but the prelude to his fall. Too many enemies were leagued against him, irritated both by the noblest qualities of his character and, at the same time, by the natural defects of his manners. Possessed of love "for a beautiful ideal, of a rage for perfection," M. Turgot had wanted to attempt everything, undertake everything, reform everything at one blow. He fought single handed. M. de Malesherbes, firm as a rock at the head of the Court of Aids, supported as he was by the traditions and corporate feeling of the magistracy, had shown weakness as a minister. "I could offer the king only uprightness and good heartedness," he said himself, "two qualities insufficient to make a minister, even a mediocre one." The courtiers, in fact, called him "good heart" (bonhomme). "M. de Malesherbes has doubts about everything," wrote Madame de Deffand; "M. Turgot has doubts about nothing." M. de Maurepas having, of set purpose, got up rather a serious quarrel with him, Malesherbes sent in his resignation to the king. The latter pressed him to withdraw it. The minister remained inflexible. "You are better off than I," said Louis XVI. At last; You can abdicate." For a long while the king had remained faithful to M. Turgot. "People may say what they like," he would repeat with sincere conviction, "but he is an honest man." Infamous means were employed, it is said, with the king. He was shown forged letters, purporting to come from M. Turgot, intercepted at the post and containing opinions calculated to wound his Majesty himself. To pacify the jealousy of M. de Maurepas, Turgot had given up his privilege of working alone with the king. Left to the adroit manoeuvres of his old minister, Louis XVI. Fell away by degrees from the troublesome reformer against whom were leagued all those who were about him. The queen had small liking for M. Turgot, whose strict economy had cut down the expenses of her household. Contrary to their usual practice, her most trusted servants abetted the animosity of M. de Maurepas. "I confess that I am not sorry for these departures," wrote Marie Antoinette to her mother, after the fall of M. Turgot, "but I have had nothing to do with them." "Sir," M. Turgot had written to Louis XVI., "monarchs governed by courtiers have but to choose between the fate of Charles I. and that of Charles XI." The coolness went on increasing between the king and his minister. On the 12th of May, 1776, the comptroller general entered the king's closet; he had come to speak to him about a new project for an edict. The exposition of reasons was, as usual, a choice morsel of political philosophy. "Another commentary!" said the king with temper. He listened, however. When the comptroller general had finished, "Is that all?" asked the king. "Yes, sir." "So much the better," and he showed the minister out. A few hours later, M. Turgot received his dismissal. He was at his desk, drawing up an important decree; he laid down his pen, saying quietly, "My successor will finish." And when M. de Maurepas hypocritically expressed his regret, "I retire," said M. Turgot, "without having to reproach myself with feebleness, or falseness, or dissimulation." He wrote to the king, "I have done, sir, what I believe to be my duty in setting before you, with unreserved and unexampled frankness, the difficulty of the position in which I stood and what I thought of your own. If I had not done so, I should have considered myself to have behaved culpably towards you. You, no doubt, have come to a different conclusion since you have withdrawn your confidence from me. But even if I were mistaken, you cannot, sir, but do justice to the feeling by which I was guided. All I desire, sir, is that you may always be able to believe that I was short sighted, and that I pointed out to you merely fanciful dangers. I hope that time may not justify me, and that your reign may be as happy and as tranquil for yourself and your people as they flattered themselves it would be, in accordance with your principles of justice and beneficence." Useless wishes, belied in advance by the previsions of M. Turgot himself. He had espied the danger and sounded some of the chasms just yawning beneath the feet of the nation as well as of the king. He committed the noble error of believing in the instant and supreme influence of justice and reason. "Sir," said he to Louis XVI., "you ought to govern, like God, by general laws." Had he been longer in power, M. Turgot would still have failed in his designs. The life of one man was too short, and the hand of one man too weak to modify the course of events, fruit slowly ripened during so many centuries. It was to the honor of M. Turgot that he discerned the mischief and would fain have applied the proper remedy. He was often mistaken about the means, oftener still about the strength he had at disposal. He had the good fortune to die early, still sad and anxious about the fate of his country, without having been a witness of the catastrophes he had foreseen and of the sufferings as well as wreckage through which France must pass before touching at the haven he would fain have opened to her. The joy of the courtiers was great, at Versailles, when the news arrived of M. Turgot's fall; the public regretted it but little; the inflexible severity of his principles which he never veiled by grace of manners, a certain disquietude occasioned by the chimerical views which were attributed to him, had alienated many people from him. His real friends were in consternation. "I was but lately rejoicing," said Abbe Very, "at the idea that the work was going on, of coolly repairing a fine edifice which time had damaged. Henceforth, the most that will be done will be to see after repairing a few of its cracks. I no longer indulge in hopes of its restoration. I cannot but apprehend its downfall sooner or later." "Oh, what news I hear!" writes Voltaire to D'Alembert. "France would have been too fortunate. What will become of us? I am quite upset. I see nothing but death for me to look forward to, now that M. Turgot is out of office. It is a thunderbolt fallen upon my brain and upon my heart." A few months later, M. de Saint Germain retired in his turn, not to Alsace again, but to the Arsenal with 40,000 livres for pension. The first, the great attempt at reform had failed. "M. de Malesherbes lacked will to remain in power," said Abbe Wry. M. Turgot conciliatoriness (conciliabilité), and M. de Maurepas soul enough to follow his lights. "M. de Malesherbes," wrote Condorcet, "has, either from inclination or from default of mental rectitude, a bias towards eccentric and paradoxical ideas. He discovers in his mind numberless arguments for and against, but never discovers a single one to decide him. In his private capacity, he had employed his eloquence in proving to the king and the ministers that the good of the nation was the one thing needful to be thought of. When he became minister, he employed it in proving that this good was impossible. "I understand two things in the matter of war," said M. de Saint Germain just before he became minister: "to obey and to command; but if it comes to advising, I don't know anything about it." He was indeed a bad adviser, and, with the best intentions, he had no idea either how to command or to make himself obeyed. M. Turgot had correctly estimated the disorder of affairs, when he wrote to the king on the 30th of April, a fortnight before his disgrace: "Sir, the parliaments are already in better heart, more audacious, more implicated in the cabals of the court than they were in 1770, after 20 years of enterprise and success. Minds are 1,000 times more excited upon all sorts of matters, and your ministry is almost as divided and as feeble as that of your predecessor. Consider, sir, that, in the course of nature, you have 50 years to reign, and reflect what progress may be made by a disorder which, in 20 years, has reached the pitch at which we see it." Turgot and Malesherbes had fallen. They had vainly attempted to make the soundest as well as the most moderate principles of pure philosophy triumphant in the government. At home a new attempt, bolder and at the same time more practical, was soon about to resuscitate for a while the hopes of liberal minds. Abroad and in a new world there was already a commencement of events which were about to bring to France a revival of glory and to shed on the reign of Louis XVI. A moment's legitimate and brilliant lustre. Chapter 57, Part 1 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 57. Louis XVI. France abroad. United States War of Independence, 1775 1783. Part 1. "Two things, great and difficult as they may be, are a man's duty and may establish his fame: to support misfortune and be sturdily resigned to it, to believe in the good and trust in it perseveringly." M. Guizot, Washington. "There is a sight as fine and not less salutary than that of a virtuous man at grips with adversity. It is the sight of a virtuous man at the head of a good cause and securing its triumph. If ever cause were just and had a right to success, it was that of the English colonies which rose in insurrection to become the United States of America. Opposition, in their case, preceded insurrection. Their opposition was founded on historic right and on facts, on rational right and on ideas. It is to the honor of England that she had deposited in the cradle of her colonies the germ of their liberty. Almost all, at their foundation, received charters which conferred upon the colonists the franchises of the mother country. At the same time with legal rights, the colonists had creeds. It was not only as Englishmen, but as Christians, that they wanted to be free, and they had their faith even more at heart than their charters. Their rights would not have disappeared, even had they lacked their charters. By the mere impulse of their souls, with the assistance of divine grace, they would have derived them from a sublimer source and one inaccessible to human power, for they cherished feelings that soared beyond even the institutions of which they showed themselves to be so jealous. Such, in the English colonies, was the happy condition of man and of society when England, by an arrogant piece of aggression, attempted to dispose, without their consent, of their fortunes and their destiny." The uneasiness in the relations between the mother country and the colonies was of old date, and the danger which England ran of seeing her great settlements beyond the sea separating from her had for some time past struck the more clear-sighted. "Colonies are like fruits which remain on the tree only until they are ripe," said M. Turgot in 1750. "When they have become self-sufficing, they do as Carthage did, as America will one day do." It was in the war between England and France for the possession of Canada that the Americans made the first trial of their strength. Alliance was concluded between the different colonies. Virginia marched in tune with Massachusetts. The pride of a new power, young and already victorious, animated the troops which marched to the conquest of Canada. "If we manage to remove from Canada these turbulent Gauls," exclaimed John Adams, "our territory, in a century, will be more populous than England herself. Then all Europe will be powerless to subjugate us." "I am astounded," said the Duke of Choiseul to the English negotiator who arrived at Paris in 1761, "I am astounded that your great Pitt should attach so much importance to the acquisition of Canada, a territory too scantily peopled to ever become dangerous for you, and one which, in our hands, would serve to keep your colonies in a state of dependence from which they will not fail to free themselves the moment Canada is ceded to you." A pamphlet attributed to Burke proposed to leave Canada to France, with the avowed aim of maintaining on the border of the American provinces an object of anxiety and an ever threatening enemy. America protested its loyalty and rejected with indignation all idea of separation. "It is said that the development of the strength of the colonies may render them more dangerous and bring them to declare their independence," wrote Franklin in 1760. "Such fears are chimerical. So many causes are against their union that I do not hesitate to declare it not only improbable but impossible. I say impossible without the most provoking tyranny and oppression. As long as the government is mild and just, as long as there is security for civil and religious interests, the Americans will be respectful and submissive subjects. The waves only rise when the wind blows." In England, many distinguished minds doubted whether the government of the mother country would manage to preserve the discretion and moderation claimed by Franklin. "Notwithstanding all you say of your loyalty, you Americans," observed Lord Camden to Franklin himself, "I know that some day you will shake off the ties which unite you to us, and you will raise the standard of independence." "No such idea exists, or will enter into the heads of the Americans," answered Franklin, "unless you maltreat them quite scandalously." "That is true," rejoined the other, "and it is exactly one of the causes which I foresee, and which will bring on the event." The 7 Years' War was ended, shamefully and sadly for France. M. de Choiseul, who had concluded peace with regret and a bitter pang, was ardently pursuing every means of taking his revenge. To foment disturbances between England and her colonies appeared to him an efficacious and a natural way of gratifying his feelings. "There is great difficulty in governing states in the days in which we live," he wrote to M. Durand, at that time French minister in London, "still greater difficulty in governing those of America; and the difficulty approaches impossibility as regards those of Asia. I am very much astonished that England, which is but a very small spot in Europe, should hold dominion over more than a third of America, and that her dominion should have no other object but that of trade. As long as the vast American possessions contribute no subsidies for the support of the mother country, private persons in England will still grow rich for some time on the trade with America, but the state will be undone for want of means to keep together a too extended power. If, on the contrary, England proposes to establish imposts in her American domains, when they are more extensive and perhaps more populous than the mother country, when they have fishing, woods, navigation, corn, iron, they will easily part asunder from her, without any fear of chastisement, for England could not undertake a war against them to chastise them." He encouraged his agents to keep him informed as to the state of feeling in America, welcoming and studying all projects, even the most fantastic, that might be hostile to England. When M. de Choiseul was thus writing to M. Durand, the English government had already justified the fears of its wisest and most sagacious friends. On the 7th of March, 1765, after a short and unimportant debate, Parliament, on the motion of Mr. George Grenville, then First Lord of the Treasury, had extended to the American colonies the stamp tax, everywhere in force in England. The proposal had been brought forward in the preceding year, but the protests of the colonists had for some time retarded its discussion. "The Americans are an ungrateful people," said Townshend. "They are children settled in life by our care and nurtured by our indulgence." Pitt was absent. Colonel Barre rose. "Settled by your care!" he exclaimed. "Nay, it was your oppression which drove them to America. To escape from your tyranny, they exposed themselves in the desert to all the ills that human nature can endure. Nurtured by your indulgence! Nay, they have grown by reason of your indifference. And do not forget that these people, loyal as they are as jealous as they were at the first of their liberties, and remain animated by the same spirit that caused the exile of their ancestors." This was the only protest. "Nobody voted on the other side in the House of Lords," said George Grenville at a later period. In America the effect was terrible and the dismay profound. The Virginia House was in session. Nobody dared to speak against a measure which struck at all the privileges of the colonies and went to the hearts of the loyal gentlemen still passionately attached to the mother country. A young barrister, Patrick Henry, hardly known hitherto, rose at last, and in an unsteady voice said, "I propose to the vote of the Assembly the following resolutions: Only the General Assembly of this colony has the right and power to impose taxes on the inhabitants of this colony. Every attempt to invest with this power any person or body whatever other than the said General Assembly has a manifest tendency to destroy at one and the same time British and American liberties." Then, becoming more and more animated, and rising to eloquence by sheer force of passion, Tarquin and Caesar, he exclaimed, had each their Brutus; Charles I. had his Cromwell, and George III. "Treason! treason!" was shouted on all sides. "Will doubtless profit by their example," continued Patrick Henry proudly, without allowing himself to be moved by the wrath of the government's friends. His resolutions were voted by 20 to 19. The excitement in America was communicated to England. It served the political purposes and passions of Mr. Pitt. He boldly proposed in the House of Commons the repeal of the stamp tax. "The colonists," he said, "are subjects of this realm, having, like yourselves, a title to the special privileges of Englishmen. They are bound by the English laws, and, in the same measure as yourselves, have a right to the liberties of this country. The Americans are the sons and not the bastards of England. When in this House we grant subsidies to his Majesty, we dispose of that which is our own; but the Americans are not represented here. When we impose a tax upon them, what is it we do? We, the Commons of England, give what to his Majesty? Our own personal property? No, we give away the property of the Commons of America. There is absurdity in the very terms." The bill was repealed, and agitation was calmed for a while in America; but ere long Mr. Pitt resumed office under the title of Lord Chatham, and with office he adopted other views as to the taxes to be imposed. In vain he sought to disguise them under the form of custom house duties. The taxes on tea, glass, paper, excited in America the same indignation as the stamp tax. Resistance was everywhere organized. "Between 1767 and 1771, patriotic leagues were everywhere formed against the consumption of English merchandise and the exportation of American produce. All exchange ceased between the mother country and the colonies. To extinguish the source of England's riches in America, and to force her to open her eyes to her madness, the colonists shrank from no privation and no sacrifice. Luxury had vanished, rich and poor welcomed ruin rather than give up their political rights." M. Cornelis de Witt, Histoire de Washington. "I expect nothing more from petitions to the king," said Washington, already one of the most steadfast champions of American liberties, "and I would oppose them if they were calculated to suspend the execution of the pact of non importation. As sure as I live, there is no relief to be expected for us but from the Straits of Great Britain. I believe, or at least I hope, that there is enough public virtue still remaining among us to make us deny ourselves everything but the bare necessaries of life in order to obtain justice. This we have a right to do, and no power on earth can force us to a change of conduct short of being reduced to the most abject slavery." He added, in a spirit of strict justice, "As to the pact of non exportation, that is another thing. I confess that I have doubts of its being legitimate. We owe considerable sums to Great Britain; we can only pay them with our produce. To have a right to accuse others of injustice, we must be just ourselves; and how can we be so if we refuse to pay our debts to Great Britain? That is what I cannot make out." The opposition was as yet within the law, and the national effort was as orderly as it was impassioned. "There is agitation, there are meetings, there is mutual encouragement to the struggle, the provinces concert opposition together, the wrath against Great Britain grows and the abyss begins to yawn; but such are the habits of order among this people, that in the midst of this immense ferment among the nation, it is scarcely possible to pick out even a few acts of violence here and there. Up to the day when the uprising becomes general, the government of George III. Can scarcely find, even in the great centres of opposition, such as Boston, any specious pretexts for its own violence." M. Cornelis de Witt, Histoire de Washington. The Declaration of Independence was by this time becoming inevitable when Washington and Jefferson were still writing in this strain. Washington to Captain Mackenzie: "You are taught to believe that the people of Massachusetts are a people of rebels in revolt for independence, and what not. Permit me to tell you, my good friend, that you are mistaken, grossly mistaken. I can testify, as a fact, that independence is neither the wish nor the interest of this colony or of any other on the continent, separately or collectively. But at the same time you may rely upon it that none of them will ever submit to the loss of those privileges, of those precious rights which are essential to the happiness of every free state, and without which liberty, property, life itself are devoid of any security." Jefferson to Mr. Randolph: "Believe me, my dear sir, there is not in the whole British Empire a man who cherishes more cordially than I do the union with Great Britain; but, by the God who made me, I would cease to live rather than accept that union on the terms proposed by Parliament. We lack neither motives nor power to declare and maintain our separation. It is the will alone that we lack, and that is growing little by little under the hand of our king." It was indeed growing. Lord Chatham had been but a short time in office. Lord North, on becoming prime minister, zealously promoted the desires of George III. In Parliament and throughout the country. The opposition, headed by Lord Chatham, protested in the name of the eternal principles of justice and liberty against the measures adopted towards the colonies. "Liberty," said Lord Chatham, "is pledged to liberty. They are indissolubly allied in this great cause. It is the alliance between God and nature, immutable, eternal as the light in the firmament of heaven. Have a care! Foreign war is suspended over your heads by a thin and fragile thread. Spain and France are watching over your conduct, waiting for the fruit of your blunders. They keep their eyes fixed on America, and are more concerned with the dispositions of your colonies than with their own affairs, whatever they may be. I repeat to you, my lords, if ministers persist in their fatal counsels, I do not say that they may alienate the affections of its subjects, but I affirm that they will destroy the greatness of the crown. I do not say that the king will be betrayed, I affirm that the country will be ruined." Franklin was present at this scene. Sent to England by his fellow countrymen to support their petitions by his persuasive and dexterous eloquence, he watched with intelligent interest the disposition of the continent towards his country. "All Europe seems to be on our side," he wrote, "but Europe has its own reasons. It considers itself threatened by the power of England, and it would like to see her divided against herself. Our prudence will retard for a long time yet, I hope, the satisfaction which our enemies expect from our dissensions. Prudence, patience, discretion. When the catastrophe arrives, it must be clear to all mankind that fault is not on our side." The catastrophe was becoming imminent. Already a riot at Boston had led to throwing into the sea a cargo of tea which had arrived on board 2 English vessels, and which the governor had refused to send away at once, as the populace desired. Already, on the summons of the Virginia Convention, a general congress of all the provinces had met at Philadelphia. At the head of the legal resistance, as well as of the later rebellion in arms, marched the Puritans of New England and the sons of the Cavaliers settled in Virginia. The opposition, tumultuous and popular in the north, parliamentary and political in the south, was everywhere animated by the same spirit and the same zeal. "I do not pretend to indicate precisely what line must be drawn between Great Britain and the colonies," wrote Washington to one of his friends, "but it is most decidedly my opinion that one must be drawn, and our rights definitively secured." He had but lately said, "Nobody ought to hesitate a moment to employ arms in defence of interests so precious, so sacred, but arms ought to be our last resource." The day had come when this was the only resource henceforth remaining to the Americans. Stubborn and irritated, George III. And his government heaped vexatious measures one upon another, feeling sure of crushing down the resistance of the colonists by the ruin of their commerce as well as of their liberties. "We must fight," exclaimed Patrick Henry at the Virginia Convention. "I repeat it, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts, that is all we have left." Armed resistance was already being organized, in the teeth of many obstacles and notwithstanding active or tacit opposition on the part of a considerable portion of the people. It was time to act. On the 18th of April, 1775, at night, a picked body of the English garrison of Boston left the town by order of General Gage, governor of Massachusetts. The soldiers were as yet in ignorance of their destination, but the American patriots had divined it. The governor had ordered the gates to be closed. Some of the inhabitants, however, having found means of escaping, had spread the alarm in the country. Already men were repairing in silence to posts assigned in anticipation. When the king's troops, on approaching Lexington, expected to lay hands upon two of the principal movers, Samuel Adams and John Hancock, they came into collision, in the night, with a corps of militia blocking the way. The Americans taking no notice of the order given them to retire, the English troops, at the instigation of their officers, fired. A few men fell. War was begun between England and America. That very evening Colonel Smith, whilst proceeding to seize the ammunition depot at Concord, found himself successively attacked by detachments hastily formed in all the villages. He fell back in disorder beneath the guns of Boston. Some days later the town was besieged by an American army, and the Congress, meeting at Philadelphia, appointed Washington "to be general in chief of all the forces of the United Colonies, of all that had been or should be levied, and of all others that should voluntarily offer their services or join the said army to defend American liberty, and to repulse every attack directed against it." George Washington was born on the 22nd of February, 1732, on the banks of the Potomac, at Bridges Creek, in the county of Westmoreland in Virginia. He belonged to a family of consideration among the planters of Virginia, descended from that race of country gentlemen who had but lately effected the Revolution in England. He lost his father early, and was brought up by a distinguished, firm, and judicious mother, for whom he always preserved equal affection and respect. Intended for the life of a surveyor of the still uncleared lands of Western America, he had led, from his youth up, a life of freedom and hardship. At 19, during the Canadian War, he had taken his place in the militia of his country, and we have seen how he fought with credit at the side of General Braddock. On returning home at the end of the war, and settling at Mount Vernon, which had been bequeathed to him by his eldest brother, he had become a great agriculturist and great hunter, esteemed by all, loved by those who knew him, actively engaged in his own business as well as that of his colony, and already an object of confidence as well as hope to his fellow citizens. In 1774, on the eve of the great struggle, Patrick Henry, on leaving the first Congress formed to prepare for it, replied to those who asked which was the foremost man in the Congress, "If you speak of eloquence, Mr. Rutledge of South Carolina is the greatest orator; but if you speak of solid knowledge of things and of sound judgment, Colonel Washington is indisputably the greatest man in the Assembly." Capable of rising to the highest destinies, he could have ignored himself without a struggle, and found in the culture of his lands satisfaction for those powerful faculties which were to suffice for the command of armies and for the foundation of a government; but when the occasion offered, when the need came, without any effort on his own part, without surprise on the part of others, the sagacious planter turned out a great man. He had in a superior degree the two qualities which in active life render men capable of great things. He could believe firmly in his own ideas, and act resolutely upon them, without fearing to take the responsibility." M. Guizot, Washington. He was, however, deeply moved and troubled at the commencement of a contest of which he foresaw the difficulties and the trials, without fathoming their full extent, and it was not without a struggle that he accepted the power confided to him by Congress. "Believe me, my dear Patsy," he wrote to his wife, "I have done all I could to screen myself from this high mark of honor, not only because it cost me much to separate myself from you and from my family, but also because I felt that this task was beyond my strength." When the new general arrived before Boston to take command of the confused and undisciplined masses which were hurrying up to the American camp, he heard that an engagement had taken place on the 16th of June on the heights of Bunker's Hill, which commanded the town. The Americans who had seized the positions had defended them so bravely that the English had lost nearly 1,000 men before they carried the batteries. A few months later, after unheard of efforts on the general's part to constitute and train his army, he had taken possession of all of the environs of the place, and General Howe, who had superseded General Gage, evacuated Boston, March 17, 1776. Every step was leading to the Declaration of Independence. "If everybody were of my opinion," wrote Washington in the month of February, 1776, "the English ministers would learn in few words what we want to arrive at. I should set forth simply, and without periphrasis, our grievances and our resolution to have justice. I should tell them that we have long and ardently desired an honorable reconciliation, and that it has been refused. I should add that we have conducted ourselves as faithful subjects, that the feeling of liberty is too strong in our hearts to let us ever submit to slavery, and that we are quite determined to burst every bond with an unjust and unnatural government, if our enslavement alone will satisfy a tyrant and his diabolical ministry. And I should tell them all this, not in covert terms, but in language as plain as the light of the sun at full noon." Many people still hesitated, from timidity, from foreseeing the sufferings which war would inevitably entail on America, from hereditary, faithful attachment to the mother country. "Gentlemen," had but lately been observed by Mr. Dickinson, deputy from Pennsylvania, at the reading of the scheme of a solemn declaration justifying the taking up of arms, "there is but one word in this paper of which I disapprove: Congress." "And as for me, Mr. President," said Mr. Harrison, rising, "there is but one word in this paper of which I approve: Congress." Deeds had become bolder than words. "We have hitherto made war by halves," wrote John Adams to General Gates. "You will see in to morrow's papers that for the future we shall probably venture to make it by three quarters. The continental navy, the provincial navies, have been authorized to cruise against English property throughout the whole extent of the ocean. Learn, for your governance, that this is not independence. Far from it. If one of the next courier should bring you word of unlimited freedom of commerce with all nations, take good care not to call that independence. Nothing of the sort. Independence is a spectre of such awful mien that the mere sight of it might make a delicate person faint." Independence was not yet declared, and already, at the end of their proclamations, instead of the time honored formula, "God save the king," the Virginians had adopted the proudly significant phrase, "God save the liberties of America." The great day came, however, when the Congress resolved to give its true name to the war which the colonies had been for more than a year maintaining against the mother country. After a discussion which lasted 3 days, the scheme drawn up by Jefferson for the Declaration of Independence was adopted by a large majority. The solemn proclamation of it was determined upon the 4th of July, and that day has remained the national festival of the United States of America. John Adams made no mistake when, in the transport of his patriotic joy, he wrote to his wife, "I am inclined to believe that this day will be celebrated by generations to come as the great anniversary of the nation. It should be kept as the day of deliverance by solemn thanksgivings to the Almighty. It should be kept with pomp, to the sound of cannon and of bells, with games, with bonfires and illuminations from one end of the continent to the other, for ever. You will think me carried away by my enthusiasm; but no, I take into account perfectly the pains, the blood, the treasure we shall have to expend to maintain this declaration, to uphold and defend these States; but through all these shadows I perceive rays of ravishing light and joy. I feel that the end is worth all the means, and far more, and that posterity will rejoice over this event with songs of triumph, even though we should have cause to repent of it, which will not be, I trust in God." The Declaration of American Independence was solemn and grave. It began with an appeal to those natural rights which the eighteenth century had everywhere learned to claim. "We hold as self evident all these truths," said the Congress of the United Colonies. "All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among those rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Governments are established amongst men to guarantee those rights, and their just power emanates from the consent of the governed." Chapter 57, part 1. Chapter 57, part 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 57. Louis XVI. France abroad. United States War of Independence, 1775 to 1783. Part 2. To this declaration of the inalienable right of people to choose their own government for the greatest security and greatest happiness of the governed, succeeded an enumeration of the grievances which made it forever impossible for the American colonists to render obedience to the King of Great Britain. The list was long and overwhelming. It ended with this declaration: "Wherefore we, the representatives of the United States of America, met together in General Congress, calling the Supreme Judge of the Universe to witness the uprightness of our intentions, do solemnly publish and declare in the name of the good people of these colonies that the United Colonies are and have a right to be free and independent States, that they are released from all allegiance to the Crown of Great Britain, and that every political tie between them and Great Britain is and ought to be entirely dissolved. Full of firm confidence in the protection of Divine Providence, we pledge mutually to the maintenance of this declaration our lives, our fortunes, and our most sacred possession, our honor." The die was cast, and retreat cut off for the timid and the malcontent. Through a course of alternate successes and reverses, Washington had kept up hostilities during the rough campaign of 1776. Many a time he had thought the game lost, and he had found himself under the necessity of abandoning posts he had mastered to fall back upon Philadelphia. "What will you do if Philadelphia is taken?" he was asked. "We will retire beyond the Susquehanna, and then, if necessary, beyond the Alleghanies," answered the general without hesitation. Unwavering in his patriotic faith and resolution, he relied upon the savage resources and the vast wilderness of his native country to wear out at last the patience and courage of the English generals. At the end of the campaign, Washington, suddenly resuming the offensive, had beaten the king's troops at Trenton and at Princeton one after the other. This brilliant action had restored the affairs of the Americans, and was a preparatory step to the formation of a new army. On the 30th of December, 1776, Washington was invested by Congress with the full powers of a dictator. Europe, meanwhile, was following with increasing interest the vicissitudes of a struggle which at a distance had from the first appeared to the most experienced an unequal one. "Let us not anticipate events, but content ourselves with learning them when they occur," said a letter in 1775 to M. de Guines, ambassador in London, from Louis XVI.'s minister for foreign affairs, M. de Vergennes. "I prefer to follow, as a quiet observer, the course of events rather than try to produce them." He had but lately said with prophetic anxiety, "Far from seeking to profit by the embarrassment in which England finds herself on account of affairs in America, we should rather desire to extricate her. The spirit of revolt, in whatever spot it breaks out, is always of dangerous precedent. It is with moral as with physical diseases; both may become contagious. This consideration should induce us to take care that the spirit of independence, which is causing so terrible an explosion in North America, have no power to communicate itself to points interesting to us in this hemisphere." For a moment French diplomatists had been seriously disconcerted. Remembrance of the surprise in 1755, when England had commenced hostilities without declaring war, still troubled men's minds. Count de Guines wrote to M. de Vergennes, "Lord Rochford confided to me yesterday that numbers of persons on both sides were perfectly convinced that the way to put a stop to this war in America was to declare it against France, and that he saw with pain that opinion gaining ground. I assure you, sir, that all which is said for is very extraordinary and far from encouraging." The partisans of this plan argue that fear of a war, disastrous for England, which might end by putting France once more in possession of Canada, would be the most certain bugbear for America, where the propinquity of our religion and our government is excessively apprehended. They say, in fact, that the Americans, forced by a war to give up their project of liberty and to decide between us and them, would certainly give them the preference." The question of Canada was always, indeed, an anxious one for the American colonists. Washington had detached in that direction a body of troops, which had been repulsed with loss. M. de Vergennes had determined to keep in the United States a semi official agent, M. de Bonvouloir, commissioned to furnish the ministry with information as to the state of affairs. On sending Count de Guines the necessary instructions, the minister wrote on the 7th of August, 1775, "One of the most essential objects is to reassure the Americans on the score of the dread which they are no doubt taught to feel of us. Canada is the point of jealousy for them; they must be made to understand that we have no thought at all about it, and that so far from grudging them the liberty and independence they are laboring to secure, we admire, on the contrary, the grandeur and nobleness of their efforts, and that, having no interest in injuring them, we should see with pleasure such a happy conjunction of circumstances as would set them at liberty to frequent our ports. The facilities they would find for their commerce would soon prove to them all the esteem we feel for them." Independence was not yet proclaimed, and already the committee charged by Congress "to correspond with friends in England, Ireland, and other parts of the world," had made inquiry of the French government, by roundabout ways, as to what were its intentions regarding the American colonies, and was soliciting the aid of France. On the 3rd of March, 1776, an agent of the committee, Mr. Silas Deane, started for France. He had orders to put the same question point blank at Versailles and at Paris. The ministry was divided on the subject of American affairs. M. Turgot inclined towards neutrality. "Let us leave the insurgents," he said, "at full liberty to make their purchases in our ports, and to provide themselves, by the way of trade, with the munitions, and even the money, of which they have need. A refusal to sell to them would be a departure from neutrality; but it would be a departure likewise to furnish them with secret aid in money, and this step, which it would be difficult to conceal, would excite just complaints on the part of the English." This was, however, the conduct adopted on the advice of M. de Vergennes. He had been powerfully supported by the arguments presented in a memorandum drawn up by M. de Raneval, senior clerk in the Foreign Office. He was himself urged and incited by the most intelligent, the most restless, and the most passionate amongst the partisans of the American rebellion, Beaumarchais. Peter Augustin Caron de Beaumarchais, born at Paris on the 24th of January, 1732, son of a clockmaker, had already acquired a certain celebrity by his lawsuit against Councillor Guzman before the Parliament of Paris. Accused of having defamed the wife of a judge, after having fruitlessly attempted to seduce her, Beaumarchais succeeded, by dint of courage, talent, and wit, in holding his own against the whole magistracy leagued against him. He boldly appealed to public opinion. "I am a citizen," he said; "that is to say, I am not a courtier, or an abbe, or a nobleman, or a financier, or a favorite, nor anything connected with what is called influence or puissance nowadays. I am a citizen, that is to say, something quite new, unknown, unheard of in France. I am a citizen, that is to say, what you ought to have been for the last 200 years, what you will be, perhaps, in 20." All the spirit of the French Revolution was here, in those most legitimate and at the same time most daring aspirations of his. French citizen as he proclaimed himself to be, Beaumarchais was quite smitten with the American citizens. He had for a long while been pleading their cause, sure, he said, of its ultimate triumph. On the 10th of January, 1776, 3 weeks before the Declaration of Independence, M. de Vergennes secretly remitted 1 million to M. Beaumarchais. 2 months later, the same sum was entrusted to him in the name of the King of Spain. Beaumarchais alone was to appear in the affair and to supply the insurgent Americans with arms and ammunition. "You will found," he had been told, "a great commercial house, and you will try to draw into it the money of private individuals. The first outlay being now provided, we shall have no further hand in it; the affair would compromise the government too much in the eyes of the English." It was under the style and title of Rodrigo Hortalez and Company that the first instalment of supplies, to the extent of more than 3 millions, was forwarded to the Americans; and notwithstanding the hesitation of the ministry and the rage of the English, other instalments soon followed. Beaumarchais was henceforth personally interested in the enterprise. He had commenced it from zeal for the American cause, and from that yearning for activity and initiative which characterized him even in old age. "I should never have succeeded in fulfilling my mission here without the indefatigable, intelligent, and generous efforts of M. de Beaumarchais," wrote Silas Deane to the Secret Committee of Congress. "The United States are more indebted to him, on every account, than to any other person on this side of the ocean." Negotiations were proceeding at Paris. Franklin had joined Silas Deane there. His great scientific reputation, the diplomatic renown he had won in England, his able and prudent devotion to the cause of his country, had paved the way for the new negotiator's popularity in France. It was immense. Born at Boston on the 17th of January, 1706, a printer before he came out as a great physicist, Franklin was 70 years old when he arrived in Paris. His sprightly good nature, the bold subtlety of his mind cloaked beneath external simplicity, his moderation in religion and the breadth of his philosophical tolerance won the world of fashion as well as the great public, and were a great help to the success of his diplomatic negotiations. Quartered at Passy, at Madame Helvetius's, he had frequent interviews with the ministers under a veil of secrecy and precaution which was, before long, skilfully and discreetly removed. From roundabout aid accorded to the Americans, at Beaumarchais's solicitations, on pretext of commercial business, the French government had come to remitting money straight to the agents of the United States. Everything tended to recognition of the independence of the colonies. In England, people were irritated and disturbed. Lord Chatham exclaimed with the usual exaggeration of his powerful and impassioned genius, "Yesterday England could still stand against the world; to-day there is none so poor as to do her reverence. I borrow the poet's words, my lords, but what his verse expresses is no fiction. France has insulted you. she has encouraged and supported America, and be America right or wrong, the dignity of this nation requires that we should thrust aside with contempt the officious intervention of France. Ministers and ambassadors from those whom we call rebels and enemies are received at Paris. There they treat of the mutual interests of France and America. Their countrymen are aided, provided with military resources, and our ministers suffer it, they do not protest. Is this maintaining the honor of a great kingdom, of that England which but lately gave laws to the House of Bourbon?" The hereditary sentiments of Louis XVI. And his monarchical principles, as well as the prudent moderation of M. Turgot, retarded at Paris the negotiations which caused so much ill humor among the English. M. de Vergennes still preserved, in all diplomatic relations, an apparent neutrality. "It is my line (métier), you see, to be a royalist," the Emperor Joseph II. Had said during a visit he had just paid to Paris, when he was pressed to declare in favor of the American insurgents. At the bottom of his heart the King of France was of the same opinion. He had refused the permission to serve in America, which he had been asked for by many gentlemen. Some had set off without waiting for it. The most important, as well as the most illustrious of them all, the Marquis of Lafayette, was not 20 years old when he slipped away from Paris, leaving behind his young wife close to her confinement, to go and embark upon a vessel which he had bought, and which, laden with arms, awaited him in a Spanish port. Arrested by order of the court, he evaded the vigilance of his guards. In the month of July, 1777, he disembarked in America. Washington did not like France; he did not share the hopes which some of his fellow countrymen founded upon her aid. He made no case of the young volunteers who came to enroll themselves among the defenders of independence, and whom Congress loaded with favors. "No bond but interest attaches these men to America," he would say, "and as for France, she only lets us get our munitions from her, because of the benefit her commerce derives from it." Prudent, reserved, and proud, Washington looked for America's salvation to only America herself. Neither had he foreseen nor did he understand that enthusiasm, as generous as it is unreflecting, which easily takes possession of the French nation, and of which the United States were just then the object. M. de Lafayette was the first who managed to win the general's affection and esteem. A great zeal for new ideas, and a certain political perspicacity, had impelled M. de Lafayette to America. He showed himself courageous, devoted, more judicious and more able than had been expected from his youth and character. Washington came to love him as a son. It was with the title of Major General that M. de Lafayette made his first campaign. Congress had passed a decree conferring upon him this grade, rather an excess of honor, in Washington's opinion. The latter was at that time covering Philadelphia, the point aimed at by the operations of General Howe. Beaten at Brandywine and at Germantown, the Americans were obliged to abandon the town to the enemy and fall back on Valley Forge, where the general pitched his camp for wintering. The English had been beaten on the frontiers of Canada by General Gates. General Burgoyne, invested on all sides by the insurgents, had found himself forced to capitulate at Saratoga. The humiliation and wrath of the public in England were great, but the resolution of the politicians was beginning to waver. On the 10th of February, 1778, Lord North had presented 2 bills, whereby England was to renounce the right of levying taxes in the American colonies, and was to recognize the legal existence of Congress. 3 commissioners were to be sent to America to treat for conditions of peace. After a hot discussion, the 2 bills had been voted. This was a small matter in view of the growing anxiety and the political manoeuvrings of parties. On the 7th of April, 1778, the Duke of Richmond proposed in the House of Lords the recall of all the forces, land and sea, which were fighting in America. He relied upon the support of Lord Chatham, who was now at death's door, but who had always expressed himself forcibly against the conduct of the government towards the colonists. The great orator entered the House, supported by 2 of his friends, pale, wasted, swathed in flannel beneath his embroidered robe. He with difficulty dragged himself to his place. The peers, overcome at the sight of this supreme effort, waited in silence. Lord Chatham rose, leaning on his crutch and still supported by his friends. He raised one hand to heaven. "I thank God," he said, "that I have been enabled to come hither to day to fulfil a duty and say what has been weighing so heavily on my heart. I have already one foot in the grave; I shall soon descend into it. I have left my bed to sustain my country's cause in this House, perhaps for the last time. I think myself happy, my lords, that the grave has not yet closed over me, and that I am still alive to raise my voice against the dismemberment of this ancient and noble monarchy. My lords, his Majesty succeeded to an empire as vast in extent, as proud in reputation. Shall we tarnish its lustre by a shameful abandonment of its rights and of its fairest possessions? Shall this great kingdom, which survived in its entirety the descents of the Danes, the incursions of the Scots, the conquest of the Normans, which stood firm against the threatened invasion of the Spanish Armada, now fall before the House of Bourbon? Surely, my lords, we are not what we once were. In God's name, if it be absolutely necessary to choose between peace and war, if peace cannot be preserved with honor, why declare war without hesitation? My lords, anything is better than despair. Let us at least make an effort, and if we must fail, let us fail like men." He dropped back into his seat, exhausted, gasping. Soon he strove to rise and to reply to the Duke of Richmond, but his strength was traitor to his courage. He fainted. A few days later he was dead. May 11th, 1778. The resolution of the Duke of Richmond had been rejected. When this news arrived in America, Washington was seriously uneasy. He had to keep up an incessant struggle against the delays and the jealousies of Congress. It was by dint of unheard of efforts and of unwavering perseverance that he succeeded in obtaining the necessary supplies for his army. "To see men without clothes to cover their nakedness," he exclaimed, "without blankets to lie upon, without victuals, and often without shoes, where you might follow their track by the blood that trickled from their feet, advancing through ice and snow, and taking up their winter quarters at Christmas less a day's march from the enemy, in a place where they have not to shelter them either houses or huts, but such as they have thrown up themselves, to see these men doing all this without a murmur, is an exhibition of patience and obedience such as the world has rarely seen." As a set off against the impassioned devotion of the patriots, Washington knew that the loyalists were still numerous and powerful. The burden of war was beginning to press heavily upon the whole country. He feared some act of weakness. "Let us accept nothing short of independence," he wrote at once to his friends. "We can never forget the outrages to which Great Britain has made us submit. A peace on any other conditions would be a source of perpetual disputes. If Great Britain, urged on by her love for tyranny, were to seek once more to bend our necks beneath her iron yoke, and she would do so, you may be sure, for her pride and her ambition are indomitable, what nation would believe any more in our professions of faith and would lend us its support? It is to be feared, however, that the proposals of England will produce a great effect in this country. Men are naturally friends of peace, and there is more than one symptom to lead me to believe that the American people are generally weary of war. If it be so, nothing can be more politic than to inspire the country with confidence by putting the army on an imposing footing, and by showing greater energy in our negotiations with European powers. I think that by now France must have recognized our independence, and that she will immediately declare war against Great Britain, when she sees that we have made serious proposals of alliance to her. But if, influenced by a false policy, or by an exaggerated opinion of our power, she were to hesitate, we should either have to send able negotiators at once, or give fresh instructions to our chargé d'affaires to obtain a definitive answer from her." It is the property of great men, even when they share the prejudices of their time and of their country, to know how to get free from them, and how to rise superior to their natural habits of thought. It has been said that, as a matter of taste, Washington did not like France and had no confidence in her, but his great and strong common sense had enlightened him as to the conditions of the contest he had entered upon. He knew it was a desperate one, he foresaw that it would be a long one, Better than anybody, he knew the weaknesses as well as the merits of the instruments which he had at disposal. He had learned to desire the alliance and the aid of France. She did not belie his hopes. At the very moment when Congress was refusing to enter into negotiations with Great Britain as long as a single English soldier remained on American soil, rejoicings and thanksgivings were everywhere throughout the 13 colonies greeting the news of the recognition by France of the independence of the United States. The treaties of alliance, a triumph of diplomatic ability on the part of Franklin, had been signed at Paris on the 6th of February, 1778. "Assure the English government of the king's pacific intentions," M. de Vergennes had written to the Marquis of Noailles, then French ambassador in England. George III. replied to these mocking assurances by recalling his ambassador. "Anticipate your enemies," Franklin had said to the ministers of Louis XVI.; "act towards them as they did to you in 1755. Let your ships put to sea before any declaration of war. It will be time to speak when a French squadron bars the passage of Admiral Howe, who has ventured to ascend the Delaware." The king's natural straightforwardness and timidity were equally opposed to this bold project. He hesitated a long while. When Count d'Estaing at last, on the 13th of April, went out of Toulon harbor to sail for America with his squadron, it was too late, the English were on their guard. When the French admiral arrived in America, hostilities had commenced between France and England, without declaration of war, by the natural pressure of circumstances and the state of feeling in the two countries. England fired the first shot on the 17th of June, 1778. The frigate La Belle Poule, commanded by M. de Chaudeau de la Clochetterie, was cruising in the Channel. She was surprised by the squadron of Admiral Keppel, issuing from Portsmouth. The Frenchman saw the danger in time; he crowded sail; but an English frigate, the Arethusa, had dashed forward in pursuit. La Clochetterie waited for her, and refused to make the visit demanded by the English captain. A cannon shot was the reply to this refusal. La Belle Poule delivered her whole broadside. When the Arethusa rejoined Lord Keppel's squadron, she was dismasted and had lost many men. A sudden calm had prevented 2 English vessels from taking part in the engagement. La Clochetterie went on and landed a few leagues from Brest. The fight had cost the lives of 40 of his crew, 57 had been wounded. He was made post captain capitaine de la vaisseau. The glory of this small affair appeared to be of good augury. The conscience of Louis XVI. Was soothed; he at last yielded to the passionate feeling which was hurrying the nation into war, partly from sympathy towards the Americans, partly from hatred and rancor towards England. The treaty of 1763 still lay heavy on the military honor of France. From the day when the Duke of Choiseul had been forced to sign that humiliating peace, he had never relaxed in his efforts to improve the French navy. In the course of ministerial alternations, frequently unfortunate for the work in hand, it had nevertheless been continued by his successors. A numerous fleet was preparing at Brest. It left the port on the 3rd of July, under the orders of Count d'Orvilliers. It numbered 32 men of war and some frigates. Admiral Keppel came to the encounter with 30 ships, mostly superior in strength to the French vessels. The engagement took place on the 27th, at 30 leagues' distance from Wessant, and about the same from the Sorlingues Islands. The splendid order of the French astounded the enemy, who had not forgotten the deplorable Journée de M. de Conflans. The sky was murky, and the manoeuvres were interfered with from the difficulty of making out the signals. Lord Keppel could not succeed in breaking the enemy's line. Count d'Orvilliers failed in a like attempt. The English admiral extinguished his fires and returned to Plymouth harbor, without being forced to do so from any serious reverse. Count d'Orvilliers fell back upon Brest under the same conditions. The English regarded this retreat as a humiliation to which they were unaccustomed. Lord Keppel had to appear before a court martial. In France, under the first burst of enthusiasm, fault was found with the inactivity of the Duke of Chartres, who commanded the rear guard of the fleet, under the direction of M. de la Motte Piquet. The prince was before long obliged to leave the navy. He became colonel general of the hussars. A fresh sally on the part of the fleet did not suffice to protect the merchant navy, the losses of which were considerable. The English vessels everywhere held the seas. CHAPTER LVII.